Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51, Tarot's Plateau, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Froggy. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. On top of a tall tree, a person was hanging off of it. Warururug. The forest was burning. The body of flame raged harshly, and acrid smoke filled the air. This is the first time I've seen someone crazier than me. Li Yunhui admitted it without much difficulty. He was a crazy bastard. The dungeon break would be happening soon, yet he could leisurely enjoy his hunt inside the dungeon. Moreover, he set the forest on fire. Kang Woojin was a crazy bastard. She was sure of it. I have to hurry up and find it, so I could get away. Clearing the dungeon wasn't that hard. At the very least, that was what Li Yunhui had thought. She just had to carry the return stone back to the barrier, then she could exit the dungeon after opening the barrier. There is the matter of the final boss, but Li Yunhui was confident in herself. She wasn't confident that she would be able to face the monsters. She was confident she could steal and run away with the return stone in secret. She was confident in her skill to move covertly. This was why she was called the Shadow Hunter. She traveled away from the fire, then she approached the center of the forest. Li Yunhui looked at the faraway canyon as she guessed her location. It should be around here. When the Jukyung Station's third exit was reset and it was measured to be a 6-star dungeon, the first team to attempt this dungeon was none other than Warang's Vermilion team. It was the team led by her. Then on the second try, she was also in the group collaborating with the KH Guild. They investigated the dungeon and they assessed whether clearing the dungeon was profitable or not. They decided not to clear it. It was decided the economic value of a dungeon break was higher than clearing this 6-star dungeon. However, she didn't care about the money or economic factors. Moreover, this mission hadn't sat right with her. This might be better for me anyways. She had always disliked how her oppa did business, so she might be better off this way. Her oppa Li Songho was leading Warang into a strange direction. In any case, she wasn't the one who started this. Kang Woojin had entered the portal first. As it stands, if he dies then there won't be any snag that'll stop the dungeon break. If Kang Woojin did clear the dungeon, it would be a big problem. She'd prefer to end this herself rather than let Woojin clear the dungeon. The first try was done by Warang. The second try was done by a combined force of Warang and KH. The third try was attempted by Japan's Hennessy Guild. If something they couldn't do was done by the newly formed Allendale Guild, they would be put in a difficult position. The Vermilion's reputation will fall. She had to prevent that. Warang can't go under. Warang was important to Li Yunhui and Li Songho. The problem was they had different ideas on how they'll make Warang the best guild. After walking a while alongside the cliff, she discovered the covertly hidden rope. Li Yunhui pulled down at the rope, and the limp rope started to become taut. They had installed this during the first exploration. There were only 3 monsters across the ravine. When they realized this, they had given up clearing the dungeon. They estimated the amount of artifacts and bloodstones they'll earn from defeating the 3 monsters, and they decided it wouldn't amount to much. The Vermilion team had turned back at that point. When the rope pulled by Li Yunhui became taut, she tied it off on a tree. Crazy bastard! The dungeon is going to explode soon, yet he is hunting monsters. Even if they had quickly ran away with the return stone, there might no have been enough time. Li Yunhui ran atop the rope. Even on the swaying rope, Li Yunhui's body was stable. Asterisk. Warurug. Fireballs were sent everywhere as the forest burned. Monsters ranging from small to large were all hunted down as they came out of the forest. Even the ogres were taken down. Kuoong. The bulky body of Dulcie rammed into the ogre like a bulldozer. Kuoong. Kuo. When the ogre fell, Woojin didn't miss the opportunity. He approached the ogre, and as he let out a shout, he pierced the spear through the ogre's mouth. Woojin didn't hesitate to learn all the skills that had been restricted until he reached level 40. The hot-blooded battle steed continues to gallop even in death. Depending on the summoner's loyalty and trust, the required control is decreased. The summoned being needing control by the summoner may be reformed into a true companion. Magic consumption, 30, needed control 1, minus 99 loyalty, minus 99 trust. Skill, Phantom Gallop, LV10 cancel. Great! Woojin immediately summoned the Phantom Mount. The empty air ripped open as a blurry Phantom Mount jumped out, then its body materialized. It alternated being transparent then turning into a midnight black color. As if it was breathing, the transparency level varied. Hey Xing Xing! Did you miss Nuna? Pururung! The very first one to run towards the Phantom Mount was Bibi. She hugged it around the neck then she rubbed her face against it. Woojin's familiars were all trapped within the room of Seoul. If they were to come out after hearing Woojin's voice, he had to level up quickly. Woojin also learned the Necromancer class skills restricted for level 40. The roaming souls are gathered, so it can surround the Overlord. These souls move on their own accord to protect the Overlord. Subordination number, 0/10. The Phantom Spear is summoned to attack the enemy. The Phantom Spear will unerringly chase an enemy until the end to attack. Consumed Magic, 1. Phantom Armor, Spirit Armor, and Phantom Spear, Spirit Spear, were high-rank skills for extorting souls. The Phantom Armor would surround Woojin, and it was useful as a barrier. However, it was also a good source for energy. In times of emergency, he could extort and absorb the spirits to recover his energy. Also, even if there weren't any souls around his surrounding, he could change his subordinate souls in a spirit spear to attack. Woojin increased the spirit armor level to 10, and it increased the number of spirit he can subordinate into 100. Come evil spirits! Woojin looked around his surrounding to look at the spirits roaming around him. The spirits shuddered then they started gathering around Woojin. We are reek. They all gathered around Woojin. After being subordinated, they revolved around Woojin like satellites. Woojin learned the level 40 warrior class skills. The warrior's weapon could now change its staff form into a spear, a hammer, and a great sword. He learned how to use a great sword, and he also learned a powerful single strike move called Decisive Strike. All right. Let's go. Come here, Dulcie. Kururung. Dulcie shook off the stones composing its body, and he returned to being a small golem's heart. It returned to Woojin's side, and it clung on to him. Woojin got on Xing Xing, and Bibi jumped to sit in front of him. Woojin saw the skeletons filling the surrounding, and he cleared his palate in regret. He couldn't transport them one by one. Pot. Waruru. Woojin retracted his magic, and every one of the skeletons turned into a pile of bones. It was regrettable, but he assumed there would be more monsters beyond the ravine. Go! Go! At Bibi's words, Woojin grinned then he grabbed Xing Xing's reins. Pioorurung. Xing Xing let out a bellow as it raised its forelegs. Then he ran straight towards the cliff. Phantom Gallop! Chut! At Woojin's words, a ghostly road formed in front of Xing Xing. The ghostly road formed in front of Xing Xing, and it disappeared after he passed it. This process kept repeating itself. Ahahaha! Let's run, master! Xing Xing ran towards the Temple of the Giants. Asterisk. Woo! Li Yunhui let out a nervous sigh. She wasn't afraid nor did she get cold feet. The grand scene that had unfolded in front of her eyes was enough to overawe her automatically. The terrain was shaped like a basin. It looked depressed like a crater in a volcano. In the enormous basin, there were huge statues everywhere. It was carved more exquisitely than the Moai statues, and at a glance, there were anywhere between several hundred to several thousand statues. There weren't any buildings here. At the center of the basin, there was a large tower, and the return stone was floating on top of it. It was so far up that normal people wouldn't be able to see it, but the eyesight of the roused had already surpassed the criteria of a normal person. There were 3 monsters circling around the altar. There were only 3 of them. Still, isn't this a little bit much to attempt it by myself? When Li Yunhui arrived at the Temple of the Giants, her feet wouldn't move. That bastard will probably come here eventually. Since he had been confident, he'll probably jump in head first. Li Yunhui hid herself in the shadow of a boulder. I want to see you get fucked over. He dared to hit her. If the opportunity presented itself, she would take her revenge. If the opportunity didn't come, she didn't care. She'll just observe how the bastard fares against the monsters, then she'll run away after she snatched the return stone. As she hid in the shadow, Li Yunhui's body assimilated into the surrounding, and she disappeared without a trace. Asterisk. It was 1 in the afternoon. Warang's guildmaster Li Songho was at a press conference. In your view, what's the chance Ms. Li Yunhui and Mr. Kang Woojin will survive entering the dungeon? It is slim to none. There is about 1 hour left until the dungeon break. From what I know, Li Yunhui is your biological sister. How are you feeling right now? Li Songho glared at the reporter who asked the question. What kind of question is that? A family member was about to die in front of his eyes, yet he was given such a question. This why they are called trash reporters. Of course, Li Songho felt anger and relief more than he felt any sadness. There was only 1 hour left. It basically meant both of them had failed. The dungeon break will happen as scheduled. Unlike how he felt inside, Li Songho spoke with sadness showing on his face. I'm done answering questions. It looked as if his red eyes were forcefully holding back his tears. His face looked like it was filled with deep sadness and anger. He got up from his seat as he dabbed at the tears welling in his eyes. Please wait. Warang's president. The reporters all got up, but the Warang Guild members acted as bodyguards while the president exited. After exiting the press conference room, Li Songho turned to the guild member to ask a question. His anguished face, which had been soaked in sadness, had already cooled into a cold mask. How's the dungeon? It's still the same. Woo! How fortunate! Let's go to the command center. From early morning yesterday until now, Li Songho had been under an incredible amount of stress. He waited to see if maybe Li Yunhui or Kang Woojin would come out after clearing the dungeon. Li Songho and the guild members got into their cars. They passed the 3rd line, and they head towards the 1st line on an empty road. There were soldiers in front of the commander center, and a group of people were making a fuss outside. When he saw them, Li Songho's face hardened. What? Why are civilians here? I'll be back after I find out what's going on. It's all right. Let's head there together. When he approached the group, Li Songho saw 5 people arguing in front of the soldiers. Did I say we want to go in there? He is Alendal's guild master. I just want a detailed explanation on what happened. It is as the report sent out to media described. Jung Minchen spoke respectfully towards the soldiers, but the soldiers kept repeating the same words. Jung Minchen, Hong Sunggu, Kim Heeman, Wu Sunghun, and even Doji One was there with obstinate expressions frozen on their faces. Even if you speak more words here, it is futile. It is 13 hours 6 minutes right now. In exactly 5 minutes, we have to forcefully remove anyone still left around here. 1 hour before the dungeon break, any personnel that weren't combat personnel were all evacuated. Usually, the army was put in a bind when civilians entered the area of operation. However, they had officially requested the help of Alendal on this operation. Guildmaster Kang Woojin had come here at their request. The members of Alendal had immediately rushed over here when they heard about the incident. They were barely able to argue their way across the 2nd and 3rd line. However, now that they were at the command center, they weren't able to meet the commander. What's going on? At that moment, Lee Songho asked with a kind look on his face. He secretly looked at Du Juan. Even in such a chaotic situation, her appearance was outstanding enough to momentarily steal his gaze. We are guild members of Allendal. We heard our president entered the dungeon. Ah! I know about you guys, Allendal. Lee Songho's face turned cold. That son of a bitch messed up his plan. Lee Songho was also going to lose Li Yunhui because of him. The dungeon break will happen in 1 hour. Any responsibility or compensation from the damage will be discussed after we repel back the dungeon break. What? Didn't my Dongseng, Li Yunhui, became collateral damage because of your president's action? Didn't that kind girl sacrifice herself in order to save your president? Yung Minchen was taken aback, but Hong Sungu yelled out in anger. Why would it be a sacrifice? Our Hyung Nim will come out soon after he breaks open the barrier. Lee Songho's oily eyes glared at Hong Sungu. This green rookie dared to. Even after receiving Songho's murderous glare, Sungu didn't back down and he glared back. Hey! How ridiculous! There is no chance Kang Woojin will clear the dungeon, so all of you should go back. In the meantime, I'll be sending my guild's lawyers against you. Their faces turned dark at Lee Songho's angry scolding. It was at that moment. The soldiers across the first line started making a ruckus. What? What's going on? I'll go find out. The guild member quickly moved towards the command center when Lee Songho angrily yelled at him. Then the guild member returned with a pale face. The barrier was lifted. Lee Songho's face hardened, and Sungu yelled out. That's our Hyung Nim. Lee Songho glared at Sungu as he asked his guild member. Who is it? Who came out? That is. The guild member haltingly gave his answer. Du Juan was standing on one side with a nervous heart, and tears started flowing down from Du Juan's eyes. Chapter 52 Terut's Plateau, 3. Chapter 52 Terut's Plateau, 3. Chapter 52, Terut's Plateau, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Q is cleared. Thank you for the donation, Eric. I didn't want to leave you guys on a huge cliff, so I've been working non-stop since the last release. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Is this the Temple of the Giants? At Woojin's words, Bibi's mouth dropped open as she took in the sight in front of her eyes. Wang. I would believe it if someone told me this was a tomb. Chet. Maybe. Woojin swallowed dryly as he looked at the statues ranging from several hundred to several thousand in number. Let's go there first. Woojin returned Xing, then he walked with Bibi. Dulcie, the twitching ball of light, sat on top of Bibi's head. Could these be used to make a golem? The best way to find an answer to a question was to just do it. Woojin pointed with his finger. Dulcie flew towards a statue, then he absorbed himself into it. The statue shifted, and the body started to move. Oh, it's working. Nope. Dulcie was flung out of the statue. Woojin frowned when he saw this. Weeing. A dejected Dulcie was hugged by Bibi. The statue was already being controlled by something else, so Dulcie couldn't use the statue as its own body. Just go eat some dirt. Weeing. Dulcie absorbed into the ground, and he raised his body as a cloud of dust swirled around him. When Dulcie used the earth, his power was weaker than when his body was made out of stone, but the size of his body was twice as large. This is going to be a bit annoying. Gooong. One by one the giant golems started to wake up. It wasn't as if all the golems had woken up. Only the nearest golems to him started waking up. It seemed this was an trap that will automatically activate when one gets within a certain range of the golems. So only 5 awoke. 5 golems awoke when they sensed Woojin's intrusion. There weren't any corpses or spirits around, so most of his necromancer class skills were useless. However, he didn't care. Is it time to increase my warrior class skills? Woojin summoned his warrior's weapon, then he changed its appearance to a hammer. He was quite used to the heavy weight of the weapon now. Woojin raised his hammer, then he charged the golems. Asterisk. Li Yunhui was surprised. She had hidden her body inside a shadow. They were golems. She had made the right choice in turning back. Would she and her teammates be able to fight such a large number of golems? Maybe if they went in a straight line towards the altar, while defeating the nearby golems, then maybe it would have been possible. However, what if she had seized the return stone, and the worst possible situation had happened? What would her team had done if all the golems attacked them at once? Moreover, there were living giants guarding the altars, so they would have also had to deal with them. As if Kang Woojin was worried about such a scenario, he was killing all the golems first. He didn't head straight towards the altar. He destroyed the golems as he moved toward the center as if he was drawing a snail's shell. Wasn't he a necromancer? It seems Kang Woojin had many secrets. It was no wonder the only information known about him was that he was a necromancer. However, once she saw Kang Woojin hunt, she was suspicious as to whether he was really a necromancer. She was the shutdown hunter, yet she was suppressed with strength. It didn't make any sense. She had already been a rank A roused for 2 years, yet she was beaten in terms of strength. That bastard's skeleton summon must be a smokescreen. I'm sure he is a warrior. Moreover, he probably only advanced his strength. Woojin's appearance fit that image. He wielded a stupidly large hammer, and he bashed the giant golem as the earth golem held it in place. Moreover, he was quite simple. He only used one technique. What? After defeating couple hundred golems, Kang Woojin changed his style. He used his hammer to continuously strike the floor. What the hell? Is he some kind of construction worker? When Woojin moved further away, she advanced a little bit before she hid her body. Kang Woojin was on an infinite hunting spree, and Li Yunhui crawled low to the ground for a while. Asterisk. Whoo! Those bastards are getting on my nerve. He wasn't too far from the altar with the return stone floating on top of it. There were less than 50 giant golems left, but the large giants surrounding the altar didn't even show signs of moving. With their backs to the return stone, they didn't budge an inch. In the center of their heads, a single eye was rolling around. It meant they were observing Woojin. Woojin didn't worry about the one-eyed freaks as he took care of the giant golems. It felt like he had spent over a whole day fighting the golems. Currently, the return stone was letting out a bright green light as if it was about to explode. It probably meant it was almost time for the dungeon break. His warrior class skill level had increased drastically. His repetitive movements slightly increased multiple stats, and it was the result of the arduous time he had spent. Moreover, he had already reached level 49. He had defeated every single golem. Too bad. If Master could have defeated one more golem, then you would have reached level 50. Then you could have played with your dolls. I'll just have to defeat them. Woojin headed towards the Cyclops, who hadn't even moved an inch away from the altar. Kuhung, Kuhung. Behind Woojin, Dalsy formed his body by aggregating the pieces of stone from the giant golems. As always, Bibi was riding on top of Dalsy's head. Come down, Bibi. It's going to be dangerous. Understood. Cyclops were dangerous. They were also one branch of a race descended from the giant race. However, one would be in trouble if one assumed they were comparable to the ogres. Ogres had inherited the ferocious wild nature of the giant race, but the Cyclops had a larger body. Moreover, they had inherited the wisdom of the giant race, who once built a glorious civilization. I know you. Woojin stopped in front of the Cyclops. You know me? Yes. The charging titan of destruction. The Cyclops' gaze rested on the golem Dalsy, then it looked at the small BB next to him. Which of hallucination? The Cyclops' massive eye headed towards Woojin. Woojin was laughing. I also know about your dark nights. I guess I'm a bit famous. The Cyclops shifted when they heard Woojin's silly joke. How could I not know you? Necromancer of Massacre. The Cyclops moved both its hands. Terror of the living. A golden mace was summoned on top of the Cyclops' hand. King of the Dead. The other Cyclops on the side also summoned their maces. They took one step towards Woojin as they watched him. Alendal's monarch. The three Cyclops raised their maces, and they took one more step. Immortal. Hooong. The Cyclops' maces fell towards Woojin, but Dulcie was faster than them as he ran in. Kung, Kung. Dulcie stretched his body to block the attack of the Cyclops. Guang. Various parts of Dulcie's body broke off, and stone dusts flew everywhere. Woojin retreated slightly, then a smile formed at the corner of Woojin's mouth. Did Tronet also send you guys? You won't be able to block Tronet's main army. Bullshit. The moment you decided to run away, your defeat was determined. Woojin frowned in anger. He hadn't run away. Do you want to die? Your anger is the evidence of your defeat. Woojin transformed his warrior's weapon into a spear. Stop spouting bullshit. Woojin's body shot forward like a missile towards the Cyclops' eye. Pooh, okay. The spear stabbed into the Cyclops' eye, but the Cyclop didn't try to avoid Woojin's strike. He instead grabbed Woojin out of the air. Woojin was caught in the Cyclops' hand, but he swirled around in place to escape the Cyclops' grasp. Kuong Kwang. Woojin dodged the Cyclops' indiscriminate blows, and he continued to attack. Each mace strike was deadly, and Woojin felt like he would rather face 100 ogres. It was quite difficult to face off against 3 Cyclops. Whew! This is driving me nuts. He was having a difficult time avoiding each attack, and his occasional attack wasn't stacking any damage on them. It was quite useless. The Cyclops, who was stabbed in the eye, healed instantly from a light emitted by the altar. He could use the decisive strike with his great sword to sever finger or the Achilles tendon, but it was all useless. BB was almost of no help. It was only him and Dulcie. They were outnumbered, and time was running out. The unknown power from the altar kept healing the Cyclops, so Woojin would eventually fatigue first. At that moment, Li Yunhui appeared from a shadow cast by a pile of stone. Then she snatched the return stone on top of the altar. As if it was about to explode, the return stone emitted a bright light. However, when Li Yunhui grabbed it, the light calmed down. At the same time, the light from the altar that was healing the Cyclops stopped flowing out. Hey, you son of a bitch! You can think of me as a small fry. This small fry is going home now. It would be great if you just died, you crazy son of a bitch. Woojin smiled when Li Yunhui appeared. Even trash had its uses in the right circumstance. Hey Dulcie! Buy me some time. Guah! Woojin immediately exited the battlefield, then he charged towards Li Yunhui. What are you doing? You crazy son of a bitch! This was the first time Li Yunhui saw Kang Woojin struggle since he entered this dungeon. He probably had enough, and he was trying to steal the return stone from her. It was probably why he was exposing himself, while he left the 3 giants behind. Maybe he meant to escape together with her using the return stone? It didn't seem that way. The spear in Kang Woojin's hand frightened her. Don't come over here. Thank you. Kang Woojin struck with his spear. Kang! She was barely able to block it, and Li Yunhui's wrists hurt. What kind of strength? You will be my final EXP. What? Woojin aimed the spear toward Li Yunhui's heart. A rank roused Li Yunhui. With her agile body, she twisted to perform her special attack, cutting the moonlight. Woojin didn't even try to avoid the attack. He charged in faster, and he struck with his spear. See, crazy son of a bitch! Her eyes were filled with shock. The life energy within her eyes faded quickly. When Woojin pierced her heart with his spear, she had grazed Woojin with her sword. The attack was insufficient to cut his throat. Humans of blood and bones was much easier to deal with than the golems. Woojin immediately learned the level 50 restricted skills and one can control a dead corpse. The corpse can use 50% of its original ability. It can only carry out simple directions. Magic consumption, 1. The corpses within the caster's 10-meter radius or the corpse in control can be detonated. The power is increased as more magic is consumed. Woojin's magic caused Li Yunhui's corpse to suddenly stand up, and only the white of her eyes could be seen. Li Yunhui's corpse ran madly towards the golem. As Woojin ran, he increased his main skill, Corpse Explosion, to level 10. Li Yunhui's body jumped, and the body attached itself to a cyclops head. A large amount of magic exited Woojin, and the corpse exploded. Gwahug! The explosion blew the cyclops head right off. Then the fallen cyclops got up, and the corpse hugged the other cyclops. Gwahug! It was only 2 attack, but he had used up all of his magic. The last remaining cyclops tried to retreat, but Dulcie grabbed him. In a flash, Woojin had approached the cyclops and he was laughing. You said I ran away. If you guys are confident, then tell everyone to attack me. Woojin pierced the cyclops' eye with his spears. Master! You aren't going to play with your Dalahong. When he looked at Bibi's bright smile, it really drove home the fact that she was a demon. Woojin suddenly laughed. I'm no different from her. Woojin wiped the blood flowing down his face. He used soul extortion to heal his wound. SSSOOP. I think I'll have to apply some salve. Yunhui's attack had made a deep cut. He applied the regeneration salve on his throbbing wound. The scar will be completely gone after a night's rest. Woojin picked up the return stone from the floor, then he quickly gathered the artifacts. Chapter 53, Topic. Chapter 53 Topic. Chapter 53, Topic. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, John. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Jukjun Station's 3rd exit. Doesn't this mean it's safe if the barrier is gone? We received an official request to come help here. The Allendale Guild members have the right to pass through. Please let us in. But... Young Michin pushed past the flustered soldier, and he walked forward by force. Sunggu and Heeman used this opportunity to jump after Minchin, and Wu Sunhun also followed after them. Get out of my way! Li Songho ordered the soldiers in anger, and they unconsciously stepped back. Jiwon also used this opportunity to head past the first line. Ah! Tears were streaming down Jiwon's face. Her eyes picked up Woojin figure. Blood was staining various parts of his body. Moreover, there was a deep sword wound on his face. Jiwon ran forward as tears fell down her face. President! Kang Woojin blinked his eyes when he saw Young Minchin, Hong Sunggu, Kim Heeman and Wu Sunghun run towards him. When did you guys get here? We came here as soon as we saw the news. Ah, is that so? I dropped my hand phone somewhere around here. Help me look for it. Ah. Currently, the whole nation was in a state of unrest because of President Yet. Before the slack-jawed group could respond, Jiwon ran forward to hug Woojin. Woojin was pushed back a step when she jumped into him. Hug. Woojin. Jiwon. Huang. I worried so much about you. Jiwon looked up at him with face covered in tears, and she had a runny nose. Woojin grinned. The medicine absorbed well into her. You've gotten pretty. Huang, okay. She was shedding tears uncontrollably. Yes, she became prettier. She was thankful. She was so thankful that she couldn't hold herself back. She had been shocked when he entered the 6-star dungeon. Her heart became nervous when she thought about what could go wrong. She would be able to thank him, and she wouldn't be able to give him an answer. What happened to your face? Hug. You idiot! Why did you get hurt like this? Jiwon caressed Woojin's face. If she touched it like that, the medicine will come off. It was going to disappear tomorrow. Hug. What are you going to do being hurt like this? Jiwon cried in sorrow. She had regained her face. However, Woojin's face. No. It didn't matter to her. Even if Woojin became a monster, she wouldn't care. She was just thankful he came back alive. When she received the ring as present, Jiwon had chosen her answer. She was infinitely lacking compared to Woojin, but if he was okay with her. Jiwon grabbed Woojin around the neck, then she stole his lips. OOP. Woojin's eyes turned round from surprise. Why was she acting this way? What? Who okay? This is my answer. He had never asked her a question, so what answer? When Woojin became confused, Jiwon pushed her finger forward. You gave me a ring. I also like you. Woojin didn't know what was going on, so he started to look around his surrounding. He caught sight of Woo Sunghun standing next to Young Minchin with both his thumbs in the air. It was that bastard. It was that bastard again. Weak. President is so cool. He said it in a low voice, but everyone could hear him. That guy was so tactless. What should he do about that whistling bastard? Jiwon was holding Woojin tightly. He pushed her away with a thumb on her forehead. I guess you aren't afraid of anything. Who are you pushing your mouth towards to? A ghost is going to latch on to you. Get off me. What? Jiwon was about to give a sullen answer when she realized where she was. She quickly separated from him. Woojin was someone the entire population of Korea was paying attention to. He was a famous person. I was thoughtless. Even at that moment, the cameras of the reporters were tirelessly recording this scene. She hadn't been able to control her emotions, and her eyes didn't see anything except Woojin. Now that she came to her senses, she really regretted her action. Did she cause more harm than good? Jiwon was thinking to herself, when Lee Sung-ho grabbed Woojin's shoulder. Hey! Woojin wordlessly turned his head around to look behind him. Lee Sang-ho's angry face came into view. Why isn't my Dongsang coming out? Dongsang? He was the oppa of the noisy woman, who had followed after him. Whether it is the oppa or the Dongsang, it seems both of you have a bad habit of rudely touching others' body without consent. Woojin glared at Lee Sang-ho. Lee Sang-ho flinched as he took his hand off of Woojin and he took a step back. Shit! What kind of eyes is that? Swear words were about to automatically come out of his mouth, but there were too many people watching them. What happened to my Dongsang? Maybe. She's dead. How can this be? Her corpse? Why didn't you bring out her corpse? Isn't it reasonable to treat the dead with respect? One had to treat a teammate, who had cleared the dungeon with one, with respect. Obviously, this was a rule that had to be kept. If he hadn't fared well in there, then his actions could be excused. However, Woojin had come out after clearing the dungeon. The corpse. Woojin looked around his surrounding. His guild family, soldiers, reporters, Lee Sung-ho and the Warang's family were all here. Well, this place isn't Alphen. He didn't need to make a big deal out of this. She was a brave woman. She attacked an enemy she shouldn't have provoked. She died bravely. Who did it? Which monster killed my Dongsang? A monster. Immortal. Immortal. Woojin patted the shoulder of Lee Sang-ho, who was quietly repeating the word like a mantra. Woojin headed back towards his guild family. Did you find my phone? The army should be holding it for you. Woojin and the Allendale guild members headed towards the command center located within the hotel. Lee Sung-ho's clenched fists shook. Please calm down. There are a lot of people watching us. Gather the reporters. What? Motherfucker. Do you think I'll stay put sucking my thumb? The dungeon break didn't happen. Li Yunhui was dead. Worst. This was the worst of the worst case scenario. Li Xiango calculated inside his head. His gaze headed towards the disappearing Woojin. That mother F. Now that he thought about it, ever since that bastard appeared, it felt like Woojin was always blocking his path. He stole a 5-star dungeon not too long ago, and now he stole the 6-star dungeon. Li Songho was barely able to hold back his anger. He got in the car to avoid the eyes of other people. DDIRIDRI ding dong. DDIRIDRI ding dong. Li Songho saw the name that accompanied the ringtone, and his stress level shot up a notch. He had to pick up the call from this number. Who? Fuck. Accompanying a cuss words, he pressed the answer button on his hand phone. Yes, Chairman. Yes. Yes. I will take those steps. Yes. I'll minimize the damage as much. After a while, Li Songho ended his phone call, and he tried to calm his insides, which was seething with anger. Who? That fucker Kang Woojin. The crazy roused had come out of nowhere. Rank A? That rank might be a joke now. The media was already labeling him as a rank AA roused. Yunhui probably helped him. However, 2 people had cleared a 6-star dungeon. He probably thinks he made it out well by himself. Li Songho chewed on his lips. Even if Woojin was some outstanding high-ranked roused, he didn't care. The society was organic and everything was intricately intertwined. Kim Gang-chul was the number 1 ranked roused in Korea, but Li Songho wasn't afraid of him. Kim Gang-chul was powerless. If one insisted on being principled when everyone was bending the rules, then it was the end of that person. On the other hand, Li Songho was influential. Hwarang was one of the 3 great guilds of Korea. He had personal connections with politicians, and people from the financial world. His Dongseng Yunhui hadn't liked it, but Hwarang was able to grow so large, because he learned how to get on in the world. Moreover, the connections with these people had a large role in the growth. He hadn't been wrong. I can't stand it when someone steals something from me. Woojin dared to get in the way of his ambition? Li Songho's eyes narrowed. Life is a battlefield. Jotmana. TLN, he quoted a 2009 Korean meme. He'll teach Woojin a stern lesson. Asterisk. I just cleared 1 dungeon, so why do I have to do an interview? Then I'll decline the interview. I'll send out a press release to the media with the information you have given me. You do that. What are you going to do about finding the artifacts? I guess I'll return home after I find them all. I'll make it so that you will be able to use this hotel for a month. Director Hong and Heeman will stay to help. I guess 1 porter and an errand boy is enough. Sunggu and Heeman puffed out their cheeks. Oh yeah. What did my mother say? Woojin had been secretly worried about his mother. Every time he went into the dungeon, he was always put on TV. Well. Please listen to my words without being too shocked, President. What? What happened? It was news about his family, so Woojin was nervous. At Woojin's query, Jung Minchin spoke with a straight face. She doesn't know about it yet. What? I contacted her, and she hasn't watched the TV yet. So she doesn't know about this. Woojin's forehead furrowed. He guessed it would be better than her finding out and being worried about him. Still, somehow it gave him an odd feeling. She said she couldn't reach President by phone. I took the liberty to tell her that you had left your hand phone in your office, and you were away on a business trip. Are you okay with that? Haha. Of course. So, I'm guessing this incident hasn't come up continuously on the news. After the breaking news came out, the news channels have been showing this location on a live feed. This is the first time a two-man team attempted a 6-star dungeon, so even the foreign presses are treating this incident as newsworthy. It still felt odd. What was my mother doing? The moving date was approaching, so she was going around shopping for furniture. His mother must be really excited. She didn't have any time to watch TV. Maybe this was for the best? He didn't want his family to worry about useless things. If I head back after picking up all the artifacts, then wouldn't it be past the moving date? Mr. Sunghoon and I will take care of it. President should just focus on clearing the dungeon. Okay. No. This is naturally the job of the support division. Then we'll leave you to it. Jung Minjin got up. Kim Heeman and Woo Sunghoon also got up. Please carry on with your conversation. Kim Heeman was pushing in his chair, when he grabbed Hong Sunggu's arm. He was sitting there being tactless. Director Hong. We still haven't finished the conversation from earlier. Yes? What conversation? Kim Haeman's eyes kept moving trying to give Sunggu a hint. However, Sunggu obliviously looked back at him, while he drank his café mocha. Ha ha ha. Let's go first. Let's go talk over there. What? Sunggu still hadn't picked up what Kim Heeman was trying to imply. He eventually just took Sunggu away from the table. Woojin and Jiwon was the only one left. Jiwon's cheeks turned red for no reason at all. What happened to your work? How were you able to come here? That is. She had come here without any plan. This was the first time she had been absent without notice during the past 4 years she worked at the company. No. She had to miss work yesterday, because of Woojin. So was this her second time doing this? She would have never done such a thing before she had met Woojin. Woojin grinned as he looked at Jiwon. You are more hopeless than you look. He was probably more hopeless than her. You like me? The ring you gave. I thought about it for a long time in my heart. That was the result of Woo Sunghoon overdoing it. Still, that wasn't important right now. This woman is asking for big trouble. You like to live dangerously liking a guy like me. Jiwon wordlessly lowered her gaze. Her eyes immediately welled up, and tears started to drip down. So that's how it was. Woojin considered her a burden. Woojin was too important for a mere factory worker to covet him. Woojin looked at Jiwon, who was crying wordlessly. Her soul was clean without a speck on her soul. It was a pure soul. How much would the evil spirits like her? How much will they torment and wound her? He should keep her far away and protect her, but Woojin's heart was. Woojin grabbed Jiwon's chin, and he forcefully lifted her gaze. Do you like ghosts? If you aren't afraid of them, then give it a try. The confused Jiwon stopped her tears when Woojin laughed. I'll let you live a spectacular life. TLN, if the readers want it, I listen. Smiley face. This scene was being photographed from afar with a telephoto lens. The person looked too dubious to be called a reporter. Chapter 54 Topic 2. Chapter 54 Topic 2. Chapter 53 Topic 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you Anonymous for the donation. Also I changed the spectacular to spooktacular in the last chapter. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Mido High School. There weren't much time left until the CSAT, so the hallway in front of the third-year classes were much quieter than usual. Lee Solgi was approaching Dujimin from the opposite side of the hallway. His face automatically wore a nervous expression. Hey, Solgi. Hello. Yeah. Hello, Jimin. Solgi laughed gaily when Jimin awkwardly waved his hand. When Jimin walked past her, it felt as if a heavy boulder fell on top of his heart. No. It felt as if his heart was in a free fall. Ah, Daheeman. You idiot. Even if he kicked himself, it was already too late. After that day, he felt an indescribable sense of distance from her. She was much prettier than before. She laughed more frequently, but he felt something was missing. He was so out of it that he wasn't able to focus on his studies, and he feebly passed the time. Before Jimin's tutoring school class started, he opened his hand phone. As a habit, he opened his internet browser, then he shook his head when he read the posted articles. I would have never guessed this Hyung was such an amazing person. He had looked like a homeless bum, but now it felt like he was some rich heir. An unprecedented event. Two-person party clearing 6-star dungeon. Hwarang Guild's vice president Lee Yunhui's mysterious death. Kang Woojin There was an accident. Jimin searched for more articles, and it seemed the internet was in an uproar since the dawn of yesterday. Before the break could happen, Woojin and Lee Yunhui entered the dungeon, and they had cleared it. Moreover, Lee Yunhui had died in the process. Whole. It was big news that the two of them cleared the 6-star dungeon to stop the break, but the more shocking news was the death of the famous roused Lee Yunhui. Kang Woojin's woman? Interest. What? Jimin was surprised when he clicked open the article. What? He had a girlfriend? Wah. She is so pretty. The photo of Kang Woojin kissing a woman was posted. His face had been injured during the dungeon raid. The #1 real-time searched topic was Kang Woojin's girlfriend. As he looked through numerous pictures, Jimin couldn't help but shake his head. Wah. She's really pretty. She looked very familiar, but amongst all the women he had seen before, she was the most beautiful woman he had seen. In the picture, her eyes were filled with tears, and it reinforced his opinion of her. Okay. Let's start the lesson. When the teacher of the tutoring class showed up, Jimin put his hand phone away, then he focused on the lecture. When his lecture ended, Jimin happily answered the incoming phone call. Nuna. Are you heading home? Yeah. I'm also heading towards home. Nuna quit her work. I'll talk to you when I get there. I'm almost there, so wait for me at home. Do. When his Nuna ended the call after saying what she had to say, Jimin had a confused look on his face. Jimin arrived at home. He threw his backpack down, then he laid down on his bed. He had a hard time studying on days like today. He could only think about Seolgi. For a long time, he stared blankly at nothing. Then Jimin heard the door click open. Nuna is here? Why did you suddenly quit your job? Jimin froze as he was getting up when he saw his Nuna. Jiwon laughed at Jimin's reaction. Even she had been shocked, so how much more surprised would Jimin be? Jimin's two eyes blinked. Who do you think it is? It's me. Jimin remembered seeing the woman in front of him. When that thought suddenly came to him, he was surprised. Woojin Hyung's girlfriend. Do you want me to hit you? Don't you know your Nuna's face? Okay. Nuna. Jimin was surprised. After the accident, she had almost always covered up her face. Come to think of it, it was his Nuna. She looked the same as her previous beautiful self. Nuna. Who okay? Jimin. The siblings hugged each other, and they cried for a while. Suddenly, Jimin wiped his tears, then he looked at his Nuna. Where is Woojin Hyung? He's still at Daegu. Did Hyung make you all better? Jiwon nodded her head. Hug. He asked to date you in exchange. Hey? That is. He was deeply moved by the fact that his Nuna's face had turned back to normal, but he couldn't help feel something had been stolen from him. This caused Jimin to cry for a while. TLN, degree? Siskan. Asterisk. Daegu Jukjeon Station's neighboring hotel. Woo Sung-hoon immediately drove Jiwon back to Seoul. Jung Minchen had to negotiate how the ownership equities of the dungeon will be divided between the army and the Warang Guild. He had to delay his return to Seoul. The negotiation dragged on, so Woojin took a long break inside the hotel. Ah! Why is my ears burning? Maybe someone is talking behind Hyung Nim's back. Woojin grinned at Sunggu's words. My ears wouldn't hurt just from a mere insult being spoken behind my back. Maybe someone is casting a curse on me. Let's go run the dungeon again. Right now? The negotiations hasn't been finalized yet. Can't we just give them some bloodstones after we clear the dungeon? He didn't really care about the ownership equities. He didn't need to excavate for minor things like the bloodstones. However, he had to maximize his supply of achievement points and EXP. His leveling was slowing down, but he was well on his way to becoming level 60 soon. His familiars leveling up was as important as Woojin leveling up. Still, the process is much faster than Alphen. It wouldn't take long as when he was on Alphen. However, he had a hard time relaxing, since he didn't know when Tronet's large-scale invasion will happen. The monsters hadn't run wild on Alphen unlike the ones in the dungeons. Eventually the dungeons will erupt. The real confusion will start from that moment on. Woojin wasn't in a hurry, but he wasn't relaxed either. He was silently getting ready. I'll have to go out and talk to Heeman. Get ready, so we can go to the dungeon. I'll just tell Director Jung to negotiate an adequate distribution of ownership. I'm willing to share the money. He would share the money, but he won't share his EXP. Yes, sir. Woojin stepped outside, and Sungguo got ready to reattempt the dungeon. Woojin used his now overflowing points to buy the bags that would increase his inventory. Then he used the stored reinforcement stones to increase his stat points. Soon, Heeman came looking for Woojin. President. It seems you will have to go there yourself. I thought I left everything in Minchen's hands. He didn't want to go through a boring negotiation with those dirty bastards. This was why he employed Minchen and Heeman. They would take care of the annoying works. Ah! The negotiations are almost finished. The Ministry of National Defense wants a 20% share, Warang wants 30%, and our portion is 50%. The army is taking an awfully large portion. Well, just think of it as the price for being exempted from the military service. Anyways, they had participated in this operation at the request of the Ministry of National Defense. Also, the Warang Guild also wants to participate in excavating the artifacts. It seems they want to form a joint party with Allendal. Since President wants to solo the dungeon, Director Jung is renegotiating the terms. Roughly speaking, every time we use the dungeon twice, then the Warang Guild will use it once. Woojin spoke as he stroked his chin. I want you to change it to time instead of attempts. We will use it for 2 days, then those bastards could use it for 1 day. The 6-star dungeon had been cleared, and the information had just been released. In terms of real time, it would take around 12 hours to clear it. 2 days' time would flow within the dungeon. Allendal will be able to clear it 4 times and Warang will clear it twice. In any case, it will be a 2:1 ratio, so he'll earn EXP like crazy in the allotted time. If Woojin picked up his speed, he would be able to complete more than 4 runs in 2 days. He could probably double the run. He didn't know when he'll be able to take over a 6-star dungeon again, so he decided to power level here. Go tell Minchen to negotiate for those terms. Yes. Understood. However, this isn't about the negotiations. You have to go to a press conference. Woojin's eyebrows twitched. Press conference? Asterisk. There were several dozen cameras, and even more reporters present. Woojin entered into the hotel hall filled with people. Jung Minchen was already sitting with a dark expression on his face. Warang's representative Lee Songho and several other people were also in their seats. Woojin sat next to Jung Minchen. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop the interview. If anyone asks difficult questions, Then please don't answer it. Woojin barely paid attention to Minchin's words as he looked around his surrounding. He saw Lee Song-ho flash him a smile, and he pretty much knew Lee Song-ho was planning something. So does this mean he is probably up to something? Woojin sat still as he observed. Did the Warang and Allendal discuss beforehand about clearing the dungeon? Did you discuss it before the break happened? Did you make any agreements for this unreasonable dungeon raid? Did President Lee Song-ho give any other directions? I didn't give her any other orders. Vice President Lee Yun-hui was entrusted to be in charge of the site. I told her to assist Mr. Kang Woojin, who was in the spotlight these days, to the best of her ability. As if it had been rehearsed, Lee Song-ho quickly gave an answer to the reporter's question. Then is it safe to assume that Vice President Lee Yun-hui entered the dungeon to save Allendal's President Kang Woojin? Is it highly probable? About that. I still can't believe my Dongseng wasn't able to make it back. Lee Song-ho put on a tortured expression, then he covered his face with his hands. Every reporter's gaze headed towards Kang Woojin when they saw this. This question is for Mr. Kang Woojin. Did you consult with Ms. Lee Yun-hui before you decided to enter the dungeon? When Woojin sat there without saying anything, the reporters kept asking more questions. During the dungeon raid, how was your teamwork with Ms. Lee Yun-hui? Please give us a detailed account on how she died. How did she die? Was immortal the final monster? Did Mr. Kang Woojin make every effort to save her? Woojin kept silent as they continuously asked him questions. The one who answered was Young Minchin. You all are asking too much questions. It has only been several hours since our president finished clearing the dungeon. At Young Minchin's answer, one reporter immediately gave a rebuttal. I just found this out a moment ago. Didn't he request to go into the dungeon again? That's right. If he is well enough to get ready to attempt the dungeon again, then it seems he wasn't too traumatized by this event. Is he trying to avoid answering questions? Maybe there was some friction with Ms. Lee Yun-hui inside the dungeon. Lee Song-ho grinned behind the hands covering his face. Yes. Keep pushing him. The roused are public figures. Kang Woojin wasn't a rank A. He might be a rank AA, and this fact was being spread across Korea, and it was also starting to become known to the world. Everything will be leaked to the media, so they will take notice of every single move made by him. The whole world will be focused on him, and Lee Song-ho wanted Kang Woojin to live a weary life. He probably can't even imagine how hard it was to live with that much attention on him. I bet this bastard never received this level of scrutiny. He wanted Woojin's temper to be the gateway to his downfall. Since the whole world would be interested in Woojin, the media will tear Woojin apart at the slightest mistake he made. It will lead to his downfall. This wasn't about his roused ability. His mental fortitude was an entirely different problem. Mr. Kang Woojin. The people of this nation has the right to know. Please end your silence and answer the questions. At Woojin's silence, Young Minchin's face hardened. The atmosphere was being steered towards a weird place as if they were in some hearing. If he had known the press conference would turn out like this, he would have done everything to prevent it. Lee Song-ho had gained the upper hand in the negotiations, and he had to concede to the request of having a press conference. He had guessed Lee Song-ho was angry from losing his Dongseng, but... Of course, his president wasn't at fault, but would the person who half lost a family member feel the same way? He would probably assign blame to anyone he could see. He probably wanted to vent his anger. He is pointlessly blaming our president. Even though Young Minchin understood Lee Song-ho's sadness, he still felt it was a little bit unfair. The press conference was being broadcast live, so he couldn't question Lee Song-ho now. Mr. Kang Woojin. Please answer. At the reporters clamoring, Woojin raised his hand as if to say stop. Woojin leaned back in his seat, then he arrogantly looked around at the reporters. What do you guys want from me? The public has the right to know. We are. Stop talking nonsense. Woojin stood up from his seat. He walked past Young Minchin, then he headed towards Li Songho. Li Songho looked up with his grief-stricken face still on his face. Kang Woojin proceeded to kick Li Songho's shoulder. Qua dang! Hey! Li Songho fell over in his chair. He was too dumbfounded at what had just happened. What are you doing? Bullshit! Woojin grinned. When Li Songho tried to get up, Woojin kicked him again on the chest. Quadatong! Hey! Are you crazy? This is a live broadcast. So what? When Li Songho stood up, Woojin grabbed him around the back of his neck. Woojin brought Li Songho close to look him in the eyes. Kang Woojin's indifferent eyes seemed to see through him. Li Songho's eyes automatically looked down. If you want to spread bullshit, then you do it yourself. Don't be a little bitch working from behind. Hoo. You are making a mistake. This is being broadcasted live to the entire country. Li Songho laughed even though the back of his neck was being held. He knew this guy wouldn't be able to overcome his temper, but he never expected it to happen this fast. This is the end. So what? A live broadcast to the entire country? Did 50 million people make up the population of Korea? What was the population of Alphen? 1 billion? 2 billion? He had killed so much that he wasn't sure what the exact number was. The entire planet basically watched his every move. No. Even if 6 billion eyes of whole world followed him around, did he think Woojin's actions would change? Do you like being hit on live broadcast? What? Kang Woojin's hand slapped Li Songho's cheek. Tsa. The surprised cameraman continued to film with a dumbfounded expression on his face. The reporters lost the words they were about to speak, then they just swallowed their saliva. Chapter 55 Topic 3 Chapter 55 Topic 3 Chapter 55 Topic 3 TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you that guy who's Epic and John for the donation. Queue is cleared. I tried hard to get this out. I edited it, but there might be mistakes since I'm tired. If you see any awkward phrases / mistakes please point it out. I'll get to it tomorrow. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. I'm tired. He had driven back from Daegu. He also had to drive Dujiwon to Sadong, and it had tired him out. Moreover, he had been really nervous about the passenger next to him. She was none other than Kang Woojin's woman. Even Woo Sung-hun, who had a lot of experience dealing with pretty women, had never seen such a beautiful woman. He was in a constant state of nervousness as he shared the same space within the car. Woo Sung-hun massaged his sore shoulders. He took a shower, then he opened a can of beer as he sat on his sofa. Ha! Is there anything fun on TV? As he was flipping through the TV channel, he stopped when he saw the press conference held by Allendale and the Warang Guild. Since it was his guild, it caught his eyes. Ha! They are trying to bite him like dogs. Sung-hoon saw the reporters ask a torrent of questions, and Woojin looked at the reporters indifferently. It made him feel a weird sense of incongruity. His temper is really dirty. Even kings were cussed at when they weren't present. Sung-hoon knew better than anyone that Woojin had a really bad temper. He had set up the events to be considerate of Woojin. Woojin hadn't even thanked him. Instead, Sung-hoon was given punishments. At this rate, isn't he going to flip out? He was worried, but Sung-hoon doubted Woojin would act that way in front of the camera. He had a bad temper, but he couldn't be that ignorant. Sung-hoon was drinking a single gulp of his beer, when Woojin stood up from his seat inside the screen. He became nervous in spite of himself. He's going to make an accident. He's like a crazy wild horse. When he saw Woojin's expression, he knew Woojin was in a really bad mood. Sung-hoon was an experienced salesman with 8 years of experience, so he was quick to pick up such tells. With just one glance, he could understand what the other person was thinking. Sure enough, Woojin kicked the president of the Warang, who had been tormented by grief. Wah! Fucking awesome! Before he knew it, Woo Sung-hoon yelled. He knew his president was a crazy bastard, but he didn't realize the president would show his crazy side to the public. Wah! Fuck! It's like the time when I was almost beaten. His chest turned cold even when he thought about it right now. He had sold a mere galaxy to such a person. His cheeks still throbbed when he thought about that incident. Sweat ran down his back as he saw Woojin kick Lee Song-ho, who was trying to get up, again. It automatically made Sung-hoon feel some empathy towards Lee Song-ho. Wah! 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 He was too surprised and shocked. He couldn't think of anything to say. Wah! A human can act like that. A person can live without not giving a fuck about what other people think. He was someone who lived by his temper. Weak, tswak. The camera audio picked up the sound. Sung-hoon's body flinched when he heard the graphic slapping sound. He couldn't look away from the TV. Will Woojin make a bigger accident? Maybe this is already a big accident. Korea's 3 Great Guild. He was the guild master of Hwarang. The Hwarang Guild's president was being held by the back of his neck, and he was being slapped. He was well aware of Woojin's personality, so it probably won't stop at one blow. The wild gazelle meets a female as he attempts to mate. The female gazelle. The TV screen changed into 2 gazelles trying to mate, and a calm older voice accompanied it. Sung-hoon blinked his eyes. What the hell? The urgent news had interrupted a drama, and now the programming changed into an animal documentary. As expected, President. I bet everyone is in an uproar right now. Wouldn't this be a hot issue maker, TLN trending story? Sung-hoon took out his hand phone. When he opened the web page, it was as expected. The real-time search ranking was dominated by Kang Woojin. New. Holy Maiden. New. Holy Maiden's Miracle. What is this? Woo Sung-hoon clicked on the Holy Maiden link. The search result expanded, then he clicked on the first video. BBS station's anchor was speaking, but he was speaking English. Sung-hoon couldn't understand what was being said. Soon the video resolved into a very beautiful blonde woman stepping forward. Hey! It's an elf! An elf! He had thought Doo-jae-won was pretty, but this was... It was a beauty that made one doubt if it was real or not. It felt like he was seeing a CG. He felt a sense of dissonance. The more surprising thing was the people in front of her. The elf woman made some kind of prayer towards the person in the wheelchair. Light swirled around the patient in the wheelchair, then the patient suddenly stood up. What the hell? That wasn't the only surprising thing. A man missing an arm stood in front of the elf woman. She prayed once more. The light swirled around the man, and his arm was regenerated. This is crazy. Isn't this fake? There were a lot of opportunists roused out there. They tried to sell medicine that was considered to be miraculous. Even the regeneration salve could regenerate a missing part of a body. However, there weren't any medicine or ability that could fix a congenital deformity. Even if the medicine existed, it was incredibly expensive. They were items one couldn't attain even if one had a lot of money. This woman had the ability to execute a miracle. Geez. The search ranking that was plastered with Kang Woojin was replaced by the search words like Holy Maiden, Melody BBS, Miraculous Regeneration and Titan Guild. The Miracle Maker. Holy Maiden Melody. Her appearance in the US shook the whole world. Asterisk. Treatment beyond medical science. The treatment of incurable diseases caused massive waves across the world. Mrs. Hamilton had a congenital deformity that had prevented her from using her legs. The healing of this famous patient was only the beginning. She had healed a man who had lost an arm 20 years ago during a war. She allowed a patient who had never walked before to stand on his 2 feet. The miracles were surprising, and a big crowd gathered at the Titan Guild to wish for a miracle. There were numerous people from various nationality and class gathered there. However, they all weren't able to experience the miracle. It was only for those who believed. It was for those who wanted to become the servants of Arya. While the holy maiden Melody from the Church of Arya displayed her miracles, she revealed the existence of the goddess Arya to earth. As the number of believers increased, voluntary offerings started to be given. It's pointless to stop her now. The Titan Guild Master Deacon searched for Melody, so he could meet her. An entire floor of the Titan Guild's headquarters was assigned to Melody and her followers. President. Are you really going to agree to her request? Look over there. With his secretary's words, Deacon pointed towards all the people worshipping the goddess Arya. Many people had converted to the Church of Arya. The first step to receiving the Holy Maiden's miracle was to convert. She was only able to exhibit her powers to those who believed in her goddess. She already has followers. It doesn't matter if we like it or not. Our guild has to agree to the request if we want to continue our relationship. The secretary agreed with Deacon's resigned words, so he shut his mouth. We need her precognition ability. He was right. Her foresight allowed the Titan to possess 5 5-star dungeons, and 2 6-star dungeons in just 1 week. Moreover, she had requested only one thing. Arya's Holy Knight Order. Isn't there already a lot of volunteers? That is why I am worried, Master. He understood why the secretary was worried. Within the Titan Guild, there was a significant number of roused who had joined in worshipping the goddess Arya. There were those who had been surprised by her miracle, and many of their family had received benefits from her. We have no choice. Since we can't stop it, we have to make the best use of her. Deacon spoke in a sour manner. He felt bitter inside since it felt like his leadership role had been passed on to her. He had no choice, but to minimize the damage. He had to look for a way to gain something out of this. Anyways, she was the greatest roused in existence right now. She had the ability of an SS rank. Asterisk. Li Haiyanhui tried to kill me. Don't ask me why I killed her. Ask this bastard who is trying to assassinate me from behind the scenes. Kang Woojin voice thundered towards the reporters, then he left the press conference. The reporters were busy with activity, and Li Songho was lying idle on the floor. No one asked any questions, and no one spoke. Silence. Woojin left after he threw a grenade. After receiving the grenade, Li Songho, who was lying still on the floor, suddenly got up. His face was swollen, and he looked ridiculous. Fuck. His brutish behavior didn't have a limit. He would have never guessed Woojin was this stubborn. President. What do you think happened? What do you think? He probably made that shit up. Li Songho gave an angry reply as he left the press conference room. Shit. There was a limit to how embarrassed he could be. Li Songho asked a question towards the Warang Guild members following him. Okay. Twat. He dirted the clean hotel hall by spitting a luji mixed with blood. The inside of his mouth was numb, and he couldn't feel anything. His vision was fuzzy. It seemed a blood vessel had burst in his eye. Fuck. How many times did he hit me? It was ridiculous. Li Songho had fainted midway. He was a rank B physical type roused, yet he had fainted from being slapped. He hit us 7 times. Son of a bitch. Li Songho let out a string of cuss words. Brute asshole. Crazy bitch. Even if he attributed all the cuss words to Woojin, it wasn't enough. Ready my car. Gather all the lawyers at the headquarters. Yes, President. Li Songho used the back door of the hotel to slip out quietly. Asterisk. You were too harsh. It is a massive incident now. The public sentiments will be up in arms against you. At Young Michen's words, Woojin stopped walking. Woojin looked straight at Young Minchen. Hey, Minchen. Yes, President. He didn't think of Woojin as someone younger than him. Kang Woojin looked larger than life to Young Minchen. Those bastards were trying corner me. They were trying to paint me as a murderer. But it isn't the truth, right? It's the truth. Jung Minchen was so surprised that he could only blink his eyes. Heeman and Sunggu had been trailing behind. Even their faces froze. She tried to kill me, so I killed her. I was stronger. Is that going to be a problem? Of course, it'll be a problem. How could it not be? Still, Minchen didn't know how he should answer that question. If someone tried to kill him, wouldn't it be more strange to let the person kill him? Do you know what the schemers who plot in the background fear the most? It is making a big mess out in the open. In public. It'll cause a big problem for that person. He won't be able to easily conspire from behind the scene. Jung Minchen was about to give a retort to Kang Woojin's words, but he stopped himself from speaking. What would be the result of this? The narrative would change from why couldn't Kang Woojin prevent Li Yunhui's death, to was Warang really behind the assassination attempt of Kang Woojin? There weren't any evidence. It was something that had happened within the dungeon. He thought Woojin had acted without thinking through the ramification, but it seemed Woojin had made some plans of his own. Jung Minchen's face was filled with admiration as he looked at Woojin. Indeed, you are the president. So how are you planning to pick up the pieces? Why would I do that? Kang Woojin shrugged his shoulder. That's your job. He acted without a plan. This asshole of a president. If you think your salary is insufficient, then increase it. It seemed Woojin still had a conscience. KMMMM. I'm going to go to the dungeon, so you pick up the pieces. Let's see Director Jung's skills. Let's go Sunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin was basically doing a hit and run after a major accident. Kim Heeman put his hand on the devastated Jung Minchen's shoulder. An indescribable sense of kinship was formed, and their wet eyes met. Kang Woon and Sunggu exited the hotel, but they weren't able to go straight to the dungeon. Wah! It's Kang Woojin. The road in front of the hotel was filled with people. One could see such a large crowd at a fan signing event for a famous celebrity. The reporters who weren't invited to the press conference was busily pressing the shutters to their cameras. What the hell? Why is there so many people gathered here in the middle of the night? When Kang Woojin took a step, the people made way for him. He was such an amazing roused that the people watched from the surrounding as they didn't dare to approach him. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of thankfulness, happiness, and novelty. Thank you. I am very thankful that you protected our house. From this day on, I'll always cheer for you no matter what. Appa. You are so cool. Thank you. I lived in this neighborhood for 70 years. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hook hook. Thank you. Thank you very much. There were old people, newly married couples, students in uniform, and even stern-faced older men. 6-star dungeon break. The residents had given up on their neighborhood, and they had to evacuate. Now they were all here to express their thanks to Kang Woojin. They hadn't gathered here to see a celebrity. They came to see their benefactor, who had protected their home. Kang Woojin grinned. He had been able to level up by monopolizing the EXP to himself. Moreover, he had protected these people's home. Every step Kang Woojin took, the crowd parted to make way for him. Hong Sunggu, who was following Woojin, was choked up with emotion. His chest automatically puffed out in pride. Ajashi! Thank you very much! A small child ran out from middle of the crowd, and she pushed out a bouquet of flower towards Woojin. Kang Woojin stopped for a moment, and his eyes met the child's eyes. The child's eyes were laughing. It was a crystal clear smile. Well, this is... Kang Woojin received the bouquet of flower. He lifted the child with his other arm as he raised the bouquet of flower into the air. Not too bad. The people cheered at Kang Woojin's action. Wow! Hooray for Kang Woojin! Jung Minchen came out when he heard the loud noise made by the people, and he shook his head. Maybe picking up the pieces of this incident might be much easier than he had thought. The Alendal leader might be a Janus. TLN, Roman god Janus, he has two faces. Minchin and Heeman looked on as the Alendal's president headed towards the dungeon while receiving cheers from the crowd. Kang Woojin was a hero, who had saved this city. Chapter 56, Director Hong Sunggu. Chapter 56 Director Hong Sunggu. Chapter 56, Director Hong Sunggu. TLN, this is the regular chapter for next week. I'm releasing it a day early. I'll try to have Dragon Maken next week. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. The altar for the goddess Arya was made. Earth sculpting techniques were amazing, so the sculpture described by Melody was completed within a day. Melody prayed every day in front of the goddess marble statue. Hamilton quietly approached her. She didn't need the wheelchair anymore. If she wanted to go somewhere, her two legs were good enough to get her there. She was a doctor of psychology. She had always believed in the will of a person. However, she had become a fervent believer of the goddess now. Holy Maiden. The guildmaster is here for a visit. Understood. When she heard Hamilton's polite words, Melody spoke as she got up from her knees. She still borrowed her goddess voice to communicate with others. If a person didn't accept and believe the goddess Arya, one couldn't communicate or receive miracles from Melody. One wouldn't be able to receive her blessing. Melody gently smiled as she looked at Hamilton. In the near future, the goddess blessing will be with you. Oh, good heavens! Thank you very much. Hamilton's body shook. She followed behind Melody with a deeply moved expression on her face. She healed those fallen in despair. The members of the Arya Church couldn't be more proud of being a believer. There were many people who wanted to be saved. When a real god appeared, people gathered like clouds. They wanted to help in forming this power. Melody headed towards the reception room. Melody, the holy maiden of goddess Arya from Alphen, was surprised by the civilization and the items they possessed. She needed time to get used to this place, and she also needed the time to get ready. The Titan Guild was actively supporting her. In return, she shared her holy powers, and she also shared her foresight with them. When Melody arrived at the reception room, Titan Guild Master Daeon and his secretary got up from their seats. Please observe good manners towards the Holy Maiden. After Hamilton spoke, Deacon approached Melody, then he got on one knee. When Melody raised her hand, Deacon kissed the back of her hand. The blonde secretary also did the same gesture. Melody only smiled after this gesture was finished. You were looking for me. Her words were heard by Deacon and the secretary. Whether they were or weren't part of the Arya Church, it was hard not to believe in the existence of the goddess Arya when miracles were performed in front of their eyes. Deacon spoke. Yes. I have to speak to you about the area's Holy Night Order. Have you thought about it? Unlike the haughty way she asked her question, there was an excitement in her voice. There was even a smile forming on her haughty face as she anticipated with much pleasure. I'll help you assemble Holy Night Order, including letting those within the guild volunteer to join it. The goddess will be happy. There weren't even a hint of thankfulness in her words. She said it in a way as if she expected such deeds to be done in the goddess' name. Deacon didn't like that fact. He wasn't part of the Arya Church, yet she was trying to make him into a servant, who works for the goddess Arya. He wasn't sure if this was Melody's doing or if it really was the will of the goddess she worshipped. If he was going to concede something, then he expected a compensation in return. Tronet's army will reinvade Welshire/Western Station in 3 days. At her words, Deacon immediately glanced towards his secretary. The secretary left the reception room, then she contacted the Western branch of the Titan Guild. There is something I am curious about, Melody. She stood there with a haughty expression on her face. Hamilton, who was by her side, scolded Deacon. You need to treat the Holy Maiden as if you are dealing with the goddess Arya. Mind your manners. Deacon sighed inside, then he spoke again. I have something I want to ask you, Holy Maiden. Speak. What are you trying to achieve through the Holy Knight Order? It is to protect those who follow Arya. This was already being done by the Titan Guild. Furthermore, wasn't the police of United States also protecting the people? I'm talking about your true purpose. I cannot lie. At her words, Deacon changed his tactic. If she can only speak the truth, then eventually she will answer his question. What are you planning to do after you protect the church? The Titan won't actively assemble the Holy Knight Order unless I know that piece of information. If you tell me, I'll be able to help you more readily. Melody paused when she heard Deacon's words. Her always peaceful expression didn't change, and her silence also didn't last long. I want to protect Earth, then I want to retake my homeland. I will wage a holy war. Your homeland? Alphen. I will save the children of Arya, who are being tormented there. The Holy Church will be sent out to protect Earth. Deacon groaned. Then he grappled over a thought. With the Holy Maiden's foresight, the Titan Guild had been able to sharply increase the number of high-ranked dungeons they possessed. The bloodstones and artifacts that came out of these dungeons increased the power of the Titan Guild. For the Titans, Melody's existence was akin to a goose that laid the gold eggs. It really wouldn't burden the guild to make her a Holy Knight Order. However, Deacon worried the risk that came with the incredible amount of profit. Sweet chocolate can bring on obesity. He worried this sweet profit might bring some risks in the future. The high-ranked Dugians aren't the end. It is only a stepping stone. He had already heard those words from her several times. Their invasion hasn't even started yet. If this wasn't the invasion, then what? Deacon thought maybe he might have to share this sweet fruit with the other guilds, and maybe even with the world. Woojin sat in a plane filled with the wreck of broken golems. By his side, Bibi and Dalsi was leisurely playing around. Sungu's strength and agility was increased by the reinforcement stones, so he was elated. Ooh ha ha, Hyung Nim. I think I've become stronger. Look over here. Sungu's bloodstone extraction was faster than before. Woojin looked at Sungu with a somewhat serious expression on his face. The use of bloodstones was gaining steam. The roused worked to decrease the dungeon breaks, but the number of breaks were increasing little by little. Tronet's subordinates. Let's say the Earth is still short on mana. The lack of energy won't allow the materialization of these beings. However, they will be coming here someday. Woojin felt that the day wasn't too far off. Tronet's 72 commanders. He called them subordinates, but the commanders were summoners with a lot of monsters underneath their control. Each one of them were dangerous, and there were a lot of them. If all of them showed up on Earth at once, then will he be able to block all of them? It's impossible. On Alphen, it hadn't only been Woojin. There were several other races, and he even had an alliance with the humans. These numerous forces had attacked Tronet at the same time, but all they managed to do was maintain a tenuous balance of power. Wuen's territory, Allendal, was only a small part of the overall picture. If he excluded his undead army, Woojin only had tens of thousands of followers. He was only one part of the counterweight system. Moreover, Woojin didn't have his tens of thousands of his undead army. He had 4 followers, and only Hong Sungu was aroused. Hey, Sungu! Yes, Hyung Nim. Stop excavating the bloodstone, and come over here. Yes, sir. Sungu hurried over. He was drenched in sweat, but he was happy since his stamina and agility had increased. He was feeling the joy of seeing his improvement and development for himself. Did you call me? This guy was innocent and kind. This is why he liked Sungu. What roused rank do the directors normally possess? They are all around rank B. The vice presidents. They should be around rank A. The vice presidents were of the 6th circle, and the directors were of the 5th circle. By looking at how the other organization were structured, there seemed to be a very small number of people in the 6th circle. There were a good number of 5th circle, but their power was lousy in Woojin's standard. Of course, he was comparing it to the standard of Alphen. Still, the quality of the Earth's fighting power will be increasing soon. As the mana becomes more plentiful, it'll speed up the appearance of the 7th and 8th circle roused. The problem was whether if he could trust his back to these people. Will he be able to entrust his back to the roused like Li Yunhui? Their souls were pulsating with a rotten and foul stench. He needed people around him. He needed people with exceptional abilities. Do you want to be the vice president? What? I'm a skin if you want to become a 6th circle, do you want to train to become a rank A roused? Sunggu opened his eyes wide. What had been Sunggu's initial goal? It was to develop into a high-ranked roused. He had wanted to join a big guild, since they had a support system. I want to do it. I'll do it no matter what. Usually the innocent guys were the ones who wanted to reach for something higher. That greed could be qualified to be labeled as a fervent desire. Those with aspirations had the patience to endure the pain. Even though it'll be arduous. I don't care. I will do it. Really. I will do it with my life on the line. Okay. Woojin grinned when he saw Sunggu's eyes burning with passion. Asterisk. Where is this? Who am I? Sweat was running down like rain from Sunggu. Still, he didn't want to lose his concentration, so he waited in a state of tension. If he lost his concentration even for a moment, then his life would be in danger. Ki 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 ki. Accompanying a hair-raising shriek, the skeleton soldier pushed aside the brush. It aimed its bone knife at Sunggu's head. This wasn't a joke. If he was hit, then he was dead. Huoop. While taking short breaths, Sunggu rolled on the ground. He aimed the hand with the fireball towards the skeleton soldier's right temple. Quang! His fireball ability was much stronger than before, but it wasn't enough to kill a skeleton soldier with a single hit. Keek. The head of the skeleton soldier was blackened, and it ruthlessly aimed for Sunggu's neck with the bone knife. Sunggu rolled forward to avoid the blow, then he approached the skeleton soldier. If one blow wasn't enough, then he would use 2 blows. Sunggu's right hand was a handspan away from the skeleton soldier's helmet when a fireball erupted from his hand. Quang! The fireball ignited and the skull of the skeleton soldier disintegrated. Keek. Even before he could be happy, another skeleton soldier appeared. Sunggu shouted with a grave expression on his face. Hook! Hyung Nim! Can't we take a break? Keek. Instead of answering him, 2 more skeleton soldiers appeared as they pushed aside the thicket. Sunggu swallowed his saliva when he saw this. He was barely able to face 2 of them, yet Woojin already wants him to face 3. It seemed Hyung Nim was overestimating him. While Sunggu felt dismal, he started to focus his mind. Woojin was watching every move Sunggu made from atop a tree. He was using the skills, observation, warrior's sense, and information analysis. He fully mobilized all these skills to observe Sunggu. He fears and admires you. He likes you as he hates you. Class, Combat Magician. Ability, Fireball, Crisis Detection Ability. Woojin pushed Sunggu hard. This resulted in Sunggu gaining 3 levels before the day was over. Moreover, he gained the Crisis Detection Ability. Woojin looked through the catalog of skills Sunggu will be learning. There was only a limited selection of skill books. Sunggu won't be able to learn the ones purchased from the point store. However, he had saved the skill books he obtained when he cleared the dungeons. He'll let Sunggu learn some suitable skill books. There are things he can learn and there are things he can't learn. Skill books didn't have a universal compatibility. Even if magic was inserted, the skill book may not react. Woojin guessed the different classes limited one from learning certain skills. He used observation and information analysis to find out Sunggu's class. This was a big piece of information. Woojin started picking out several skill books Sungu could learn. His level was too low to learn some of them. He would be able to learn 2 skills. Hook, hook. While Woojin was distracted, Sungu had already defeated the 3 skeleton soldiers, and he was trying to catch his breath. People will show the full extent of their ability in extreme situations. Woojin raised his magic to make 4 nearby corpses into skeleton soldiers. Goblin corpses were strewn all over the surrounding. Time flowed 4 times slower in here, and Sungu's growth was astonishing to see. Chapter 57 Director Hong Sungu, 2. Chapter 57 Director Hong Sungu, 2. Chapter 57, Director Hong Sungu, 2. TLN, hey! I decided to release another regular chapter this week just to thank everyone for the interest/support. Next week regular chapters will be Elkinas/SSN. Please turn off ad blocks if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. That's enough. Come over here. Hook, hook. Thank you for your hard work. His mind and body was very tired, but Sungu still bowed first. Woojin grinned when he saw this. This is why he liked this guy. Sungu was hurt in various locations, and blood was coming out of the wounds. Woojin sent one soul that was part of his spirit armor towards Sungu to heal his wounds. Whew! Thank you. Sungu's wound was healed. As his stamina returned, a little bit of color returned to his face. Woojin brought out 2 skill books. Just learn these first. Yes. Sungu received the 2 books. His eyes widened when he felt the quiet magical energy being emitted by the books. Young Nim. Aren't these skill books? That's right. It's Accelerate and Steel Skin. Accelerate increased one's quickness for a brief moment. He already possessed the armors with the skill, yet he was lucky enough to pick up the skill book within the Naga dungeon. Then he found the steel skin inside the Temple of the Giants. Thank you. Young Nim. It seemed his dream of becoming a flame magician was slowly drifting away from him, but somehow he had already learned several abilities. Excuse me, Young Nim. Wouldn't it be better if I focused on 1 or 2 abilities? Sungu was asking an obvious question. As aroused, there was a limit on how much energy, magic, vitality, he possessed. Even if he had numerous abilities, it didn't guarantee he'll be able to use all of it well. It's okay. If you want to live, then you'll eventually learn how to use them. Hurry up and learn it. Let's go for another run after we sell the bloodstones. Yes, Young Nim. Sungu injected his magic into the skill book. The skill book disappeared as it dissolved into light, and it was absorbed into Sungu. The knowledge and the sense of the skill came into his head, and it made Sungu's body shiver. Ha! Try using it. Sungu immediately moved his body. The sudden movement was so fast that it would be hard to track the movement with the human eyes. The consumption of magic was much lower than using an artifact, so Sungu's face was filled with surprise. Learn this too. Yes, sir. When Sungu learned the steel skin, Woojin spoke. How is it? Yes. Give me your arm. When Sungu raised his arm, Woojin summoned a bone spear. Sungu's eyes widened in surprise. Are you going to hit me? Try activating the steel skin. When Sungu activated his steel skin, it felt as if his entire body had stiffened. Moreover, it felt as if he was in a dream floating in mid-air. He had a harder time controlling his body. It was a temporary sensation one felt when one's senses became duller. Gang! Woojin swung his bone spear, and it rebounded when it hit Sungu's arm. Woojin smiled in satisfaction. At the very least, his survival will be guaranteed this way. Woojin dismissed all the skeleton soldiers in the surrounding as he spoke to Sungu. Let go out, then come back in again. This time you are in charge of getting rid of all the goblins. What? You'll be fine. Stop being such a baby. It had merely been a month. No. It felt longer since he had spent a lot of time within the dungeon. However, it had been only 1 month in real time since Seunggu had met Woojin. He had been a rank F roused, who had almost died from a single electric shock from a hobgoblin. Now he had grown enough to take care of those caliber of monsters on his own. You'll be a rank A within 1 month. Seunggu didn't think of Woojin's words as a joke. Seunggu suddenly felt some emotion surge up from his chest. Large guild? He didn't need them anymore. The place he will bury his bones was in Kang Woojin's guild. Yes, Hyung Nim. Woojin and Seunggu continued to clear the dungeon for 2 days. Asterisk. They were heading back to Seoul in Seunggu's car. There were large dark circles underneath Seunggu's eyes. His hair was a mess like a magpie's nest. 2 days. No, he hadn't slept for 8 days. The accumulated fatigue pressed down at his shoulders, but his eyes were overflowing with confidence. He had learned several skill books given to him by Woojin. Kim Heeman, who had been on standby in Daegu, was ordered to acquire skill books as he was sent back to Seoul. It was to aid his growth. Every one of the skills would be learned by Seunggu. The skill books had already been purchased for Seunggu yesterday, and it would be there when he arrived at Seoul. This was why Seunggu had personally grabbed the steering wheel. He felt full even if he hadn't eaten anything. However, he couldn't help becoming sleepy. Earth was unlike the dungeons where he had to fight with his life on the line. As the tension disappeared, the sleepiness he had been holding at bay came to him all at once. Ha-hum. Woojin was laying down in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. He couldn't blame Woojin either. Woojin didn't have a driver's license, so he wouldn't be able to drive the car even if he wanted to. So it was all up to Seunggu. 7 Valley Rest Stop 5 kilometers ahead. Seunggu tried to shake off his sleepiness by making the rest stop his destination. He drove as he forcefully opened his eyes. When Seunggu's car entered the rest stop, Woojin's eyes opened as if he was some ghost. You weren't sleeping, Hyung Nim. I was just closing my eyes. Seunggu had thought Woojin had been asleep. Did he guess wrong? Are you sleepy? Yes. I am a little bit. I'll go buy some coffee. Ha-ahm. Let's go together. Let's eat something. It was middle of the night, so cold breeze blew across the rest stop. The stores outside was closed since it was deep into the night. However, the rest area's convenience store and the restaurant was open for business. Woojin and Seunggu ordered udon and ramen. They waited for their orders for a brief moment. Seunggu kept nodding off, so he separated a single soul from his spirit armor. He sent it towards Seunggu to recover his vitality. It immediately banished Seunggu's tiredness, and it made him feel refreshed. If it wasn't for Woojin's soul extraction skill, Seunggu wouldn't have been able to last for 8 days within the dungeon. Thank you. Hyung Nim. His physical fatigue was gone, but Seunggu's mental fatigue was still there. Woojin took a big bite of the udon. He spoke after he swallowed the food. Your physical fatigue is gone. You won't fall asleep. Your weak mind is the one wishing for rest. I don't care if you use hypnosis or another method, but you need to overcome this at any cost. If there is a protracted war, it is common for one to not be able to sleep for 10 days. Yes, Hyung Nim. Was there some reason why he would have to spend over 10 days awake inside the dungeon? Most dungeon breaks were resolved in 1 day using strong weapons to overwhelm the monsters. Woojin drank the udon soup, and he burst out laughing when he saw the TV mounted on the wall. She really resembles someone I knew before. From where? Seunggu turned around to see the TV, and his mouth fell open when he saw the elf woman. He-ya! She is really pretty. She really is an elf. TLN, I'll use lowercase e if elf is used as a compliment. She isn't an elf. Isn't she beautiful? Not all elves are beautiful. In Korea, a pretty woman is sometimes called an elf. Seunggu was going retort, but he swallowed his words. He looked at Woojin's expression, and it seemed Woojin didn't know about the term elf. Or maybe he knew a lot about the elf. While Seunggu was swallowing his words, Woojin was busily moving his chopsticks. He ate the rest of the noodle, then he downed a cup of water. Hurry up and eat. The guys are waiting for us, so we have to get there quickly. Yes, Hyung Nim. Ah. His title included being aroused and a director yet. He didn't receive any help from the support division, and he had to drive himself. The support division only had 3 people, so they were short on working hands. Even when supporting just 2 roused, it required a decent number of employees from the support group. Also, the guild Allendal could afford to hire these employees. Hyung Nim. Let's hire some employee when we return. Just eat the ramen. Yes, sir. Even if Seunggu hadn't said it, Woojin had been thinking about it. If it's the support division, he would leave it to Minchin. However, Woojin thought about gathering the roused, who might potentially become his comrades on the battlefield. I'll pick several promising candidates, and I could teach them. Then those roused could teach the next new batch of candidates. Seunggu will probably be the only one he had to attentively teach. The rest could be taken care by Seunggu. Woojin grinned as he saw Seunggu hurriedly slurp down the ramen. Eat slowly. Heh. Yes, Hyung Nim. Silly guy. Was he too kind to become tenacious? Now that he had tried teaching Seunggu, Wooin was a bit surprised at how well Seunggu moved. Seunggu had a good sense for battle. Woojin retracted his gaze from Seunggu, then he looked at the rest stops TV. The woman he had observed before was using magic. She made a cripple stand, and she gifted an arm to an armless man. This woman was quite similar to the woman inside Woojin's memory, and she took similar actions to that woman. He stopped himself from unconsciously murmuring. Then he let out a sigh when he read the caption located on the lower half of the screen. Hey! Melody! What? Why was she here? Did she come here through the dimensional guardian like him? If she had surrendered to Tronet like the orcs and Cyclops, then she might have come over to Earth too. To him, she was merely a monster. Numerous questions started to fill the inside of Woojin's head. Then he came to a single decision. I guess I'll have to go ask her. It seemed he would have to go to the US. Asterisk. Good job. Hooah. Thank you for your hard work. When Seunggu parked at the office building, Woojin gave him another soul for energy. It was 2 a.m., but all the guild members were waiting for them. Welcome back. Young Minchin greeted Woojin, and it seemed Minchin had been waiting to say something to him. However, Woojin was quicker in telling Minchin his request. Find out about airplanes heading towards the US. Ah, how did you find out about it? Hey! What nonsense is he spouting again? Minchin read Woojin's expression, and he spoke in a puzzled voice. Weren't you talking about the invite to the consortium? What? Give me the details. The Titan Guild rescued a person from inside a dungeon not too long ago. She is called the Holy Maiden Melody. Not long after President went into the dungeon, the video of her showed up on the internet. It has started a big conversation. The Titan Guild revealed this information. Woojin already knew about it. He had seen it on the Rest Stops TV not too long ago. The Titan Guild is requesting the guilds of the world to head towards this consortium to discuss this matter. I was going to ask you if you are going to accept the invitation, but it seems you are planning to go already. Well, just purchase me a ticket. I'll have to go meet Melody. When he heard Woojin's words, he was worried Woojin would make another accident again. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He just had to pray that nothing would come out of this. So, did anything unusual happen? Did you acquire everything I asked for? Yes, we acquired everything. There are also several things I have to go over with you. Young Minchin hadn't gotten off work even around dawn, since he had information he had to tell Woojin as soon as he arrived at Seoul. What? Your mother knows now. I tried to block it from her, but it was such a large incident. What does she know now? She knows President had successfully cleared the 6-star dungeon. What did she say? She worried a lot. Why don't you go to your home instead of student Jimin's house? We finished the move yesterday. That was the best news he had heard of late. He won't have to share a small one-room with his family. He wouldn't have to unnecessarily show himself being tormented by the evil spirits. He was a little bit worried about distancing himself from the amiable Jimin, but he would be able to live with his family again. So, is there anything else? There is. What is it again? At Woojin's question, Minchin handed him a single A4 paper. What the hell is this? Is this a summons? Woojin frowned as he read the words to the request for attendance, then he looked towards Minchin. What is this? They want you to come to the police station. Why? The Warang president reported you for assault. Oh, that motherfucker. Woojin frowned. Chapter 58, The Meaning of Family. Chapter 58 The Meaning of Family. Chapter 58, The Meaning of Family. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you Thomas for the donation and kind words. I found out BB's name should be Vivi, but I'm going to stick to BB. It is pronounced the same in Korean. There are some gaming terminology I am unfamiliar with since I don't play LOL. So there might be some minor errors if I misunderstood those terms. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you and enjoy. Assault? I did. Yes, President. You beat him up on a live national broadcast. However, Minchin didn't reply with those words. Woojin frowned when everyone stayed silent. Didn't I touch his cheeks slightly? I heard from Heeman that it was shown on TV for only a brief moment. Even if it was shown for only a moment, it didn't change the fact that it was an assault. Sunghoon was experienced with Woojin touching his cheeks. He shuddered as his face became rigid. Hey! Maybe I should have just killed him. The cameras had been rolling, so he had held himself back a little bit. He thought his message had been sufficiently received, so he hadn't expected to be reported for assault. It seemed the Warang Guild Master wanted to continue to tangle with him. Someone had to die to end a grudgeful relationship, and Woojin was always alive at the end. Hey, Sunggu. You'll have to drive me. Hyung Nim. If you want to go to the police station, you can go in the morning. At Sunggu's worried words, Woojin's eyebrows rose. Why would I go to the police station? Then where do you want to go? Let's go to the Warang Guild. When everyone's faces made worried expressions, Woojin grinned as he glanced at everyone. I'll take care of it, so why are you guys looking so worried? How could they not be worried? Young Minchin stepped forward to calm Woojin. It would be a problem if this incident ballooned. Please let me take care of this. It would be laughable to comply with every summons. He was a guild master. Warang probably didn't want the authorities to carry out the sentence for assault. They were probably working a different angle. Wouldn't that be too annoying? Even if it is annoying work, I will be doing the annoying work. Isn't that fine? Hey? That made sense. He had made the guild to use these guys for incidents like this. Young Minchin nodded his head as he watched Woojin put on an impassioned expression. Then you take care of it. He knew it. If Woojin didn't have to do annoying work, then he didn't care what happened. Maybe he had needlessly reported it to Woojin, and worried about it. So when will I be able to go to the US? The consortium is scheduled 1 month from now. You should go at that time. So I have 1 month. He wanted to meet the Holy Maiden, but he didn't feel the need to be in a hurry. Moreover, he still had to train Sunggu. Is there anything else I need to resolve right now? I do have something that needs your approval. Please allow me to recruit more manpower. To solve this current problem, he would have to immediately hire a lawyer. Moreover, he had to expand the manpower of the support division. While you are at it, pick out some roused too. If we aren't in a hurry, then wouldn't it be better to pick the roused after we fill out the support division? Even if we pick the roused right now, we don't have the manpower to support them. Then do as you like. Yes, sir. Please leave everything to me. President should go rest a little bit. Woojin grinned. It would be good for him to worry less. However, he didn't have the time to rest. If Earth wanted to survive like Alphen, then he had to think about survival first. He didn't want this place to turn in a hostile place. I'm going home. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yes. Please head out. After receiving a send-off from everyone, Woojin headed toward his home. The housing district wasn't very from the Sadong station, so he walked slowly to his home. He had come here once when they signed the contract, so he wasn't worried about getting lost. When he was almost at his home, Woojin stopped walking. Ah! What's the secret password to the house? I guess mother is asleep. Woojin stopped walking, and he was about to take out his phone when he decided to put his phone back into his pocket. It was 3 AM right now. He had been hardened on the battlefields, so he didn't care too much about sleep. Even if he stayed up for several nights, he wouldn't die. He didn't feel the need to make a ruckus so early in the morning. I'll just come back later in the morning. Woojin changed his steps towards downtown. Unlike Woojin, Sunggu was exhausted, so his phone was off. Young Minchin and Kim Heeman was busy because of work. Moreover, he couldn't call out Jimin, who was a student. He felt uncomfortable contacting Jiwon. It was 3 AM. It was an ambiguous time. The person who was walking by Woojin's side on the night street was none other than Woo Sung-hun. President. Where should I take you? You just need to tell me, and I will cater to your tastes. What did he prefer to do? Woojin looked across the street, and he pointed at a sign with his chin. Let's go there. Yes. It was a 5-story building, and there were signs for tutoring schools on each floor. No matter how much he searched, the only likely destination was the PC Bong on the 2nd floor. Do you mean the PC Bong? Yes. Let's go play some chaos. He hadn't played the game in 20 years, so it was fuzzy in his memories. However, he was already excited when he thought about the nostalgic memories. He thought about his memories from his 3rd year in high school. The memories almost deluded himself into thinking his dirty and stained soul had become purified. He couldn't return to his innocent days where he hadn't lived a hellish life on Alphen, but Woojin and Sung-hun headed towards the PC Bong. When he looked around the PC Bong, Woojin gave himself up to his deep emotions. Sung-hun watched Woojin from the side, and he nodded his head at Woojin's mundane choice of hobby. If he had taken Woojin to a room, then he would have been scolded. Please sit over here, President. How much do they charge for this now? Woojin moved the unfamiliar mouse several times. Soon he got used to it, and he started to look for Warcraft. Sung-hun looked over from the side, and he spoke. President. We don't play chaos anymore. It isn't popular anymore, so you'll have a hard time finding a match. Is that so? What are they playing these days? Well, 5 years had passed, and the change in popularity of games in Korea was fickle. It is similar to chaos, but everyone plays LOL now. Really? With Sung-hun's help, Woojin set up an account, then he connected to the game. President. Please don't pick this one and this one over here. Okay. We can go to the bottom and do a round of bot games. I'll explain in detail what you should do. Woojin set the setting Sung-hun recommended, and the game started soon. President. Just keep hitting them. Woojin was a ranged character, who shot arrows. Sung-hun was a support character with a machine arm. The minions charged in a single file when he met the enemies. It's quite similar to chaos. Yes, President. You have some experience playing these kinds of games, so you are doing well. As he listened to Songhun's praises, Woojin had a good time. It had been a while since he had fun. The computer's AI wasn't that great, so he easily won the game. Woojin smiled. It had been a long while since he played a game. This is pretty fun. Then let's go into the queue instead of playing bot games. All right. I'm coming in as a smurf. Songhun brought his level 5 character, and he entered the queue with Woojin. People were much better than the AI, and Woojin kept dying since he was unfamiliar with the game. Ah! I made a mistake again. Ha ha ha. It's all right, President. You are doing really well. Songhun tried hard to ingratiate himself to Woojin. Songhun's heart pounded as he looked at the rapidly scrolling chat box. Hey retard! Stop throwing the match. Do you only charge when you see a red HP? Are you that weak? Isn't your mother sick? Catch the minion to make her some medicine. Ah! Are they insulting me or are they worried about me? Ah ha ha! There are good kids and bad kids on here. Chet. Still, these kids are devoted sons. Kids. He was a high rank roused, and his actions were overflowing with charisma. It made him forget at times that Woojin was only 24 years old. He was much younger than Songhun. Is it because he is a high rank? He turned to look at Woojin, and he couldn't think of Woojin as someone younger than him. Haha. It would be best if you ignored the chat. No. These kids are kind. Thank you. Is your mother also in good health? Songhun became freaked out as he looked at what Woojin wrote in the chat. The chat box started being assaulted by insults. Hey you troll fucker! How dare you insult my mother? Hey xxxxxxxxx! What the hell? Woojin was taken aback. Before he became angry, Songhun turned off the chat box. Haha. Usually everyone turns their chat box off in the beginning. Was it this bad back in the day? It was only 5 years ago. In Woojin's memories, it was 20 years ago. At the time, many people used foul words through the anonymity of the internet, but he wondered if it had been as bad as this. After turning off his chat, it turned into something like a private lesson. Under the tutelage of Songhun, match after match passed. Haha. Would you like some ramen, President? Ah, that'll be great. Eating a cup ramen was a delicacy one had to try in a PC bong. Woojin was lost in his memories when he suddenly became surprised. What time is it? Yes? It's 11 am. Shit. He had wanted to return at 7 am when the sun rose into the sky. He had been having so much fun that he had lost track of the time. I'm going home. Yes, President. Yes. It was fun. Keep up the good work. Woojin patted Songhun's shoulder, then he disappeared like a elementary student who had run out of money. Songhun had frozen as he was about to open the cup ramen. His expression was reflecting the emotions he felt. He said he had fun. Great. The president acknowledged him. He had found a way. His existence had been acknowledged, and he found the answer to how he'll be able to climb to a higher position. I'll make you have more fun, President. Songhun poured water into the cup ramen. Asterisk. Ding dong. Who is it? Mother. It's me. At Woojin's voice, the front door opened in haste as his mother showed up. She hugged Woojin, then she looked over his body. Ago, you scoundrel. Why do you keep showing up on TV so often? Are you okay? Haha. The TV is overreacting. It isn't a big deal. If they cancel the dramas to show news, then how can it not be a big deal? What about Suo? She went to kindergarten. Anyways, Director Jung said you were coming here at dawn, so why were you so late? I waited up into the early morning, but I fell asleep. Ah, did she wait up the whole night for him? No wonder she looked tired around the eyes. Woojin felt sorry, so he scratched the back of his head. It wasn't his intent, but it seemed he had been neglecting his mother too much while he went around the dungeons. Haha. I was going to come here in the morning, but I was late playing a game in the PC bong. At Woojin's embarrassed words, his mother's expression hardened a little bit. The worried light in his mother's eyes for her son changed in a weird way. She was worried, but... Hey go, you scoundrel! You spent 5 years playing game yet you went to play more game. That was a game he played with his life on the line. This was something different. It brought up old memories. Woojin was barely able to calm his mother, then he entered the first house he had purchased. He had seen the house when he signed the contract, but it looked different with furnitures. It also had a different interior design. He knew this was his home, so he felt a different sensation when he entered his home. I heard you were busy looking around for furnitures. I knew my mom had great tastes. Who? Try going to your room. His mother acted as if she was trying to hand him a toy she had secretly hidden. Her expression was full of anticipation. It seemed she had prepared something for him again. Woojin opened the door to his room. The room didn't have a lot of stuff. There was tacky wallpaper around the room with an old desk, bookcase, and a single bed. The atmosphere within the room was starkly different from the rest of the house, so Woojin tilted his head in confusion. Then he ran his hand over the used desk. He looked around the room, and it was weirdly familiar. Mother! This is... Yes. You told me you missed your old room. He had let it slip while he was eating, yet she had remembered it. Woojin's was deeply moved as his heart warmed. It isn't the one you used, but I searched long and hard to find this desk. He remembered it. This was the desk his father had bought him for entering high school. He had studied on it. My son is making money with his life on the line yet your mother don't have anything I can do for you. Yes. It was for his family. He had endured all the pain for this. He had wanted to come back to Earth even if he had to turn into a monster. He had longed for Earth, because his family was there. Woojin hugged his mother tightly. Asterisk. Woojin rested his eyes for a moment in his room. Bibi kept vigil over his bedside as she gave Woojin the curse of nightmare. Appa's shoes is here. Muoum. Appa is here. Seowa's loud voice woke Woojin from his sleep. Mom! Did Appa bring a dog? When he heard Seowa's voice coming from the living room, Woojin had a moment of realization. His gaze rested on his bedside where the cat Bibi was lazily yawning. Hey, Bibi! Niang! Never reveal the fact that you aren't really a cat. Niang? What's going on Niang? With Bibi in his arms, Woojin headed towards the living room. Hey, Suo! Appa bought Suo a cat. At Woojin's words, Bibi and Suo's gazes met. The surprised Suo saw Bibi, and she started crying. I wanted a dog instead of a cat. Woojin felt embarrassed, and Bibi had a bad premonition about this. Both of them were taken aback. Chapter 59 The Meaning of Family, 2. Chapter 59 The Meaning of Family, 2. Chapter 59, The Meaning of Family, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Q is cleared. It was raining, so I decided to buckle down and translate. Thank you for the donation Thomas and Hussein. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Vivian Rodrigo. She was born in the demon world where only darkness existed. She was able to see the world for the first time when she made a contract with her master, Kang Woojin. Her master was strong, and his other familiars were also amazing. Alendal's power soared high into the sky, and Tronet's minions were no match for them. There were also a lot of followers who came looking for the Immortals' land. During all of this, her master had learned of a way to contact the Dimensional Guardian, and everything ended after that. She waited for a long time in the sealed room where there was only darkness. Bibi was the first one to hear Woojin's voice again. This wasn't Alphen. It was Earth, but she didn't care. Wherever Woojin went, that was the place where Bibi wanted to be. This was her master's new roosting place. She lived with the great female human, who had given birth to her master, and master's younger sister. Her master had left after putting her in the care of a young female human named Kang Woojin. She had always been with her master, since she had to chase away the evil spirits that tormented her master every night. However, she wasn't able to follow him on his hunt anymore. If her master hunted with her, then her level would rise. She'll be able to regain the power she had lost, but she was given a more important mission by her master. She had to protect this little human called Seoul. This little human never left her alone. It had been one day since her master had left her behind as he headed for the hunting ground. Catch it, Bibi! The little human called Seoul used a laser to move the point around in front of her eyes. Ah, what an annoying human! P. What is this? What kind of a cat is this? The little human sighed from disappointment. Bibi couldn't believe she had to participate in such a petty game. She sauntered up to her feet, then she chased the point. Poo ha ha! Try catching it! The laser point was quickly moved away from her, and it aggravated her. She quickly chased after it once again, but the laser point moved a distance away. Niahang! The little human dared to irritate a being with succubus blood flowing inside her veins? That damn red dot! I'll catch it! She quickly chased after the laser point, but it was impossible to catch it. Nia! Her butt wiggled in excitement as she ran, and she didn't see the leg of the table. Kong! Are you okay, Bibi? The surprised Suo approached her, but Bibi swiveled her head away. Chet! I can't believe I became absorbed in this game. She had been fooled by this little human's tricks. It wasn't as if she had been enjoying herself. She played with her, since she had to act like a cat. She jumped on top of the sofa. After she got in position, she squatted on her haunches. Bibi! Should Uni give you a can? Niah! The can of cat food was quite delicious. She hurriedly jumped down to rub her body against the little human's leg. The little human let out a trill of laughter. Ha! Please come back quickly, Master Ahong. She wanted to be with her master and Dulcie Jing. Moreover, she wanted to hunt with her other friends. Asterisk. Seoul National University Station's 6th exit. This was a 5-star dungeon, and it was the main source of income for Guild Allendal. It was a map crawling with the Naga. The guide made by Kang Woojin was shoddy, and the map was too large. It was also quite difficult, so the appointment schedule wasn't packed. Woojin made appointments for all the empty spots in the schedule. Are you ready? Yes, sir. Woojin grinned as he saw Sungu answer with a grim expression on his face. Woojin used his warrior's senses, and he saw Sungu's level was 37. If he breaks through to level 40, then he'll be a 4th circle magician. He'll be a rank C. When Minchin was in the Hammer Guild, he had forged Sungu's rank to be rank D. Currently, he was rank D, but he will surpass that rank soon. Okay. Let's go. He had made an appointment for 12 hours. This meant 2 days would pass inside the dungeon. In 2 days. If you are able to come back alive, you will be a rank C. Yes, Hyung Nim. One could feel power within Sungu's voice. If Woojin said he'll make a block of fermented soybean from Adzuki beans, then he would believe it. They headed into the dungeon with Sungu in the front. It had been over 4 hours since they had entered the dungeon. Sungu fell over from a lack of breath. As he lay on the floor, his vision started to dim into darkness when some unknown energy entered him. His vision suddenly started to become brighter. Hyung Nim. Every time Sungu was about to die, Woojin used the soul extraction to recover his energy. Woojin raised him back up. It is still impossible for me to solo this dungeon. I wouldn't be able to do it even if this was a 4-star dungeon. Yes, Hyung Nim. Rank C roused don't normally solo a 4-star dungeon. Moreover, the Naga's desert temple was a 5-star dungeon. Look at them closely. You have to learn all the monsters' special characteristics and weaknesses. If you are short on strength, then come up with a good plan. Yes, Hyung Nim. Even after Sunggu overcame a deadly situation, he wasn't given a break. It felt like each word spoken by Woojin was engraved into Sunggu's blood. Almost everything that shows up here is poisonous. This is the only meat we'll be able to eat. Woojin had cut open a horrifyingly ugly worm to get the worm's meat, and he was cooking it over the fire. Also, they didn't need to gather wood for the fire. They used the flame magic to quickly cook the meat. It tasted bland. It was dry and a little bit bitter. It was like chewing dried fish. They ate this food for survival, not because it was delicious. Woojin didn't teach Sunggu only about fighting. He taught Sunggu how to survive. He was instructed on how to win when meeting certain monsters. If he couldn't face an enemy head-on, then he was told to hide and wait for an opportunity to attack. Woojin was teaching all the battle and hunting techniques he knew. From here on out, the only troublesome opponents are the Naga. Don't be feeble-minded, and don't be afraid. It is possible for you to defeat any monster in here. Yes, Hyung Nim. If Woojin said so, then it was so. Sunggu recovered his vigor, and his fighting spirit burned once again. Well, you could probably fight a one-on-one battle. If there are 2 of them, then you will most definitely be killed. Ah! Why do you keep giving me that constipated expression? I'll set it up, so you'll only have to face them one-on-one. Yes, Hyung Nim. When Woojin and Sunggu arrived at the Naga's abandoned city of Raygrisia, the battle started in earnest. The Naga were scattered around the city, and they didn't gather in one place unless they were provoked. Originally, the city was entangled like a maze. Woojin placed bone walls at every strategic point. He made it so that Sunggu would be able to focus on a one-on-one battle. If 2 Nagas showed up, then Woojin would kill one. He left the other one alone, so Sunggu could defeat it. The Naga warriors were valiant and strong. The Naga warriors wouldn't ignore a weakness or a momentary lack of focus. Sunggu was still very inexperienced. Shoo, Puk. Okay. Empty air escaped Sunggu when he saw his stomach be pierced by a spear. His thoughts turned yellow from the fear of death, and he could only think about the pain he was feeling. The Naga warrior put on the smile of a victor when it happened. Oh, weak. Kwang. Weak. The Naga's head was crushed by a hammer swung by Woojin. Woojin indifferently looked at Sunggu, who had a spear penetrating his belly. Hyung Nim. Why would a bastard, who will die soon, call out for me? Sunggu's eyelids fluttered. His hands grabbed the spear piercing his stomach, but he was slowly losing his strength. Even if a hole was made inside your stomach, you should have done everything to at least cut off your opponent's head. Did you already forget about the new technique you learned? I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize to me. You are the one who is going to lose your life, so why would you apologize to me? If one suffered an attack, then one had to do everything to counter-attack. If one dumbly stood still, it was basically waiting for the opponent finish the job. It was the action of a loser. Sunggu had his chance. He had hesitated for a moment, and he had been swept up by his fear. He had blown his opportunity. If you want to live, then take out the spear yourself. Sunggu looked at the spear penetrating his stomach. Woojin wanted him to take this out himself? Even if he ignored the fact that it will hurt, his intestines would spill out. Since he could endure the pain, it would be better if Hyung Nim could do it. If you die, I'll give your soul as a snack to Xing Xing. Ooh. Sunggu grabbed the spear, and he put his strength into it. He was too scared to die like this. It was funny. Every time he thought about dying, he felt fear, but it also gave him an equal amount of courage. Gua! Every time the spear moved a little bit, it felt as if his vertebrae was being twisted. He was subjected to an extreme amount of pain. Is this how having a hole in one's insides felt? The inside of his head turned white, and it made him wonder if his stomach had somehow disappeared. Gua! His knees automatically bent. The spear blade broke free, and he saw his insides fall out. He didn't know if it was his small intestines or large intestines. He supported his intestines with one hand, and he pulled out the spear with the other hand. Kuak! After the blade of the spear was pulled out, blood started to pour out from the wound. He tried to block it his hands, but it was of no use. The spear point had also exited the back, so blood was flowing out from both sides. He felt the blood flow down the small of his back. His consciousness was quickly fading, and across his heavy eyelids, he saw Woojin grinning. Woojin extracted a soul from the Naga, who died from a crushed head. Then it was absorbed into Seunggu. The spinning world came to a halt, and his wounds started to quickly heal. It seemed one soul would be insufficient, so Woojin took 2 more souls from his spirit armor. Then he absorbed the 2 souls into Seunggu. Doesn't that hurt like hell? Isn't that obvious? Yes. If you want to live, then you have to become mean and tenacious. He knew it. This was why he had become much more mean and tenacious. It was just that he still fell short. What happens if I suddenly disappear? What are you going to do? If Hyungnim disappeared, then Seunggu wouldn't be able to come inside this dungeon. He would have to make the rounds in the low-rank dungeons, and he would have to live out his life as a bloodstone miner. Woojin grinned as if he had read Seunggu's mind. How long do you think the monsters will stay inside the dungeon? What? Woojin kept asking him questions even when he was in agony. Try imaging it. What would happen if all the subway stations on Earth had a dungeon break at the same time? Wouldn't that be quite the sight? Right. This was an absurd and preposterous story. Hunting? Bloodstones? I bet it wouldn't be easy to find food even for immediate consumption. The 6 billion global population? I'll guarantee it'll take less than 3 days to reduce half of the population. Seunggu listened to the scary story. Woojin told it to Seunggu as if he was calmly reading from a fairy tale book. This was the first time Seunggu felt as if he didn't know who Woojin was. Hyunim. I'm satisfied with just protecting my family. Even if that bastard Tronet invades this place, it would take time to eat the entire earth. He had lasted for 20 years' time on Alphen. He knew he could do the same on Earth. The era of peace right now would be like a dream. Doesn't it make you mad? Someone's claiming your front yard without your permission. If you want to protect your family, then don't be so soft. What? Why did he suddenly feel this sense of crisis? If those bastards invade us, I won't be able to protect you from the back. You will have to survive on your own. Woojin's words held the truth. When the war begins, there will be no one behind Seunggu. He would stand in the front lines of the war. If Seunggu wanted to follow Woojin's back without dying, then he had to become much stronger by a large margin. Moreover, he had to do it quickly. The only person who could make this come true was Seunggu. After starting the dungeon at 7 am, they came out at 7 pm. Seunggu was utterly worn out, and Woojin had a smile like always. They headed towards the office. President! You are here! When Woo Seung-hun's loud voice rang out, everyone got up from their seats. It seemed a good number of the empty desks had found owners. How do you do? The new employees started giving their greetings. There were a mixture of experienced workers, and new workers. Jung Minchin probably chose good employees, and he'll probably keep them in line. There were couple bastards with odorous souls, but... Did you ready it? Of course. After hearing Woojin's words, Seung-hun confidently led Woojin to the lounge. It was a place where the employees could take a break. There were glass desks off to one side of the room, and the latest computer rig with large monitors was placed there. To be exact, there were 5 computers decked out. What is that? It a special game room made for President. I investigated the new hires, and there are 2 diamond players. There is even 1 platinum. Hee. You won't have to worry about your team rank. We just have to be bussed around. Woo Sung-hoon was a silver too, so he spoke with confidence. Woojin let out a sigh. You do a lot of unnecessary things. Did you prepare the other thing? Sung-hoon guessed he wasn't talking about this. Woo Sung-hoon was momentarily taken aback, but he remembered the passing words spoken to him in the morning. Ah! Do you mean the dog? Yes. Of course. I've prepared it. Woo Sung-hoon brought a steel cage forward from the corner of the room. The dog was about the size of his thigh, and at a glance, one could tell it was a puppy of a large breed. He is a mastiff. His father performed very well in the dog fighting ring. I had a very difficult time getting him. His mother was also quite well built, so he'll probably grow up to be around 80 kilograms. If he'll be president's pet, shouldn't the dog be of this caliber slash? Ha! Why does this bastard always overdo things? I'm going to give it to my little sister. Are you sure this dog is suitable for a 7 years old? Sung-hoon's eyes quickly shook. However, his 8 years' experience as a salesman wasn't all for naught. Then the mastiff is the right choice. These brutes were used in warfare in the past. He'll grow up to be a very large dog. He'll become a reliable bodyguard for you, little sister. When President is absent, he will loyally protect the house. His explanation was oddly convincing. Woojin stroked his chin. Chapter 60 The Meaning of Family, 3. Chapter 60 The Meaning of Family, 3. Chapter 60, The Meaning of Family, 3. TLN, hey guys. This is a regular chapter for next week. I'm releasing early. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. This was the 4th day she guarded the house without her master. Bibi let out a sigh. Awoo. The little human still kept bugging her to play. Her master dropped off a dog, and he hadn't been home for 2 days. The little human cried that the dog was already too big. Moreover, she still pointed the laser pointer and the fishing rod towards her. Still, the middle of the day was her free time, since the little human was at kindergarten. The great mother, who gave birth to her master, went out today, so she didn't have to keep the pretense up. She looked like a cat, but she didn't have to act like a cat. Bibi opened the refrigerator, then she took out a salmon. Since she had materialized into this body model, her appetite and behavior followed some weird instinct. She was ripping open the wrap covering the salmon when that bastard approached her. Grrrrrrr. Kung. Awoo. Get away from me, Ahong. Bibi chased away the annoying dog. He was a pain in the ass left here by her master. He was only a dog, yet the bastard was larger than her. It seemed the little human had wanted a small dog. Ururung, Kung. Go away, Norung Ahong. TLN dog name is Norung, generic name usually given to yellow-brown dogs or cows. The dog was given the name Norunji since her master didn't put too much thought in naming him. The dog continued to growl as he looked at Bibi. She had a small body, and she had a tempting morsel in her possession. It seemed he saw her as a pushover, and he was going to try to take the fish away from her. Bibi snorted. You won't be able to climb up here, Ahong. Ururung. When she saw Norunji continue to growl, Bibi let out a sigh. She was reduced to being treated as an easy mark for a dog. How had it come to this? Go away, while I'm saying it nicely, own. Bibi swung her pink paw, and she struck Norunji's head. Puh! Gaigaeng! King! Norunji was surprised, and he quickly ran away. Awoo! When will master come back? Every time her master returned from a dungeon, his level increased incrementally. Bibi also wanted to quickly level up, and become powerful like the old days. However, her situation didn't allow it. As the time ticked forward, she became bitter. Soon, the little human will be coming home from her kindergarten. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Guild Alandel's office. Woojin absorbed the reinforcement stone, which increased his stats. He kept eating the reinforcement stones until the point where the consumption will delay the absorption. Sungu was sitting across from him, and he was absorbing the reinforcement stone given by Woojin. Sungu had various wounds on his body, and one could feel a wild course energy from him. Every time Woojin made an appointments to a 5-star or 6-star dungeons, he let Sungu experience fighting various monsters. Still, most of the monster were defeated by Woojin. Sungu only defeated a small portion of monsters, but even that small amount was very important. Sungu was able to hunt monsters at a high-rank dungeon. He was a respectable 4th circle rank C roused. Sungu was using his abilities in extreme life and death situations, so he was quickly becoming stronger. Doc doc. Come in. After a knock, Jung Minchen entered carrying a box. These are the skill books President was talking about. You finally purchased them. Woojin put on a puzzled expression when he received the box. He instructed Minchen to get 3 items, yet there were only 2 in here. The last one. A 4th circle skill book is very pricey. We also keep buying reinforcement stones, and on top of that, most of the guild's finances is being used to purchase items. Are we short on money? Yes. However, we aren't in the red. It just means it'll take a little bit longer to acquire the item. They already possessed a 6-star dungeon and a 5-star dungeon, so they earned a good income. However, the amount wasn't immensely large. They kept spending the money, so the surplus fund they had stacked up in the beginning was being rapidly diminished. In the past, they had to buy items like reinforcement stones to increase Woojin's stat. Moreover, they now had to buy items to strengthen Sungu. This is why they had to spend much more. The guild's funds comes out of the dungeons. A guild had to either increase the number of dungeons one possessed, or increase the number of roused, who will clear the dungeons. Are there any reset dungeons? Recently, we've had some rotten luck. We are newly formed, so it isn't easy for us to get to a dungeon sooner. Woojin had been in the right place and the right time to clear the Seoul National University station. If not, it would have been possessed by Warang. The dungeon reset only happened occasionally. It wasn't easy to find a newly formed dungeon. The large and mid-sized guilds were firmly entrenched here. It wouldn't be easy for Alandel to squeeze in between them to win the competition. Moreover, even if Satang Station was right in front of their nose, a large guild was next door. Hammer Guild was competing with Alandel. Moreover, Alandel wasn't large enough to have branches near other stations yet. They didn't have enough people to spare. Look for 6-star dungeons that's about to blow up. The training of Sungu was a worthwhile endeavor, but he couldn't slack off in leveling himself. The EXP he was gaining decreased by a significant amount, but the 6-star dungeons still gave him a lot of EXP. Yes. Understood. I'll look into it. All right. So what happened to Warang? We are still in negotiations. I believe it'll be resolved soon. Don't be too lenient towards them. If it isn't progressing well, then we can just smash them. When he heard Woojin's words, a chill ran up Jung Minchen's spine. Woojin smiled at his nervous expression. I'm joking. It was a joke. Haha. I'll quickly resolve it, so President won't have to worry about it. It didn't sound like a joke to him. Minchen thought he had to resolve the negotiations as fast as he was able to. He would do it even if they suffered some minor losses. Contact me immediately if you acquire any information. Yes, sir. The 6-star dungeons are closely tied to the Ministry of National Defense. It is highly likely we'll lose part of our profit from the commission. If everyone gave up on clearing a 6-star dungeon, then the dungeon would erupt from the dungeon break. It was understandable why the Ministry of National Defense was in charge of these dungeons. That'll be better for me. Let's quickly fulfill my military obligations. He'll lose some money, but he'll be able to monopolize the EXP. Moreover, Woojin will get a bigger cut of commission than the others. If he had an opportunity to clear a 6-star dungeon, it was no real loss. Yes. I'll inquire about the dungeons as fast as I can. Also, when are you going to hire new roused? That? Let's do it after I come back from the US. Before that happened, he planned on intensively molding Seunggu into a rank A. Woojin will stuff all the information and knowledge about monsters into Seunggu, and Seunggu will be able to train the newly hired roused by himself. Then, I'll be heading out now. All right. Go do your work. Minchin exited the president's office after he finished his business. Only Woojin and Seunggu was left in the room, and Seunggu spoke with a sheepish expression on his face. Young Nim. Am I really worth investing so much? Seunggu was being trained and supported like a special roused in a large guild. He was in an enviable situation. Woojin answered without any hesitation. It'll be easier for me if my director of miscellaneous works becomes stronger. Ah, that damn miscellaneous. Money is only a means to an end. He just wanted to become stronger using the money. What was the point in saving money? Unless the dungeon raids come to an end, the money will continue to flow in, and be gathered. Don't value money too much. Just think about how you will be able to live on without dying. I've grown you this much. How unfair would it be if you died? If that happens, you'll only be useful as a medium for summoning my skeleton soldier. I guess so. Woojin spoke such frightening words as if it was nothing, so Seunggu scratched the back of his head. Woojin grinned as he looked at Seunggu. When is your appointment time for the 3-star dungeon? It is at 6 o'clock. I'll have to start heading out soon. All right, go suffer. Yes, sir. This will be the first time Seunggu will be attempting a 3-star dungeon by himself. He had gone to much higher ranked dungeons, but he had always been with Woojin. Seunggu won't have Woojin, so his survival couldn't be guaranteed. The difference was quite stark. He couldn't help becoming nervous about soloing a 3-star dungeon for the first time without Woojin. Have some confidence, dude. Yes, young Nim. He was a rank C roused. This 3-star dungeon had already been in circulation, so there was no reason why he wouldn't be able to clear this dungeon. Seunggu went through his own thoughts, and he realized he should probably have more confidence in his skills. He probably was better than he thought. Then keep up the good work. Yes, young Nim. Please have a good time with your family. All right. Woojin headed home after leaving Seunggu and his office family. He had promised to have dinner with his family. It had been a long time since he had done so. He came back to Earth, because he had missed his family. However, he had to level up and become strong to protect his family. Ironically, the time he spent with his family lessened. He had to quickly get ready for the gloomy future, but at the same time, he couldn't ignore the present. Each moment was precious to Woojin. He had been wishing for this time for 20 years. When Woojin came home, Seoul was always the first one to greet his return. Appa. Ago. Our Seoul was waiting up for Appa. Yet. Heh. Maybe it was because she was a child? Seoul quickly adjusted to the current situation. She had a large house now, and she had been transferred to a nearby kindergarten with good security. Since she was young, she was able to quickly befriend the other children, and every day was very fun for Seoul. On the other hand, his mother had struggled every day to get by in the past. When her son came back home, her environment drastically changed, so she was still having a hard time getting used to everything. He had told her to quit working, but it seems she still went out to Seungmai's restaurant to help out. It wasn't because of money. She felt nervous when she didn't have anything to do. Woojin worried he might have to set up a store for his mother soon. Son! Go wash yourself. I'll bring out delicious foods soon. Yes, ma'am. Well, he'll talk to her during dinner. Woojin headed towards the bathroom to take a shower, but someone blocked his path. Bibi stood on her hind legs, and she grabbed tightly onto Woojin's leg. What is it? Bibi looked around her surrounding, then she jumped on Woojin's shoulder. She whispered into his ear. Master! Please take me along a hong. Where? I'm going crazy from boredom a hong. I miss going into a bloody battle with Dalsi Jing-on. Woojin grinned at Bibi's word. She must have been bored to death rolling around the house. Since she missed the battlefield, it reaffirmed Bibi was a demon by nature. How's Seoul doing? Don't even say anything, Niang. You brought a brute of a dog, so she doesn't even play with him. She just keeps bothering me, Niang. Seoul said she didn't like cats, but it seemed Seoul played well with Bibi. Bibi! Where are you? When she heard the sound coming from the living room, large tears fell from Bibi's eyes. Master! Please a hong. Just tell her I ran away from home, Niang. Then he wouldn't have an excuse to sleep by Seoul's side at night. I'll come up with something. You promised a hong. Please take me to the next battle a hong. When Woojin nodded his head, Bibi felt relieved, and she jumped down. Bibi! Uni was looking for you. Where have you been? Nia. Woojin secretly put on a small smile as he showered when he heard the sounds coming from the living room. Soon, a feast was set up on the dining table, and 3 people were sitting around it. Is it some kind of a special occasion today? I want my son to eat a lot. You are enduring a lot of hardships. Li Sukyung looked at Woojin with a thankful and a reassured expression. I went to Seungmai's place today. They said my son is doing bigger things than I thought. His mother didn't watch a lot of TV, so she was slow to pick up on what was happening around the world. It seemed her friends at Seungmai's restaurant must have said something to her. Woojin guessed what was said, so he spoke. It isn't dangerous work. You don't have to worry about it. At Woojin's words, Li Sukyung grabbed her son's hand tightly. Your mother has ears. I know how dangerous your work is. That's... Don't worry. My son is doing something big. So, how could I stop you because of a single person's selfishness? Don't worry about your mother. Mother. Woojin held Li Sukyung's hand. At that moment, his mother spoke. Moreover, I heard you have a girlfriend. Ah, she even heard about that. You aren't too young anymore. You should marry quickly to continue your line. I think that's a good idea. Woojin let out an awkward laugh at Li Sukyung's sincere words. His mother was thinking too far ahead. Woojin thought he should at least introduce Jiwon to his mother once. In the midst of the enjoyable dinner, his hand phone rang. Woojin smiled when he saw Young Minchen's name. President. I've found a dungeon without a waiting list. If there weren't anyone on the waiting list to raid the dungeon, it meant they were waiting for a dungeon break. From Woojin's perspective, it was basically a report on the EXP and artifacts he'll be able to obtain. Where is it? It's in Pyongyang. Woojin's ears twitched. Did he hear wrong? North Korea. Yes, President. Woojin let out a laugh of disbelief. He had talked about Pyongyang, and now it seemed he would really go there. Chapter 61, Shout from Pyongyang. Chapter 61 Shout from Pyongyang. Chapter 61, Shout from Pyongyang. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you John Infama for the donation. I planned on trying to translate 2 chapters today, but this chapter gave me a lot of problems. It took me much longer than expected. So there will only be one release today? Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Sadang Station's Cafe Angel Angel. Even Du Jiwon wondered if she had heard wrong. Where are you going? Pyongyang. In North Korea. That's right. I'll be back after I smash a dungeon. That's not the important thing. Should we do a meet and greet with our families? How did going to Pyongyang become an unimportant matter? Moreover, he wanted our families to meet and greet. Jiwon was confused as to how she should accept this request. Let's just eat some food. I heard you quit work. Yeah. I've already repaid most of my debt. You have debts? It was from the hospital fees incurred when I was hurt. The dungeon shock happened when she was 19 years old. Her parents passed away, and she had received a big injury. She didn't know how the world worked, so she incurred debt from various places. If her face hadn't been hurt, then she could have probably earned the money easily. However, she would have been led down a bad path. Is that so? Then what are you going to do? Do you want to come work for me in my guild? I'm also thinking about setting up a cafe. Are you interested? Hey? Cafe. Woojin was the hottest roused right now, yet he suddenly wanted to go into the cafe business. If he just went around the low-rank dungeons, he would make much more profit than running a cafe. It seems my mother is bored. It's okay. I always wanted to do something in particular when I pay back all my debt. What is it? I want to become an author of a romance novel. Hey! The words came out of nowhere, so Woojin momentarily lost the ability to speak. At his awkward silence, Jiwon's cheeks turned red from embarrassment. It's just a hobby I want to try. Cool. Hey! It's cool. I'll read it later. Jiwon's cheeks became redder when he said he'll read the words she had written. She was embarrassed, so she changed the topic. Oh yeah. The Alumni Association called me not too long ago. They were asking for your phone number, but I haven't told them yet. After Jiwon lost her face from the accident, she became alienated from her friends. After she finished recuperating, she started working, so she didn't have time to meet up with them. However, Woojin had become famous after he was shown on TV. When both Woojin and Jiwon showed up on the airwaves, her former classmates must have heard about it. The missing boy, and the monster girl had morphed into a handsome man and a beauty. Some of her alumni saw them when their pictures were decorating the internet portal. Really? I guess I'll see my friends after a long time. Geez. I'm not sure I'll be able to remember their names. I'll contact them once I return from Pyongyang. He'll probably have some time before he had to go to the US. Jiwon was surprised by Woojin's words. You want to go together? We'll go see them together. Why? He vaguely remembered several faces and names. However, he couldn't match the names to the faces. He'll be able to meet his friends after 20 years. It was less than Woojin, but Jiwon would be meeting her friends again after 5 years. She had a bit of a different reason from Woojin as to why she was shaken. Nothing. Let's go meet them together. Jiwon had a lot of close friends. No, she had thought she had a lot of close friends. Jiwon's beauty made her the center of attention before, and there used to always be a lot of people around her. When she hurt her face, her friends left one or two at a time. Several people looked at her with pity in their gazes, so Jiwon cut herself off from them by her own choice. When she looked back at her high school days, she realized she hadn't really been close to anyone. Now only Woojin was by her side. This was why he was her benefactor, who had found what was precious to her. I'm sure you are busy. You should go now. Woojin looked at his watch, and it was already 11 o'clock. His meeting was at 12, so he should start heading out. Do you want anything? Hey! I'm going to Pyongyang. At the very least, I should buy some souvenirs. Poot. Jiwon couldn't help but laugh at Woojin's words. If one only heard Woojin's words, one would think this trip was a trivial matter. No matter how close the land was, North Korea felt very far away to the people of South Korea. What was Pyongyang famous for? Woojin tried to sort through his memories, but he couldn't remember the names of his friends nor could he remember the famous specialty products of Pyongyang. Please come back without getting hurt. Jiwon stroked Woojin's face. His wound was completely healed. It was just a scratch. I guess I'll just buy whatever I see. Maybe it was because he was too used to escaping death, and receiving wounds. He was indifferent at the prospect of getting injured. Asterisk. Roused Management Bureau's Lieutenant Chae Hesal of the Special Defense Brigade was meeting Woojin once again in matter of days. She pleasantly greeted him. It is an honor to see you again. I'll be your guide all the way to Pyongyang. Well, I would prefer someone I'm used to. Hesal smiled at Woojin's words. This man's name came up daily on the ranking of the most searched words. Kang Woojin's down-to-earth personality was fascinating. It made her wonder if this person was really the figure in the news. I'll be giving you a briefing on your schedule. After lunch, we will travel past Panmunjom to head towards Pyongyang. We should arrive at Pyongyang by dinner time. After some rest, you will enter the dungeon in the morning. TLN Panmunjom, it's where the DMZ is. If you are interested, search YouTube for Conan stars in North Korea's first late-night talk show. He goes there. That's it. He thought he would have to go through complicated procedures to be able to enter North Korea. He guessed this wasn't the case. We've already received permission to enter from North Korea's delegation. We'll arrive at Pyongyang tomorrow. If Mr. Woojin succeeds in clearing the dungeon, there will be great profit for both the North and South Korea. Depending on whether Woojin could succeed clearing the dungeon, the content of the negotiations would change drastically. You take care of the complicated stuff. Do you mind if I head into the dungeon as soon as I arrive there? He didn't feel the need to spend the night in North Korea. To be honest, he would feel safer sleeping inside the dungeon than sleeping in North Korea. Chairman of the National Defense Commission, Kim Jong-un wants to have a meeting with you. Meeting my ass. It would be preferable if you accede to. Chae Hesal saw it on TV. She had seen Woojin's fierce kick and the beating he administered. She had worried over several dozen times whether his inappropriate behavior might get everyone in trouble. Woojin wouldn't be the only one in danger. His companions would also be in danger. Well, let us head out first. We'll talk when we get there. Woojin and Hesal got into the official vehicle that had been readied for them, and they headed towards Panmunjom. The view around the Panmunjom was unfamiliar, so when the car drove onto North Korean soil, he felt kind of restless. Hey! I thought this place would be full of army facilities and soldiers. There isn't much here. Woojin mumbled as he saw the fields after the harvest. Their car was surrounded by escorts in the front and back. The landscape was basically the boondocks if the military personnel were ignored. Chae Hesal, who was sitting by Woojin's side, laughed as she spoke. Only a very limited locations in North Korea is developed. Otherwise, it is like looking at our country 70 years ago. It is so bad that they only have subway stations in Pyongyang. If they have so few stations, then why can't they take care of their own business? Why call for assistance? Doesn't North Korea have any roused? Woojin didn't really care. He'll be given a chance to clear a dungeon. He'll also be able to monopolize EXP and achievement points. Still, he couldn't help being curious. There are a relatively low number of roused in North Korea. It is hard to make a team made up of only rank A roused. Moreover, the roused population in North Korea has a high mortality rate. He didn't need an explanation to know why the mortality rate was high. Woojin was curious, so he followed up with a question. Then what did they do when 6-star dungeons blew up in the past? If they didn't have enough power, then he wondered how they were able to last for so long. It had been 5 years since the dungeon shock. It would be weird if a 6-star dungeon hadn't reset during that time. To my knowledge, the 6-star dungeon has reset 6 times. There had been 2 dungeon breaks, and they were all handled by China. So that means China couldn't take care of this dungeon, and they used the portal 3 times? Was this the reason why they asked for help from South Korea? It isn't like that. North Korea failed after trying to take care of the problem by themselves. China tried to make an example out of this situation, so they stood by idly. This spurred North Korea to put out an ad through the world's Roused organization to gather Roused, who will raid the dungeon. I see what's going on. The bloodstones coming out of dungeons was the energy needed for new growth. The gap between the third world countries without subway stations, and the nations with subway stations were widening even if only 5 years had passed. Even if it was only few stations, North Korea possessed subway stations. When they received help from China, they had to give up all rights to the dungeon as the price for their help. Every time China helped, North Korea chafed under what they considered to be unreasonable treatment. This was why North Korea had tried clear the dungeon with their own forces, and they had failed. China was indignant by North Korea's independent actions, so they decided not to help this time. This lit a fire under the feet of North Korea, and they desperately requested the Roused of the world for help. Jung Minchen had seen this just in time. Well, let's leave after we finish our business quickly. Please keep your promise about giving me 15 days. Yes. We will most definitely uphold that condition. He had to clear a dungeon in North Korea. There was the issue of clearing a dungeon in North Korea with the help of South Korea. Moreover, when Woojin's guild succeeds in clearing the dungeon, the 2 nations had to negotiate on how the dungeon would be shared. Woojin gave a simple condition. After clearing the dungeon for the first time, he would be given free reign over the dungeon for a 15 days period. He didn't have any other demands. The first person to clear it received the most profit. Since Woojin could ask for a concession without giving a concession, it was considered fortunate that he only requested those conditions. However, the negotiations between the North and South Korea over the dungeon hadn't even started yet. North Korea would be able to decrease their reliance on China in dealing with high-rank dungeons. North Korea was also focused on securing bloodstones, and South Korea wanted some diplomatic benefits. The negotiations between North and South Korea would start a day after they arrived. However, the success of Woojin's dungeon raid was more important right now. If Woojin failed, he would die in the dungeon. However, Lieutenant Che Hesal, who came here with him, would also be put in an awkward situation. If a break happened, a part of Pyongyang would be destroyed, and North Korea would take a huge financial loss. Everything rests on Mr. Woojin. Woojin grinned at Che Hesal's solemn words. Asterisk. Kam's Yusan Palace of the Sunday. This place was more commonly called the Memorial Palace, and Woojin was impressed when he stepped inside the building. He was surprised by the large plaza, and he was more surprised at the place filled with weapons and soldiers. It seemed they weren't the parade troops they showed normally on TV. They were armed with real guns. Machine guns and tanks were also dispatched. They were positioned in the traditional formations used to deal with the dungeon breaks. Lieutenant Che Hesal was also surprised. She came back after talking to an officer of the North Korean army. She spoke in a serious manner towards Woojin. The reset dungeon is called the Gwangmyeong Station. They have to stop the break at any cost, so I understand how they are feeling. If the Gwangmyeong Station breaks out, then the Memorial Palace would be put in danger. The palace basically symbolized North Korea, and to protect the palace, they were going to stop the dungeon break at all costs. Comrade! Follow us! Woojin and Hesal was led by a commissioned officer of the North Korean army, and they arrived at a meeting room. There were several desks set up for dining, and several North Korean officials were sitting there. Woojin sat on the seat he was guided to with an apathetic expression on his face. If anything, Hesal was the one sitting in her seat with a stiff expression. In the meeting room, several reporters were filming the scene. "Aren't you nervous, Mr. Woojin?" "Why would I be nervous?" At He Seol's stiff question, Woojin answered indifferently. This was a typical method used by a politician. After inviting the guests, the host would stall to increase the psychological pressure felt by the guest. This was a method he enjoyed using as the emperor of his empire on Alphen. Well, it didn't result in him making any good relationships. It happened when Woojin propped his hands beneath his chin out of boredom. Chairman of the Central Military Commission has arrived. The reporters, who were taking a brief rest, started busily pressing on the camera's shutter. Woojin was amused as he saw the other man enter. The man with the peerless hairstyle. It was his first meeting with the third-generation dictator. Chapter 62 Shout from Pyongyang, 2. Chapter 62 Shout from Pyongyang, 2. Chapter 62, Shout from Pyongyang, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you John Infama for the donation. Queue is cleared. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and be safe out there tonight. The pointless waiting filled Woojin with anger. Who is this pig? This was Woojin's first impression after seeing Kim Jong-un, who was the successor of Kim Jong-il. The young dictator had a weird hairstyle, and he pushed his hand out towards Woojin, who was younger than him. Nice to meet you, comrade. I've heard a lot about you. Yeah. Nice to meet you. TLN, lost in translation. He is talking as an equal. Informal. When Woojin shook hands face to face with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean officials, who showed up with him, frowned in anger. Comrade. He is the chairman. Be careful with your words. At his words, Woojin raised his hand to cover his mouth. Nice to meet you, Jung-un. Kim Jong-un, who was directly involved, froze. The North Korean officials, who came with him, and He Seol, who came with Woojin, also froze. Ah, it was a mistake. This was a mistake. He Seol was regretting everything. Woojin hadn't cared about the recording cameras when he slapped Hwarang's guild master's cheeks. She hadn't prepared for such a situation. She was in the wrong in thinking he would show some manners towards North Korea's supreme commander. No, she wasn't in the wrong. She had assumed such matters would be dealt with common sense. A normal person would have been careful all on one's own. He Seol's only fault was forgetting Woojin was a human, who would go past the boundaries set by a normal person. The faces of the officials from the North Korean army was filled with anger. You son of a bitch! Where do you think this is? How dare you play with us? Instead of being cowed by their agitation, Woojin grinned. He said to cover it, so Woojin covered his mouth. TLN this is something that was lost in translation. The word in question has two meanings. First definition is to pick and choose carefully. The second definition is to cover/hide something. So why was he angry? Woojin taunted the official with an amused expression on his face. Kim Jong-un, who was looking on, laughed. Ha hat. As expected, he is very heroic. Please sit. When Woojin sat in his seat, he spoke in a blunt manner. Let's just talk about business. I want to go into the dungeon right now. The North Korean officials bristled in their seat at Woojin's terse words. If they were able to, they would have immediately slapped Woojin's face. The reporters from the foreign press continued to press the shutter to their cameras. Haha. You are very straightforward. As expected, you sound like South Korea's best veteran warrior. Ha hut. Kim Jong-un laughed heroically at Woojin's rudeness. In the first place, Woojin didn't have much to negotiate. A day after he clears the dungeon, he'll be able to raid the dungeon for 15 days. He had all the rights to the items found in the dungeon during this time. He just wanted a definite answer agreeing to those terms. If you end this properly, then I will keep my promise. Then I don't want to wait anymore. I'll go right now. Haha. Let us take one picture before you go. Woojin and Kim Jong-un stood in front of the reporters, and they took pictures. At Kim Jong-un's orders, the reporters from North Korea took numerous pictures. Comrade! I'll wish for your safe return. Was he worried about Woojin? Or maybe he wanted Woojin to come back alive, which would mean he had been able to prevent the dungeon break. Now I've heard everything. The meeting ended before 30 minutes could pass. The time it took to take the picture actually lasted half of the meeting. The actual meeting ended way too fast. Seoul had been ill at ease more than anyone else in the room. She was sitting with sweat coming down her ghastly face. Really? I thought I would die from my heart being squeezed. This place is Pyongyang. Mr. Woojin should be a little bit more careful with your words. Woojin grinned at Seoul's request, and he patted her on the shoulder. Didn't you just see me being careful? What? Then I'll be heading out first. I'll see you in a couple days. I'll pray for your safe return. Woojin waved his hand as he strode towards the dungeon. There were no portal. The North Korean roused, who attempted the dungeon, chose death over using a portal to escape. He didn't know if someone made them do that or it was on their own volition, but it meant that there weren't any information on this dungeon. Who? Really? Seoul shook her head. At the very least, his confidence was the best in the world. He was outspoken even in North Korea where there was an unreasonable authoritarian regime. After Woojin entered the dungeon, the barrier formed in front of the entrance to the Gwangmyeong station. He had 8 days until the dungeon break. If he didn't come back out then it would be impossible to mount another attempt. North Korea had tried to gather the roused of the world in the beginning, but no team accepted North Korea's offer. Kim Jong-un watched Woojin enter the station from a different location from Seoul. He had a satisfied smile on his face. Wasn't he quite straightforward? Yes. It would be great if one roused like him would show up from within my people. It is quite unfortunate. I had heard all heroes were lustful, so we readied a lot of beautiful women. It seems we won't be able to use them against him. It's okay. At Kim Junun's word, the official carefully asked a question. Does chairman think that man will be able to succeed? He'll succeed. He can do this. Kim Jong-un's eyes watched Woojin disappear into the dungeon. His eyes and voice indicated he was sure Woojin would succeed. Break a leg. Kim Jong-un gave a cautious support for Woojin, and his face held a hint of envy. How great would it be if an extraordinary hero like him existed among his people? Asterisk. Ah, this is so annoying. He had to enter the dungeon from the start instead of using the portal. He'll have to defeat the monsters in the outer dungeon first. It was problematic since North Korea's subway station was very deep underground. The escalators wasn't working. He had to descend using the stairs, and the monsters kept rushing up towards him. It delayed his progress. After he defeated all the monsters, he added more souls to his leveled-up spirit armor. After he subjugated the souls, he passed through the portal that formed near the entrance. Jeeing. The space distorted. The scene that spread in front of his eyes made Woojin feel a sense of danger. The trees and the land was dead. The ruins were covered with viscous moss-like substances. Isn't this a colony? This was a first. These weren't beings from Alphen. It seems Tronan's main force had shown up. K-Rogue. K-Rogue. Accompanying a bizarre sound, a fat praying mantis-looking monster showed itself from atop the mountain ridge. It was about 1 meter tall, and it was around 1.5 meter in length. Its front appendages were as sharp as swords. They were menacing weapons. The most problematic part was several dozen of them always traveled in a group. They were the most commonly seen, and the most troublesome low-rank monsters under Tronet. Bijek. It's been a while since I fought a large group. Woojin summoned Golem Dulce and Succubus Bibi. Hua! I've finally escaped Niang. He had barely convinced the disappointed Suo, and he was able to bring Bibi along with him to work. Bibi covered her nose when she smelled the battlefield. Ooh, okay. Whose colony is this? I don't know yet. Tronet's 72 commanders. He didn't know who this colony belonged to. No, it didn't matter who it was. He'll get rid of everyone who steps onto Earth. Go Dalsy! Weeing. Dalsy absorbed the dirt in his surrounding. He made a body with the dead dirt, and a horrible stench came off of him. Even seeing Dalsy's large body, the Bijiks bravely ran forward. The battle with Tronet's fearless troops started. Asterisk. He put Dalsy in the front. After he defeated all the Bijiks, he used the corpses as medium to summon the skeleton soldiers. He summoned 50 of them at once. There were only that many Bijik corpses. The sticky moss-like substance covered the forests, roads, plains, mountain, and the abandoned city. It was spread everywhere. Since this was a dead land, there were countless number of monsters in existence at this location. Tronet's favorite tactic was attacking with overwhelming numbers. More Bijiks were rushing over when they heard the sounds of battle. Woojin grinned as he heard their horrible shrieks. We aren't pushovers either. Level 50. Name, Kang Woojin. Class, Necromancer, Advanced, Warrior. Rank, Middle rank. Achievement, 273,219. Magic, 201/250 Energy, 34/60. Strength, 45 Agility, 39 Stamina, 51 Wisdom, 32. Magic, 250 Energy, 60 Recovery, 42 Heal, 40. Control, 250. Unassigned point, 0. Reinforcement Stone Reabsorption Delay Time. Strength, 12 Agility, 31 Stamina, 7 Wisdom, 480. Magic, 27 Energy, 6 Recovery, 11 Heal, 5. Control, 3. He had invested most of his bonus points into control and magic. He was increasing his stat with the reinforcement stones, but as he continued to absorb the reinforcement stones, the delay time kept increasing. Every stat had different absorption time. In the case of a stat like Wisdom, he was reaching a limit. He had taken a reinforcement stone couple days ago, yet it wasn't fully absorbed yet. Currently, Woojin could control 250 of his summoned beings. If he blended the skeleton soldiers and the skeleton magicians, he could put forth a large troop. If he wanted to maximize the power of the skeleton soldiers, then he needed commanders. This would require the presence of Death Knights. Still, Woojin was quite good at commanding the skeleton soldiers himself. Diversity wasn't a strong point in Woojin's troops. Kek. The Bijiks ran towards him, while letting out horrible shrieks. Monsters that seemed to be a hybrid between a spider and ant lifting its head was seen behind the Bijiks. It's a launcher. These bastards spat thorns that was akin to tentacles. It had a long range, and its power puts a bullet to shame. They were quite troublesome to deal with. There are also Rantos. There were only one in sight right now. It was as big as an elephant, and it was surrounded by an enormous carapace. It had a high resistance to magic, and the carapace had outstanding defensive power. The skeleton soldiers' swords, and the magic of the skeleton magicians wouldn't work against this opponent. Either a Death Knight's Dark Blade or Lich's magic could threaten this monster. Woojin couldn't summon these familiars, so he would have to use the powerful attacks of the warrior class. Dalsy, make a path for me. Goo goo goo. Dalsy caused vibrations as he charged towards the center of the enemies. The skeleton soldiers stood in lines as they readied to charge. In the back, the bones of the skeleton magicians appeared, and they raised their hands to create and maintain their magic. They readied themselves to fire. Su-su-suk. Woojin summoned his phantom steed. He got on, then he changed his warrior's weapon into its axe form. These were the warrior class skills that had been unsealed after he reached level 50. When his weapon changed into an axe, he could use smash and whirl. The destructive power was increased by a notch. Let's go, kids! Keek! Woojin spurred his phantom steed to gain some good momentum, and Dulcie caught up to him from behind. He summoned bone spears, and he threw them towards various locations. When the time was right, he erected bone walls to restrict the movements of his enemy's forces. Hudung, Kwajik! Gyulhuk! As blood flew everywhere, Woojin charged between the monsters, and he cut down the Bijiks with his deadly axe. Every time he split an enemy open, a new skeleton soldier was summoned. The number of skeletons following Woojin kept increasing, but the number of Tronet's monster gathering in this location was much larger. Woojin burst into laughter when he saw the enemies swarm towards him. I guess my level will increase by a fair amount. Tronet would invade Earth sooner or later. He just had to get stronger quickly to oppose Tronet. He watched his achievement points increase continuously, and Woojin's axe danced. In the middle of the colony, Woojin watched the bizarre creatures that wriggled together to form a shape. I'm curious which bastard is here Niang. They are all the same to me. It seems Earth will start to see Tronet's subordinates Niang. It's about that time. Woojin headed towards the center of the colony as he looked around with an indifferent gaze. If this had been allowed to be completed, then one of Tronet's commander would have shown up. Even now the Bijiks and launchers were continuously being born from the hideous hatcheries. Let's end this and go out. It took him 12 days to wipe out the entire colony. 3 days should have passed outside. It was about time for him to go out. Nia Hong. I wanted to go sightseeing in North Korea. Too bad Hong. Woojin grinned, and he marched forward the corpses of Bijiks and launchers he had readied near the colony. The level of resurrection was still low, so the corpses had only 50% of their original abilities. However, he hadn't raised them, because of their ability to fight. The corpses latched themselves onto the headquarter and the hatcheries. When this was done, he let out all his magic at once. Kwang. The corpse explosion caused a storm of blood. Woojin covered his face to block the aftermath of the corpse explosion. Hoo! This brought me up 2 level. During the 12 days of hunting, he had leveled up twice. He still had the 15 days he would be able to use this dungeon, so it would be possible for him to reach level 60. A crater formed from the effect of the explosions, and the return stone was floating in the middle. However, besides the green return stone, there was another purple gem that looked similar to a return stone. There are 2 return stones. Woojin took the 2 gems. Woojin was confused, so he used his identification magic to find out the gem-sealed information. Chapter 63 Shout from Pyongyang, 3. Chapter 63 Shout from Pyongyang, 3. Chapter 63, Shout from Pyongyang, 3. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you John and Tyler for the donation. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. It is a miraculous fragment making up the material world. It is an ingredient used to make the dimensional domain. Woojin stroked his chin. He held up the bright purple gem, and he looked it over. However, no more information popped up. BB. Do you know anything about the dimensional domain? Oing? I have no idea. This was the first time BB had heard about it, so Woojin didn't ask any further questions. He wouldn't get any answer from worrying over it, so he decided it would be better to ignore it. He put the dimensional fragment into his inventory. Then he walked away with the return stone in his hand. It was time for him to exit the dungeon. The barrier was disappearing. The eyes of the 2 North Korean soldiers guarding the entrance to the Gwangmyeong station widened. Hey, look at that! What is that? Hug! The barrier is disappearing. That son of a bitch from South Korea really succeeded. Hurry up and report it to our superior. While the North Korean soldiers moved busily, Foreign reporters were hiding nearby. They took pictures of Woojin walking up the stairs. They raised their telephoto lens. Shit! This doesn't make any sense. This is crazy. He soloed a 6-star dungeon. This will be a huge topic. An amazing roused has appeared in Korea. This right here. Won't this roused be hot as Melody, who showed up in America? Hurry up and contact the headquarters. While the reporters busied themselves, Woojin looked at the person coming towards him after he left the dungeon. The soldiers were still manning the line of defense, but Woojin could see reporters scattered amongst them. Unlike South Korea, the reporters didn't run forward to ask aggressively for an interview. They just watched him. After receiving the urgent message, Lieutenant Che Hesal had come running over to the dungeon. She didn't hide her elation. I knew you would succeed. Good work. Well, didn't we come here knowing I will succeed? Ha ha ha. Of course. However, I am still surprised you were able to pull this off. There had been no volunteers who wanted to go into this dungeon, yet Woojin cleared the dungeon in triumph. Moreover, the access to this dungeon had been restricted, so no one was able to gather information on it. It took a brave person to attempt this dungeon, and it was more surprising that someone had succeeded in clearing it. Did the negotiation group arrive? Yes. Both the North and South delegations are waiting for the news as to whether the dungeon was cleared or not. She didn't tell him they were getting ready to start the negotiations, assuming there was a 70% chance he would fail. Then you guys take care of the negotiations. I'm going into the dungeon again. Since there won't be a dungeon break anymore, tell the army to back off. What? You are going to reattempt it without taking a break? Che Hesal was very surprised. 3 days had passed. He would have spent 4 times the amount of time inside the dungeon. He spent an incredible amount of time in a tense battlefield, yet he wasn't going to take a break? He would instead re-enter the dungeon? Well, this isn't difficult work, so why would I need to rest? He spoke of going into the 6-star dungeon as if he was going to a playground. What was Woojin's true ability? What ability would allow him to clear a dungeon so easily? Do your best then. Woojin immediately turned around, and he went back into the dungeon. If he wanted to reach his target level of 60, then he would need to run a tight schedule for the next 15 days. He had to use the least amount of time, so it would be possible for him to run an extra dungeon run. He would be able to sleep inside the dungeon. Whether it was rest or filling his stomach, it was all possible within the dungeon. He also had a very useful means of getting supply called the point store. Soon after Woojin left, an out-of-breath North Korean soldier came running to the dungeon. Just from looking at the bars on his shoulders, one could tell he was a high-ranking officer. When he saw the barrier blocking the dungeon entrance, he looked around his surrounding. What the hell? Didn't you say the barrier came down? Yes. He just went in again not too long ago. What? That crazy bastard went back in without taking a breather. Yes. He looked around his surrounding, and all the soldiers on standby backed up what was said. The dungeon raid had been successful. However, the hero Kang Woojin went back into the dungeon. He couldn't help but be taken aback at this unexpected situation. This is no simple matter. The chairman told him to bring comrade Kang Woojin at any cost, yet he didn't have any way to contact him. He had no choice but to give his report. He quickly walked away. Asterisk. In a room inside the Memorial Palace, Kim Jong-un was stroking his plump chin with a serious expression on his face. It's tilted to the left. Yes, comrade. The soldier hurriedly fixed the tilted framed picture. Kim Jong-un smiled in satisfaction. The large framed picture on the wall was the printed photo of the picture he took with Kang Woojin. What should I do with this framed picture? Kim Jong-un looked at the framed picture that was originally hung there. It was a photo of him shaking Dennis Rodman's hand affectionately. It was a picture of a basketball player he had once liked. However, Kim Jong-un wasn't interested in him anymore. Throw it away. At Kim Jong-un's cold words, the female servant carefully stepped out of the room with the framed picture in her possession. He possessed a NBA regulation ball used in a game during the season. This room used to be decorated with basketball equipments like basketball shoes and headbands. Now the items that came out of the dungeons lined the room instead. At the end of the wall with the framed photo, there was something akin to a small dungeon museum. The room was filled with artifacts and stuffed low-ranked monsters. Kim Jong-un looked at Woojin inside the framed photo, and his face was filled with envy. "Doc doc. Come in." Kim Jong-un looked towards the open door with a large smile on his face, yet the person he was expecting wasn't there. "What is it? Where is Comrade Kang Woojin?" "That is." "He entered the dungeon again." "What did you say?" The North Korean army officer tried to explain the situation, but it was a waste of time. "Why didn't you stop him? He had already entered when I got there. Do you think my words are a joke?" He desperately begged, but not a single lash moved on Kim Jong-un's face. Cold sweat started running down the officer. "Comrade, I think you will need to self-criticize your actions. Please spare me." At Kim Jong-un's words, the officer immediately got on his knees. "I have no business with you. Get out." "See, Chairman. Please." He begged, but it was a waste of time. No, the ruckus he caused was driving the nail into his coffin. "I guess you won't even need to reflect on your own action." The guard from the security department, who was standing behind Kim Jong-un, took out his pistol. Then he immediately shot the man in front of them. Tong! The North Korean army officer died for such an absurd and groundless reason. However, the guard didn't show any surprise. He merely noted such an event had happened again. "Now listen to me. Go wait for Kang Woojin with both your eyes open, and bring him when he comes out." "Yes." The unlucky guard, who was chosen for this task, couldn't show any signs of complaint. His heart was being charred black inside. "Ha! I should be the one to treat the hero, who saved Pyongyang." Kim Jong-un touched the skill books on display on top of his desk. He wasn't aroused, so the skill book didn't respond to him at all. Kim Jong-un looked at the framed picture on the wall and his eyes was filled with envy and admiration. Asterisk. Hoo! At the same time as his level up, his low magic and energy was recovered. It sent a charge up his spine, and he felt a refreshing sensation. The pleasure given by drugs couldn't even compare to this sensation. "I'm level 60 now." He had started off with the Bijix. Then he killed the six-legged spider-like monster called Launcher, who shot tentacle spears. He even took down Rantos, which had stronger magical resistance than the ogre. It was a horned monster equipped with tough leather. Then there were the Teodons. They were earth moles, who dug tunnels through the ground, to approach a prey in stealth. They attacked by suddenly popping out of the ground. These were the basic underlings that composed Tronet's army. Woojin indiscriminately hunted them down, and he destroyed the hatcheries in various locations. The colony headquarters that had existed in the first run wasn't present in the second run. He guessed the colony headquarters was the dungeon boss. He repeatedly hunted down the monsters in this endlessly large dungeon, and the return stone appeared randomly if one destroyed the hatcheries. When Woojin found the return stone, he would take care of the monsters that were visible to him, then he would go out to re-enter the dungeon again. Instead of hunting down all the monsters, it was better to re-enter the dungeon to hunt large groups of monsters again. This method was advantageous in earning more EXP. He repeated this method. This was the 7th time he had re-entered the dungeon. He had finally reached level 60. First, Woojin learned all the warrior class skills. Warrior's patience was a passive skill, and it would allow one to endure pain. All the other skills were related to the bow. Woojin immediately took out his warrior's weapons, the steel staff, to change its form. The staff started to curve, and a light made out of magic started to elongate to make the string for the bow. Woojin searched through his necromancer class skills, and he learned. It was something he hadn't learned since it was weaker than the bone spear. However, he thought this skill would work synergistically with the bow. After summoning a bone arrow, he fit it on the string. He pulled back, then he tried firing it. Shui! It flew much faster than throwing a bone spear, and the arrow also flew a longer distance. Woojin smiled in satisfaction. If he had enough magic, he could summon an unlimited supply of bone spear and bone arrows. This wouldn't be of any use in summoning more skeletons, but it could be used as a medium for summoning bone walls. It would give him a great tactical advantage. Woojin learned the level 60 restricted necromancer skills he had bought. Through one's shadow, a parasite ghost of the host will be summoned. It will read the emotions and gather information about the host. If the host is a corpse, then the ghost will be able to control it. If the corpse is revived with resurrection, then the ghost can bring out a little bit more of the corpse's original ability. Depending on the summoner's loyalty and trust, the required control is decreased. The summoned being needing control by the summoner may be reformed into a true companion. Number of Shadow, 1. Corpse Amplification, plus 10%. Needed Control 1, minus 99 Loyalty, minus 99 Trust. If he had Gabi, then he could amplify the power of the zombies revived using resurrection. Since they were just corpses, they didn't have the agility or intelligence they possessed when they were alive. It was a different story if Gabi was controlling them. Come out, Gabi. Woojin immediately called out his familiar, Gabi. Woojin's shadow suddenly stood up, and a being with the appearance of Woojin showed up in front of him. If he didn't have a transparent body like the phantom steed Xing Xing, Gabi would look exactly like Woojin. Keek. I can finally hear Master's voice. I still feel creeped out by you. Keek. Isn't it about time you got used to it? It was as Gabi said. He should have been used to it by now, but Woojin was still not used to him. Gabi was like another cloned version of himself. They were fundamentally different existences, but they shared the same thoughts, sights, and feelings. Even though they were different beings, he felt a sense of repulsion. If you don't like this form, then why don't you give me a new body? Woojin looked around his surrounding. It was in ruins from the battle. There were a lot of corpses that could host Gabi. However, he had already finished clearing the dungeon, so it was unnecessary. I'll call you when I need you. Return back into my shadow. Keek. This place called Earth has a lot of fun stuff. It seemed he had read Woojin's mind without permission. Woojin frowned, and he glared at Gabi, who had returned into his shadow. Chet. He felt creeped out by him, but Gabi wasn't a bad being. He had saved Woojin's life several times. He was a loyal familiar. Do I have around a day left? In real time, only a little less than 14 days had passed. He still had a day and couple hours left. If he was quick about it, then Woojin could probably run the dungeon one more time. Woojin took the return stone, and he headed back out of the dungeon. Chapter 64 Shout from Pyongyang, 4. Chapter 64 Shout from Pyongyang, 4. Chapter 64, Shout from Pyongyang, 4. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Queue is cleared. Thank you John and Kane for the donation. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Che Hesal had been on standby. Woojin's eyes widened when he saw her. As soon as she saw him, she got on her knees. Hey? Why are you being like this? Please heed my request. What is it? Even if it is 1 hour, could you not rest for a little bit before you go? What? Every time he came out of the dungeon, Lieutenant Hesal tried to grab him. However, she clung to him more desperately today. Geez. I told you I'm fine. The political climate right now isn't good. Please think about your home country and rest a little bit. What nonsense is she talking about? When Woojin tilted his head in confusion, He Seoul looked around her surrounding, then she approached Woojin to speak into his ears. North Korea wants to extensively advertise this successful dungeon raid. South Korea wants to package it as a North and South joint operation. Then just go with that. Woojin had a "so what?" expression on his face. Please come with me. I have to return to the dungeon. You take care of the politics. He Seoul had an almost tearful expression on her face. The most important person in these proceedings wasn't showing his face at all. Couldn't he at least take couple pictures with the others? Woojin decided to be considerate of He Seoul's situation, so he decided to vacate 1 hour of his schedule. Geez. This is quite tiresome. The Memorial Palace became busy when they heard Woojin was coming. The high-ranking North Korean officials and the negotiation team from South Korea all gathered at the banquet hall. Several of them had dissatisfied expression on their faces since they had been waiting on Woojin for 2 weeks. However, it didn't bother Woojin one bit. All kinds of delicacies were prepared in a grand fashion in the banquet hall. Woojin ate some food, then he stood with Kim Jong-un and the representative of the South Korean negotiation team. The three of them took pictures. Please smile a little bit. At the reporter's request, Woojin made an exaggerated smile. The high-ranking officials, North Korean officials, were displeased when they saw this. Well, I'm really busy, so let's wrap this up. Woojin was about to leave when a major stopped him. He was a bodyguard affiliated with the security department. Comrade. Please sign your name on here for me. Woojin stared blankly at the white paper handed to him by the guard. You are the greatest roused in South Korea. It would be an honor to receive a signature from you. I was wondering what you wanted. Woojin grinned, then he signed his name on the paper. Good luck. Thank you, comrade. When the guard received his signature, he let out a sigh of relief. The guard even secretly looked towards Kim Jong-un to give him a wink. Woojin felt something was off, so he summoned Gabi. Gabi. Do you see that pig over there? I see him, master. Try latching on to him. Kukuk. Finally, my first mission on Earth. He felt Gabi exit his shadow. Gabi secretly slipped into Kim Jong-un's shadow. When Gabi entered inside Kim Jong-un's shadow, he would able to share in the experience of the host's movements and feelings. Moreover, when he returned to Woojin, Woojin would be able to experience what Gabi experienced. It's going to be tight. He had only 1 more day left to use the dungeon. If he wanted to gain a little bit more achievement points, he would have to move more diligently. A man with sharp features was eyeing Woojin as he disappeared from the banquet hall. Republic's Supernatural Force Commander Pyongan. Another man approached him, and he quietly whispered to Pyongan. Commander. We are ready. Are you sure about this? Do you really want to take him head-on? Carry it out with the utmost stealth. Understood. When the man he ordered disappeared, he let out a twisted laugh. That bastard dared to look down on the Republic. Amir roused from South Korea was being pushy inside the heart of North Korea. He was extremely unhappy about it. It also bothered him that Woojin put on a dignified appearance, and he didn't show any deference towards the chairman. The chairman admired the roused. He had established North Korea's supernatural special forces, and Pyongan was named the commander of this force. Their roused population was small, so whenever the high-rank dungeon reset, they had to receive help from China. Their loss was quite substantial. China was mining gold in their front yard, yet they couldn't prevent them from doing so. To clear this 6-star dungeon, they had sent in a team of roused they had ambitiously cultivated. There had been 2A rank and 8B rank. This group represented almost half of the high-ranked roused of North Korea. The Republic even gave them their only 2 return portal, yet the whole team was wiped out. No one knew what had happened to them. Since they died before being able to use the return portal, they didn't have any information on the dungeon. Moreover, they had lost the roused they had cultivated with much difficulty. In a flash, the confidence in the supernatural special forces was lost, and Commander Ri Pyongon's position was also shaken. With only the North Korean forces, they weren't even able to clear the 6-star dungeon. Moreover, they still had to worry about the dungeon break. China ignored North Korea, and the other nations of the world also ignored them. In the end, a pompous roused from South Korea had come to raid the dungeon. Ri Pyongon had snorted at the time. However, Woojin had cleared the dungeon in 3 days, and he experienced a sense of crisis. He knew the chairman was trying to appease the roused named Kang Woojin. If he joined the Republic, then his post as commander of the supernatural forces would immediately be in danger. The dungeon had already been cleared, and the negotiation on how they would divvy up the dungeon had been resolved. North Korea still had 2 rank A roused and several dozen skilled rank B roused. The first clear was difficult, but the subsequent raids significantly decreased in difficulty. Moreover, they had been able to learn a significant amount of information about dungeon from the negotiation talks. That son of a bitch! Since the hunt was done, it was time to put down the hunting dog. Woojin was able to solo the dungeon by himself, but in the end he was still a human. If a roused got shot or blown up, then death was inevitable. If it happened inside the dungeon, then there wouldn't be any evidence. Before one clears the dungeon of monster to use the portal, one could still use items from Earth. He will become the fertilizer for the growth of our strong and prosperous country. Everything he did was to make his country strong and prosperous. The chairman had a brief lapse in judgment. This was for his comrade. Ri Pyongon looked towards Kim Jong-un, with eyes filled with ambition. Asterisk. Woojin walked past the soldiers still seriously guarding the dungeon, and he headed towards the dungeon entrance. You are going back in again. Of course. This will probably be your last run. We wish you good luck. The soldiers opened a path for him as he headed toward the dungeon entrance. He just needed to work hard for 1 more day. No. He just needed to work hard for 4 days inside the dungeon, then he'll be able to go back home. Woojin entered the dungeon with a light heart. Right before the barrier could form, another person jumped into the dungeon. The soldiers weren't surprised by the extra person, who had entered. He was able to enter. He had entered before the barrier could form. If the barrier dissipated, it either meant one cleared the dungeon, or all the people who went into the dungeon had died. This time they were hoping for the latter situation. Well done, Comrade Namusun. A single soldier departed to make a report on the situation. However, they didn't see one foreign reporter taking pictures of these events from afar. Asterisk. 4 hours had passed since Kang Woojin had entered the dungeon. Ri Pyongon was worried. Did we fail? The agent, who had followed behind Woojin, was a rank C roused of the supernatural forces. The man's loyalty to the Republic was extraordinary. He had strapped bombs on his entire body, and he had entered the dungeon. This was a plan where his life was forfeit from the start. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he was supposed to hug Kang Woojin and blow himself up. Even if he wasn't able to grab Woojin, it didn't matter. The entrance of the subway station was narrow, so an explosion from a short distance would be just as deadly. So why hadn't the barrier disappeared yet? If he came back alive? Shit! Ri Pyongon felt irritated just from thinking about it. He had sent in enough explosives to blow up an entire building. How likely was it that Woojin would come back out alive? Yes. Even if he wasn't killed, he would have received a critical wound. He's probably on his last breath. He probably received a critical wound, so how will he be able to find and use the return stone? The roused had abilities well beyond the imagination of humans. Kang Woojin must had some trick up his sleeves to be still alive. However, he was sure Woojin had received a critical wound. One needed a return stone to break through the barrier. Even if he was alive, his life would probably end at any moment. He felt frustrated since he had no idea what was going on inside the dungeon. However, Li Pyongan kept his hope alive as he waited for Woojin to die. Asterisk. It had been over 2 days and 1 hour since Kang Woojin had entered the dungeon. Something is wrong. What? At Lieutenant Che Hesol's words, the leader of the negotiation group, General Li Sunqi, replied in a gruff manner. If we take into account of Mr. Kang Woojin's personality, he wouldn't attempt something he wouldn't be able to do. Something must have gone awry. Li Sunqi's voice was filled with strained emotions. It had been over 2 days since Woojin had entered the dungeon. He was given 15 days to use the dungeon for himself, yet an extra day had passed. The South had agreed to pay for cost of Woojin staying for an extra day, so Li Sunqi couldn't help but feel worried. Woojin's last clear time was 1 day and 17 hours. Normally, he should be out by now. So what else do you want to say? Don't we have to launch an investigation? Do you realize where we are? What can we do over here? This was Pyongyang. There were dozens to 100 eyes watching them in secret. What could a mere dozen people making up the negotiation group do in this situation? Please look at this. Che Hesol had received a photo from one of the foreign reporters. She held it out. It was a picture of an unknown man following Woojin into the dungeon. Li Sunqi's expression turned serious when he saw the photo. When did you obtain this? I received it around 30 minutes ago. After Che Hesol obtained the photo, she came to report with a worried heart. We'll have to investigate immediately. We'll have to make a formal complaint towards North Korea. Are you crazy? At Che Hesol's agitation, Li Sunqi coldly berated her. If someone had hatched a scheme, then it would be North Korea's doing. Still, how could they lodge a complaint against them? Should they ask them to just reveal their plots? It would be like throwing oil onto a fire. This was the heart of North Korea. When they turned their backs for a moment, it would basically be like jumping into a tiger's maw. Let's just observe for now. If they hatched a plan to kill Kang Woojin, they were basically handing the negotiation team a huge bargaining chip. Even if they were going to lodge a complaint, they would have to do it after they returned to South Korea. They would handle it through diplomacy. Only Che Hesol had a face full of anxiety and concern. Asterisk. It had been over 2 days and 18 hours since Kang Woojin had entered the dungeon. What is this? Kim Jong-un saw the news article on the tablet, and he vented his anger. It was an article from a French news agency. It was a picture of an unknown man slipping into the dungeon entrance after Woojin. Who is this bastard? We are trying to find that out right now. Hurry up and find out about it. Tell me who this motherfucker is right now. As you command. Kim Jong-un's face became red. His ample chin fat trembled. South Korea's greatest roused might die this day. No matter how he thought about it, he would come out at a loss. He had to find the bastards who hatched this plan. It was always the excessively loyal bastards who gave him the most problems. Damn bastards! Kim Jong-un brought his fist down. His gaze landed on the white piece of paper inside the framed picture. It was the paper with Kang Woojin's signature. Asterisk. It had been over 3 days and 5 hours since Kang Woojin had entered the dungeon. It's disappearing. The barrier was disappearing. Whether Woojin came out alive, or died as the dungeon reset, this would be big news. The foreign reporters pressed their camera shutters busily. A foreign reporter had photographed an unknown man entering the dungeon, so it had been shown in the news. It caused the atmosphere inside North Korea to turn serious. The activities of the officers in the North Korean army started to pick up. Lieutenant Che Hesol from South Korea stood in front of the dungeon every day for all hours except when she had to sleep. Please. Was it because she had wanted to hear it? She heard footfall coming up the stairs. Tuck, tuck. Each step was deliberate and slow. As he reached the top of the stairs, she saw his face and hair. There were wounds all over his body, and his face had wounds as if his skin had been scraped off. His face was blotchy, and his skin didn't look too good. After Woojin ascended the stairs, he looked around his surrounding. Numerous gazes were fixed on him. Hoo! He was laughing. Woojin, who had a blank expression, twisted his mouth. He had to apply a lot of regeneration salve. His face and body was still recovering, but he didn't care about that. The wounds on his body would heal completely in couple days. The problem was the dirty feeling he felt. His chest was filled with so much rage that it was stifling him. The twisted laugh that came out of Woojin stopped, and the smile on his face disappeared. Do you all want to die? Is that what you wish? Woojin looked around his surrounding with heartless eyes. Chapter 65, Unexpected Loot. Chapter 65 Unexpected Loot. Chapter 65, Unexpected Loot. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Queue is cleared. I tried to release this as fast as I was able to. Thank you John and Andrew for the donation. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. The atmosphere was grave. When Woojin took a step out of the entrance, the soldiers took a hesitant step backwards. Tell that pig bastard to come out. At Woojin's words, the North Korean officials, the members of the South Korean delegation, and the foreign reporters all thought of a single person in their head. Moreover, they felt shocked by the conviction behind his words. Woojin's words were basically a declaration of war. Moreover, he said it in the heart of North Korea. If he doesn't come out, then I'll go to him. When Woojin took another step forward, the soldiers reflexively got in his way. Their eyes were filled with terror, and Woojin's indifferent eyes swallowed their terror. Woojin was about to raise his hand when a cat jumped out from behind him. Woo! Master uses too much brute force Hong. Bibi stood ahead of Woojin, and she waved her cute pink paw. Bibi's body shuddered, and black flower petals scattered like snow towards the people gathered around the site. All the soldiers and the reporters slowly closed their eyes, and they slid to the floor. That wasn't necessary. Niang. This is more effective. What if you get sued after you killed them without any cause Hong? This is Earth Hong. Earth. Stop creating complicated situations Niang. Well, if he killed everyone here then being sued wasn't the only thing that would happen. Is it because she watched a lot of TV? Bibi was more sensitive to how society worked on Earth. If he could avoid annoying situations, then he wouldn't object to it. Woojin didn't want to kill indiscriminately. He just had to kill the one who dared to order a terrorist act of bombing on him. He'll cool his anger by chewing on the person's soul. He planned on walking past all the sleeping people, but it seemed not everyone had fallen asleep from Bibi's ability. These existences had magical resistance. They were roused. Hey, asshole! Do you think our republic is a pushover? I knew it would eventually turn out like this. We shouldn't have let a South Korean brat into Pyongyang. These were the North Korea's roused in the supernatural force. At Commander Ri Pyongan's orders, they had blended into the groups of soldiers. There were 1 rank A and 9 rank B. This was probably the team who would have tried to clear the dungeon after Woojin came out. They had been placed here on standby. They blocked Woojin's path. Woojin looked at them one by one. What? Asshole! Who cares if he stared at them? At Woojin's words, the roused started activating their abilities. When Woojin saw this, he grinned. Yes. This is how it should be. He wanted to cut off the head of the snake. It would be more absurd if the underlings ignored such an act. Before they could ready themselves, Woojin summoned bone spears. Hung! As expected of high rank roused, they easily avoided his attack, but Woojin was aiming for something else. Jiang! Woojin took couple spirits out of his spirit armor, and he shot out several spirit spears. The spirit spears chased in pursuit until they hit their targets. Hut! What is that? Some used barrier magic to block the attack. Some used attack magic to break the spirit spear instead. While they were distracted for a moment, Woojin had already let fly his bone arrows. Poo shook. Ooh okay. Woojin continuously shot out his arrows. The warrior class archery skill allowed Woojin to be very proficient in shooting the bow. It let him shoot the bow like an expert. However, several roused immediately counter-attacked after blocking the arrows. This roused had a very fast and sharp attack. His quick sword was on par with Li Yunhui. He remembered being stunned when she had injured his face. However, his current level wasn't comparable to before. This was only a rank A roused's attack. Kaang! The bow in Woojin's hand immediately morphed into an axe. With the change, he whirled the axe head around towards the lower body of the charging foe. Quang! The whirling blow made the opponent stagger from the impact, and Woojin immediately sent a bone spear towards him. Ku! Huung! Tu! Woojin took another step forward. The blade of the axe took off the opponent's head from his body, and the head flew into the air. Woojin grinned and he attempted a resurrection. The battle knight with a severed head. Dul Ahan has superior in ability compared to the normally resurrected corpse. The condition is fulfilled if the opponent is a 6th circle rank A, and the resurrection is used when the roused's head has been cut off in battle. It is a cumbersome requirement, but the result is surprising. It isn't a clumsy corpse. Kuraha. His movement was similar to how he moved before death, but his strength and destructive ability increased substantially. Dul Ahan, who was still wearing the North Korean army uniform, grabbed its own head. Then it charged towards the North Korean roused, who had been comrades only few seconds ago. When had they ever had the chance to fight with a dead corpse? No, this person used to be their comrade, but now they had to fight against his corpse. The battle was resolved pretty fast, and Woojin absorbed the roused souls into this spirit armor for storage. Pung! Several corpses exploded. Several skeleton soldiers and skeleton magicians appeared. Wing! Dalsy was summoned in his light form, and he circled around Bibi's head. If given the command, Dalsy could pull the rebels to himself to form a body. Let's go! Woojin moved his feet towards the memorial palace. He didn't care where Kim Jong-un was hiding. If he moved towards Gabi's energy, he'll be able to find Kim Jong-un. He dared to attack an opponent from the back. Woojin would praise his boldness as he gave Kim Jong-un a miserable death. This time Che Hesal blocked Woojin's path. Please stop! At the unexpected situation, Woojin's eyes was filled with curiosity. You were aroused. TLN, hee. She didn't have much of a presence, so he hadn't checked before. When he activated his warrior's sense to observe Che Hesal, she was a level 11. She had barely reached the first circle. She was a rank F roused. Normal people were between LVL 1 to LVL 9. She had a trifling amount of magic resistance, yet she was able to resist Bibi's sleep curse. Her mental toughness was commendable. Please stop. We can still salvage this situation. Woojin grinned. You always speak as if I made some accident. She is going to salvage situation? Well, Woojin could only be dumbfounded at her words. But the accident will start now. 10 high-ranked roused of North Korea's supernatural force had died. In the middle of the Memorial Palace's square, 300 soldiers were put to sleep alongside the reporters. An accident that is bigger than this. Che Hesal's head suddenly throbbed. She knew he wasn't kidding from the look in his eyes. Moreover, she had witnessed him kill 10 high-rank roused, who had been helpless against Woojin. Korah! The corpse held its head by its side, and the eyeballs rolled around the socket. The sight was more than grotesque. Even the skeleton soldiers, who had shown up after the corpses exploded, felt unreal to her. Hesal swallowed her saliva. She had never seen someone who was this stubborn. Please stop. I beg of you. Why? It'll be war. This might erupt into a war. This was an armed conflict inside Pyongyang. It was an unprecedented event. This was going to cause a huge ripple effect. The problem was it wasn't necessarily a good ripple effect. What war? I just have to teach that pig a lesson. Does this mean he can't punish the pig? At Woojin's indifferent answer, Seoul stared blankly as she lost the ability to speak. I hate bastards who stab me in the back. I can't forgive him. Stabbed in the back? Then the mysterious man, who entered the dungeon, was a North Korean agent sent to attack Woojin? Still, he had to hold himself back. Please think about your homeland. You can't start a war. Geez. Stop babbling. You talk too much. I won't start a war. Woojin walked deliberately towards Seoul, who was blocking his path. Every time Woojin took a step closer, Seoul's heart thudded in rhythm with his footsteps. When Woojin was right in front of her, her heart was beating so fast that she wondered if her heart had escaped her body. If you don't want to die, then get out of my way. She felt a chill run up her spine at Woojin's words. Seoul bit her lower lip. Then please kill me instead. You have to restrain yourself. I don't know what happened in the dungeon, but please curb your anger. This isn't the way to do this. At Seoul's words, Woojin quietly looked at her. Yes. He could hold himself back. However, didn't he need a reason to do so? He had no reason to hold himself back. The pig sent a suicide bomber to him, so why should Woojin spare him? Please. Woojin's fist planted itself into Seoul's stomach. Seoul's body folded into itself like a shrimp from the single blow, and she slumped to the floor. It would be painful, but the blow wouldn't kill her. Woojin looked around his surrounding. No one was awake to block Woojin's path. He saw warriors watching from a distance. They moved busily, but he didn't really care about them. Asterisk. The tunnel leading to an underground bunker beneath the Memorial Palace. Dururururu. Tirai. A gun emplacement placed in the wall fired, but the spirit armor blocked everything. It couldn't hit Woojin. Quang. Woojin's hammer hit the wall, and the gun emplacement twisted, and it collapsed with the wall. Heek. When the thick wall protecting them disappeared, the two soldiers, who weren't roused, was filled with terror. Niang. Bibi immediately casted her sleep curse, and Woojin just shrugged his shoulder. Why bother with doing that? Niang. It's all right, Ahong. Woojin looked around the hallway filled with smoke. The smell of gunpowder was quite strong. There was only one steel door left. Hey, Jungin. Why don't we talk for a moment? No answer came from inside. He was sure there was someone in there. He could feel Gabi's existence across the door. Maybe, he couldn't hear Woojin's voice? Quang, quang. It was a steel door that could withstand an explosive. Woojin struck it with his hammer, but it didn't budge. Chet. Hey, Dulcie. Wing. Dulcie was already level 27. His basic form could use dirt to make his body. At level 10, he could use stones. Moreover, he was able to use metal at level 20. Kung. The entire steel door was ripped away, and it started to form a shape. Dulcie formed in a crouching stance, and he immediately got out of Woojin's way. The underground bunker shook as pieces of concrete fell from the ceiling. Heek. The door itself turned into a golem. He could see a frightened Kim Jong-un and his bodyguards from the security department inside. Woojin grinned when he saw them. Should we have a little talk? His smile was crueler than a smile from a devil. You dare try to kill me? Comrade. I've never gave such an order. Kim Jong-un replied with a shaky voice. Monster. He was a monster among monsters. The supernatural forces roused demonstrated for him couple times, but none of them were like Woojin. Woojin was outspoken, and he was an impossible opponent to beat. Kim Jong-un really felt the threat to his life. He had hidden himself, yet Woojin knew where he was like a wraith, and Woojin had come after him. Well, there is a way I'll be able to find out the truth. When Woojin grinned, a paper-thin shadow exited Junggen's shadow, and Gabi was reabsorbed into Woojin's shadow. He experienced what Kim Junggen's shadow felt and experienced, while Woojin was inside the dungeon. Then Woojin's eyebrows furrowed. He really didn't do it. Bibi shook her head at his embarrassing situation. Master made an accident again, Ahong. Just resolve it in an amicable manner, Ahong. He had already ran wild once, so his anger had lessened a little bit. Still, he wasn't planning on forgiving anyone. Kim Junggen wasn't the only one who needed to receive his punishment. Hey, Junggen! Please speak, comrade. Find me the man who ordered the suicide bombing on me. I never let live someone who stabbed me in the back. I give you my word, comrade. I'll find the one pulling the string from behind at all cost. I will hand out an exemplary punishment. At Kim Junggen's words, Woojin grinned as he raised his hand for a handshake. This was my misunderstanding. Sorry. He had turned Pyongyang inside out. Woojin didn't know if an apology would be enough, but... No. It is my fault for not keeping my subordinates in line. If there weren't any misunderstanding, then we could have been good friend. At Woojin's words, Kim Junggen made an expression of regret, then he shook hands with Woojin. Woojin laughed as he saw Kim Junggen's ample fat on his chin. The feared dictator leading North Korea was a mania for the roused. His mania was so fierce that he collected numerous artifacts even if he didn't have any abilities. It was weird. Moreover, he was fan of Woojin. Then I'll accept these presents, comrade. Woojin grinned. He knew where all the artifacts were kept inside the Memorial Palace. Moreover, he also knew about Kim Junggen's hobby room, where he stashed away a lot of artifacts. Comrade Kang Woojin smiled, while he was looking at me. Kim Junggen matched his smile. The roused held strength that was beyond the limit of human. Kim Junggen's respect towards the roused was much deeper than what Woojin had suspected. Chapter 66 Unexpected Loot, 2. Chapter 66 Unexpected Loot, 2. Chapter 66, Unexpected Loot, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Late Night Ninja Release. Queue is cleared. Thank you Vincent and Eric for the donation. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Woojin walked out of the underground tunnel. Please stop. Somehow, Che Hesal had found Woojin. She ran towards him, and she blocked his path. She was still grimacing as if the pain hadn't subsided yet. Please stop. It isn't too late. We can still mend this. Che Hesal meant what she said. A war would erupt if events continued to progress like this. She had to prevent such an event from happening. Che Hesal spoke with utmost sincerity. This isn't the way. Please stop. She really felt that way. A war meant tens of thousands of people would have to sacrifice their lives. She wanted to stop such an appalling tragedy from happening at all cost. Woojin looked at her with a non-committal expression. Hesal studied Woojin's expression, and the light in her eyes shook. No way. He had already made a mess. Kim Junggen was dead. Strength left her legs. Another bloodstorm will rage. She had made a mistake. She shouldn't have asked Guild Alendal to clear Pyongyang's 6-star dungeon. Hesal was in a daze as she flopped down on the floor. Woojin secretly smiled when he saw this. He isn't dead yet. Really? You did well. Yet? Are you still planning on killing him? Hesal swallowed her saliva. Well, I'll see what happens. Woojin wanted to see how they took care of the person who ordered the suicide bombing. Please hold yourself back. If your anger isn't quelled, then I'll give you my life instead. I mean it. From her sitting position, she got on her knees. Really? The war of the Korean peninsula may never end. It has been less than 100 years since the last war. This land shouldn't have to go through such a tragedy again. If you would be satisfied from just taking my life. No. She wasn't worried about the conflict turning into a world war, but this war would be held on the Korean peninsula. Her beloved country would be ruined, so wouldn't giving up her own life be well worth the price of stopping this war? Woojin narrowed his eyes as he looked at Seoul. She didn't have a blemish-free soul. It wasn't like Jiwon's clear and innocent soul. However, this was the first time he had seen such a shiny soul on earth. It meant her will was filled with sincerity. She wasn't lying when she said she'll offer up her life. Lieutenant Seoul. Yes. You really are forfeiting your life to me. Of course. If I could stop this disaster from spreading, I will. If Kim Jong-un was still alive, then they could still cover this up. Woojin shrugged when he saw Seoul's sincerity. It would be wasteful to just kill you. Discharge from the military. Did I hear you wrong? After your discharge, come work under me. If you do that, I'll spare Jong-un. Seoul's face was filled with conflict. Didn't she dream about becoming a genuine soldier? At that moment, Woojin felt the presence of people approaching him. A group of people came out of the passageway. Hurry up and clean this up. Find where Ri Pyongan went. Woojin grinned when he heard Kim Jong-un's voice. Should I go catch that pig? I'll join your guild. Woojin's grin widened. It was rare to find someone with Seoul's will and conviction. He had found an unexpected loot here. Woojin grinned as he walked away. He knew where everything was inside the Memorial Palace, because of Gabi's memories. Now it was time to go rob Kim Jong-un's collection. Then you should go talk to patch up this situation. What the hell? He had made such a mess, yet he was able to easily ask her to patch this up. Before the chaotic atmosphere settled down, Woojin quickly headed toward Kim Jong-un's hobby room. Asterisk. The next 3 days passed like a storm. Ri Pyongan, and anyone related to him were all captured. There were even some innocent people who were lumped in with them. The delegation from South Korea left as they let Kim Jong-un take care of those men. Kim Jong-un was shaking from anger. You are a dead man. How dare you steal the treasures soaked in our people's blood and sweat? You took the future of our republic? Bastard. Chairman. I really don't know. I really don't know anything about it. You still dare to lie? Punish them until they speak. Understood. Ri Pyongan was suspended by his arms like a piece of meat at a butcher's shop. The interrogators approached him, and they started whipping him. Kim Jong-un looked on with cold eyes as he tried to quell his anger. The treasures he had gathered with the blood and sweat of his people were all gone. The only thing left was the picture he took with Kang Woojin, and his signature. Kim Jong-un's wrath was great since someone robbed him of everything. He had gathered his collection for the past 5 years. The only person he suspected was Ri Pyongan. He was probably planning his betrayal for a long time. He was probably planning on blaming it on the visiting South Korean delegation. If it wasn't for Comrade Kang Woojin, I might have been in big trouble. He hadn't died. Kang Woojin had survived, and Ri Pyongan's betrayal came out into the open. They had nothing to do with it. It wasn't as if he hadn't suspected the people from South Korea. However, they traveled here sharing just 2 cars. He didn't think that massive amount of treasure could be stolen by them. The only roused in the party was rank AA Kang Woojin, and rank F Seoul. Just in case they were using artifacts, they were searched. They didn't find any subdimension artifact. Even if they did find one, the artifact could only hold a limited amount of items. The best subdimension artifact was owned by a Middle Eastern royal family, and it could only hold a 300-liter refrigerator. Massive amounts of treasure had disappeared, and it wouldn't fit inside a subdimensions. So the only people who could pull this off was on the North Korean side. Bastard. He is quite tenacious. Kim Jong-un gritted his teeth as Ri Pyongan failed to confess. Asterisk. We've arrived at the Panmunjom. Ooh. We are finally here. He Seoul saved her words as Woojin stretched. For the past 3 days, Woojin just lazed around as he slept. The negotiation team had to renegotiate the deal for the past 3 days. After the betrayal within North Korea was resolved, South Korea's Kang Woojin was reported to have taken an active role in all of the events. It didn't matter what the truth was. South Korea's situation had improved. Woojin had taken care of all the high-ranked roused in North Korea. North Korea didn't have enough force to even attempt the 6-star dungeon. They had removed China from the equation, so the relationship between the two nations turned for the worse. Russia wasn't an option either. Eventually, it was agreed that South Korea would run the dungeon, and North Korea would share in the profit. If one excluded the violence that erupted within Pyongyang, the end result was very good for South Korea. Woojin, the person in question, slept lazily inside the memorial palace even though he was the one who had caused all the ruckus. He even slept through the sounds of the firing squad for Ri Pyongan and his accomplices that erupted early in the morning. He Seoul didn't have a strong heart like Woojin, so she was nervous the whole time she stayed in North Korea. The angry atmosphere made the negotiations strenuous. They passed the Panmunjom, so she was on South Korean soil. However, she couldn't relax yet. I have something I want to ask you. Speak. He Seoul didn't know when it happened, but Kang Woojin spoke to her naturally in an informal manner. Why did you hold back after giving the condition that I join Allendal? Woojin was bold enough to slap Warang's guild master on live TV. If she took his brute personality into consideration, it made her wonder about something. She knew if Woojin wanted to do something, then we wouldn't easily be deterred from his action. What do you want to hear from me? What? At Woojin's response, He Seoul scratched the back of her head. She was embarrassed to say what was on her mind now. Did she want to hear praise from him? Did she want to hear about the worth of her ability? Did she want him to talk about how she stopped him from killing North Korea's ultimate dictator? Now that she thought about it in her head, she basically wanted to ask questions when she already knew the answers. Woojin was looking out the window. He Seoul watched the back of his head, and her face turned red from embarrassment. It's nothing. He Seoul cleared her throat in embarrassment. Woojin grinned. If you fill an organization with people with ability and worth, then the organization will run itself. He didn't want backbiting in his guild. He didn't want to supervise his underlings. He wanted people who will take care of the annoying and difficult works for him. This idea was very appealing to Woojin. You have worth. You are an outstanding individual with a lot of appeal. It made him want her as an underling, so he could order her around. Woojin retracted his gaze from the scenery outside the window, then he turned his head. He saw the young soldier's face, whose eyes were shaking from being moved by his words. She didn't cry, but her eyes were moist. I will find you immediately after I am discharged. You do that? Woojin decided not to tell her that he wasn't going to kill Kim Jong-un in the first place. Asterisk. Guild Allendal's office. The only large TV in the office was located inside the president's room, so the founding members were all gathered there. They were watching a TV special with the edited version of the breaking news that had occurred for the past 3 days. They had turned the show on so much that they almost memorized the content of the news special. They saw Woojin so much on TV that it didn't feel like he was absent from the office. Yes. If we compile all the new until now, it seems Ri Pyongan was the main figure who had staged a coup d'état. He was the commander of supernatural force of North Korea. What is your opinion on this? The roused abilities are like a double-edged sword. The roused transcends the human limitation, and they protect our country from the monsters. On the flip side, there are those who would participate in crimes. The roused could be very dangerous to a regime like North Korea. The betrayal of a commander of the supernatural force puts the North Korean regime in a very dangerous situation. Yes. It was Allendale's guildmaster who had cleared the 6-star dungeon. If it wasn't for President Kang Woojin, the coup d'état might have brought Kim Jong-un's reign to an end. What are your opinions on this? If a new figurehead with radical ideas had seized power in the north, then we would be in much more danger. President Kang Woojin did a meritorious deed by helping keep the status quo of the relationship between the north and the south. Will he receive a medal for this? He'll get it. President Kang Woojin's exploit rapidly mended the relationship between the north and the south. President Kang Woojin's assault scandal hasn't been resolved yet. What do you think about? DDI Rick. When the members of the panel started repeating the same points again, Jung Minchin turned off the TV. Everyone faced each other with serious expressions on their faces. They are 100% right. Don't you all know about President's personality? At Woo Sung-hun's words, everyone silently agreed. The story is coming into focus. Maybe our president threatened Kim Jong-un? It was said that Ri Pyongan stole all the artifacts gathered by North Korea. It sounds like something our president would do. Kim Hee-min questioned Woo Sung-hun's sharp conjecture. No way. Even if our president bends the rule a little bit, do you really think he will resort to stealing? You are being kind by saying he bends the rule a little bit. He is reckless. Sung-gu spoke with a dissatisfied expression when he saw them bicker. Well, this is the story of when I met President for the first time. He told them about Woojin killing Bidosoa's party. The faces of the founding members darkened when Sung-gu described how Woojin had emptied the pockets of the dead people. Woo Sung-hun spoke with a smug expression on his face. What did I tell you? I'm really on to something here. We can't believe everything said in the media. Now that I think about it, he did say he wanted to assassinate Kim Jong-un before the guild was formed. Wah! See? What did I tell you? My arms has goosebumps. Ooh wah! At Sung-gu's words, Woo Sung-hun spoke more forcefully. Maybe President has already killed Kim Jong-un. No way. Didn't you say our president wanted to go kill him? He might have planned this visit to Pyongyang. Maybe he is from a patriotic household? I'm sure he has bad feelings towards North Korea. President was just angry, because his conscription letter came. Woo Sung-hun's eyebrows curved as he heard Sung-gu's words. He said such words from receiving a mere conscription letter? What does that have to do with? Why would he want to assassinate Kim Jong-un just from receiving a conscription letter? He didn't want to join the army. Look at the scale the president thinks in. Isn't this giving you guys goosebumps? He had wanted to kill a nation's dictator, because he didn't want to enlist in the army. I wasn't going to say anything, since I don't hold a grudge. It isn't in my personality. However, this was when I used to sell hand phones. Click. Sung-hun's words ended when the door to the president's room opened. How have you guys been? Everyone froze when Woojin appeared. Woojin hadn't seen them for a while, so he had a bright smile on his face. What? What is it? I thought President was having a banquet with the President. What am I going to do at such an event? I wanted to have some soju with you guys. Ah! How could he so easily break a promise made with the President? Oh! Why is my ears so itchy? Did someone speak badly behind my back? At Woojin's word, everyone's head reflexively turned towards Woo Sung-hun. Woo Sung-hun's pupils shrank in a microsecond, and it shook. Woo Sung-hun suddenly stood up, and he started clapping his hand as he looked towards Woojin. Zay, zay, zay. Let's clap for our president. He went through a lot of hardship, and he has returned as a hero. Thank you for your efforts. We are proud of you. The reaction of the other people in the room was a bit slow. Woojin laughed. He narrowed his eyes as he watched Woo Sung-hun, who had spoken in an exaggerated manner. I did. Didn't I? Sweat started to perspire on Woo Sung-hun's forehead. Chapter 67, Hero's Mentality. Chapter 67 Hero's Mentality. Chapter 67, Hero's Mentality. TLN, hey guys. This is the regular chapter for next week. I had a lot of spare time today, so I decided to translate this chapter early. Please turn off ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. It was late in the day, so most of the newly hired employees had clocked out. The several employees that were still in the office was told leave for the day. It had been very busy recently, so they hadn't had the chance to go out for a company dinner yet. The founding members decided to go out for dinner, which would also serve as a drinking party. Granny. Aiku. My baby is here. The congenial grandmother from the shanty town was still there, and Sunggu helped her as if this was his own store. He started placing the basic side dishes on the table. They were the only customers in this old restaurant, so the atmosphere was chilly. Jung Minchen was the first to open his mouth. President. Are you sure you don't have to go? I'm not going, so why do you keep asking me? He asked since his phone's inbox was burning up. Jung Minchen took care of most of the external business of the guild, so his hand phone was continuously vibrating. Isn't it an appointment with the president? I never promised I will go. They just decided on their own that I needed to go. Do I have to accept their invitation? Aren't they giving you some award? I don't want to receive an award, so tell them not to call me anymore. Still. Woojin frowned. I'll go there. I'll go there then I'll come back. If they are going to give me a damn award, I'll. No. I'll respectfully decline the offer. Jun Minchen looked at his silenced hand phone. 27. Oh. It would be better to not send Woojin. He might unnecessarily cause trouble. Minchen briefly vacated his seat to make a phone call. Woo Sung-hun laughed as he tried to lift the slightly heavy atmosphere. Ha ha ha, please tell us about your work in Pyongyang. I'm talking about your tale of heroism. Tale of heroism. Nothing much happened. Stop being like that. Please tell us about it. Tale of heroism. I have no tales of heroism to tell. I just went around the dungeon for a while, then I punished those who needed it. Then I came back. Ha ha ha. We were nervous at the prospect of President killing Kim Jong-un. I was going to, but I decided to spare him. He said he was my fan. He was going to. Also, Kim Jong-un was his fan. Sung-hun and Heeman's face turned rigid. Then Sunggu brought over the beef entrails, and Minchen returned to his seat after finishing his call. I was able to come to a resolution with them. You will have to accept an invitation from the Chongguadi after you come back from your trip to the US. Well, I guess that'll be fine. Woojin gave a half-assed reply, then he focused his attention on the beef entrails that was placed on top of the hot skillet. Chi-ji-ji-jeek. Hey! This place's beef entrails are fantastic. It goes well with the soju. It's perfect. As they watched Woojin smacking his lips from the tasty fare, Heeman and Sung-hun exchanged glances. Heeman signaled with his eyes gesture. Sung-hun took a shallow breath, then he spoke. So. Why were you trying to kill Kim Jong-un? Some bastard snuck inside the dungeon with a bomb. I thought Kim Jong-un ordered it, so I was going to punish him. He came back alive after someone detonated a suicide bomb? Woojin talked about it nonchalantly. Sunggu stopped flipping the beef entrails with the tongs, so Woojin started flipping the meat with his chopsticks. Hey, Sunggu! It's burning! What? Yes, yes! Sunggu, who was spaced out, started to pick up the beef entrails to cut it. Chi-ji-ji-jeek. Yeah. It looks delicious. Woojin opened a bottle of soju as he watched the grilled beef entrails turn brown. When the bottle of soju was pushed forward, Minchin raised his cup. Did someone die? Why is the mood like this? This is our first company dinner. It's nothing. Maybe it was because Woojin had indifferently talked about killing people. They had no idea what kind of person the president was. They tried to reconcile the man in front of him, and the man they had imagined him to be. If one discounted such thoughts, the company dinner was going quite well. Above all, this was Guild Allendal's first company dinner. Woojin poured alcohol into all the founding members' cups, then he filled his own cup. You guys had endured a lot of hardship up until now. I wish you guys would endure more hardship in the future. What kind of toast was that? Sung-hoon took the cue, and he yelled out. Thanks for everyone's efforts. Zang. After downing the refreshing soju, Woojin dipped a piece of beef entrail in the sauce, then he placed it inside his mouth. Kaya. This was the taste. Woojin was getting ready to dig into his food. He readied a perilla leaves for some. Everyone else looked around awkwardly, and they gave Woo Sung-hoon a signal with their eyes. Woo Sung-hoon let out an exaggerated laugh. Ha ha ha. Do you know who is more famous than you, President? Woojin was almost always the most searched name in Korea. However, if one looked worldwide, there was another person who was more famous than him. Woo Sung-hoon showed Woojin a picture. Sung-hoon had made the picture his wallpaper on his phone. This woman is named Melody. She is the holy maiden of the Arya Church. I'm not sure if this is a scam or not, but the video is quite miraculous. I'm not sure if her goddess really exists. It isn't a hoax. It's real. What? How would President know if it isn't a scam? Hey? It's someone I know from before. What? Unlike the surprised Woo Sung-hoon, Young Minchin put on a more serious expression on his face. Melody was none other than the first person to come out of a dungeon. She was the first human to be found inside a dungeon. She is said to be a S rank roused at the minimum. You actually know this person? I know her. Why do you think I'm going to the US? I have some questions for her. They hadn't know that fact. They had thought he was going to the US to take part in the consortium hosted by the Titan Guild. Now they found out he was acquainted with the Holy Maiden Melody. What kind of relationship did you have with her? Woojin emptied another cup of refreshing soju, then he shoved a large TLN, Google it food related, into his mouth. Everyone was waiting for Woojin to answer the question. Everyone waited for his answer, but Woojin continued to savor the taste of the food in a relaxed manner. Woojin chewed for a long time. When he swallowed, he drank some cider. There is a planet called Alphen. Is the president interested in astronomy? Everyone stayed silent as they listened to him. Woojin opened his mouth. I went missing 5 years ago. At that time, I was summoned to planet Alphen. Everyone was silent after they heard Woojin's shocking words. Woo Sung-hoon gauged the mood, then he let out a small laugh. Ha ha ha. President's sense of humor is too complicated. It took me a long time to understand it. I'm not telling a joke, so stay still. Yes, sir. Sung-hoon's shoulders shrank, and everyone focused on Woojin with grave expressions on their faces. I don't know why I was summoned there. I struggled to live in that place for 20 years. I survived, and I was able to return to Earth. However, only 5 years had passed over here. It is quite similar to the time flow within the dungeons. Yes. When I returned, Earth had changed in a strange way, and dungeons had formed here. Everyone was swept up in confusion at Woojin's earnest words. Should they trust or distrust his words? Should they take his words at face value? Was this the secret to Woojin's incredible abilities? I don't know how she did it, but Melody probably came over using a similar method. No, I have no idea how she did it. This is why I want to go ask her some questions. Was it because they had heard an incredible story? No one dared to open their mouth. Sungu carefully asked a question. Hyung Nim. Are you sure you should be telling us such tales? The roused Kang Woojin had appeared like a comet, and his backstory was being endlessly speculated. Moreover, everyone was curious as to his whereabouts when he was missing for 5 years. No one knew where he had been. What? Why do I have to hide it? Dungeons had formed, and monsters were crawling out everywhere. On top of that, the Holy Maiden had appeared. Is there a reason why he should keep his story a secret? Woojin didn't think too hard on it. His story would eventually become known sooner or later. He was preemptively telling his Allendal family the information, since he wanted them to get ready for what was to come. What kind of relationship did you have with the Holy Maiden on the planet? With Melody. Woojin grinned when he thought about his old memories. It was complicated. Really complicated. I guess she is something like a friend. A friend? Asterisk. Titan Headquarters Arya Church. Holy Maiden Melody borrowed her goddess power to communicate with others. She had only been able to communicate with the believers until not too long ago. However, the Holy Maiden's capacity to learn a language was almost supernatural. Now she was able to competently carry on a conversation in English. Everyone had thought she was a mute. They were once again surprised when they heard the Holy Maiden's beautiful voice. What is this? Yes? What's wrong, Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden was always graceful, and sometimes she looked to have an arrogant air around her. However, this was the first time Hamilton had seen the Holy Maiden express any expression on her face. This was how much the Holy Maiden had been taken aback. Recently, the Holy Maiden started learning how to operate a computer. Mrs. Hamilton walked over to look at the screen. The monitor held a picture of a roused from Korea named Kang Woojin. This is Mr. Kang. Mr. Kang? Could you find more information on this man? Of course. Hamilton was adept at using the computer. She used Kang Woojin's name as the keyword to look up several things. She brought up several columns with fairly detailed information on Kang Woojin, and she showed it to Melody. Melody slowly read the columns, and the light in her eyes shook. Hamilton, who was next to her, could feel her shake. Melody had always been unflappable, so much so that Hamilton wondered if she was really human. However, she was shaken up right now. Holy Maiden! Are you okay? How can this be? It is him. What? Do you know this person? Melody's white face turned paler. She knew him. How could she not know him? He was the most famous person on Alphen. Necromancer of Massacre. Why is he here? Melody's body shook as if she had seen some horror movie. Holy Maiden! Please calm down. Hamilton calmed Melody. She hurried turned off the monitor showing Woojin's picture. After 10 minutes, Melody was barely calm enough to make a request towards Hamilton. Could you conduct a more thorough investigation on this person? Of course. While Hamilton was sifting through the information, Melody looked out the window to calm her heart. The Arya Church was located on a high-rise building. The Manhattan city could be seen at a glance. As she saw the panoramic view of Manhattan, her body shook. I would have never guessed Immortal would be in this place. When he disappeared, the situation Alphen changed drastically. When the undead army in his control disappeared, Tronet had taken over all the territory that used to owned by the Immortal. This quickly broke the balance of power. Everyone had assumed the Immortal was dead. How else could they explain his sudden disappearance? Earth was an amazing place. The supply of mana was low, so there weren't a lot of roused here. Moreover, the quality of the roused couldn't be compared to those in Alphen, but there were much more soldiers here with chemically powered weapons. It took them less than 2 hours to kill all the monsters that came out of the dungeon break. They had great firepower. Moreover, information could be spread at an incredible speed. Her words couldn't do it justice. She was too astonished. There were many more countries on Earth compared to Alphen. It was counterintuitive, but the people of this world was more together than her own lands. It was because of the smooth communication method. It could be attributed to the existence of the Internet. The Internet allowed one to find out what the other nation was doing even if they were very far apart. No way. What is it? Melody looked towards Hamilton as she asked a question. Do you think my existence was reported in South Korea? Of course. You are the most famous person on the world right now. The holy maiden's face paled. What should she do? Should she just run away? Should she abandon all her plans? If the immortal hears of this, maybe he still didn't know she was here? Ah, I found it. He is Guild Allendal's master. He'll be attending the upcoming consortium. Allendal. Allendal. She never expected to hear the cursed name of the undead kingdom again on earth. This is the end. Holy Maiden Melody fell into despair. She was sure the immortal knew about her existence. She didn't have anywhere to run, and she didn't have anywhere to hide. Chapter 68 Hero's Mentality, 2. Chapter 68 Hero's Mentality, 2. Chapter 68, Hero's Mentality, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation Christian and Gabriel. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. The grilled beef entrails quickly disappeared, and several rounds of alcohol was passed around. Several people were drunk, and their faces were red. This was especially true for Woo Sung-hun. He had drunk faster than anyone else, and his eyes were already half closed. Ooh. Ooh. President is quite strong against alcohol. Woo Sung-hun, who had bragged about playing around a little in the past, couldn't hold his liquor. He wagged his tongue towards Woojin. Woojin drank his soju, and his expression didn't change at all. Woojin grinned. If he compared soju to Alphen's alcohol, it was like drinking water. Hook hook. President drinks alcohol well, so why did you hit me? Hey! Why are you being like this? Sunggu and Heeman tried to hold back Woo Sung-hun as they were mindful of Woojin. It hurt. So what if I overpriced the hand phones I sold? It happens. Who okay? Should he feel regret about not killing that bastard? Sunggu and Heeman saw Woojin's expression turn sour, so they quickly put Woo Sung-hun inside the car. When Sung-hun was leaned against the back seat, he immediately fell asleep. Ooh. Sunggu laid Sung-hun down, then he asked a question using his liquid courage. So, Hyung Nim. What? I worry you don't pay enough attention to the mass media every time I observe you. Woojin grinned. What's the point of caring? Isn't it annoying? The reporters will flock to you. I'm used to it. That's... How could his words not get through to Woojin? Sunggu couldn't coherently get his point across, so he was frustrated. Jung Minchen, who was listening from the side, understood what Sunggu was trying to say, so he chipped in with his words. You will have problems with the law, and you might have to worry about international isolation. What is the benefit of making enemies? I'm making enemies. Woojin stroked his chin. After he drank a shot of alcohol, he looked at Sunggu, Minchen, and Heeman. They were all Allendal's guild members, so they would have to know about this eventually. In the past, I thought the same as you guys. I was mindful of other nations. I was scared about the public sentiment, and I was conscious of how others looked at me. What happened in Allendal that made him so unreasonable now? Laws exists right now since countries exist. How long do you think that will last? What? Everyone's attention was on Woojin when he asked such a ridiculous question. The dungeons will erupt. Moreover, it will explode soon. It isn't far away. It is imminent. He didn't have evidence supporting his claim. However, he could feel it. The dungeon breaks weren't far away. Moreover, it will be a widespread break. Try thinking about what would happen if all the dungeons on Earth overflowed at the same time. An apocalypse. It was too horrible to imagine, so no one opened their mouth. It felt as if the alcohol drained right out of them. However, we have a military. They'll be able to block it. Woojin snorted. If it's only 6-star monsters, they will be able to block them. What about the higher-ranked monsters? What? Do you think this was the endgame? Let's see. The 6-star monsters are like the dogs you grow in your house. The tigers, lions, and carnivorous elephants will pour out soon. If it doesn't end there, dragons might also come out later. Should they believe his word or not? If the specters come out right now, the modern technologies would be useless. How are you going to block them? Are you going to hack them? It would basically be suicide. If the world falls apart, the border that make up nations would be meaningless. Ethics would crumble, and only the drive to survive would be left. It is in our instinct to do so. The scary thoughts made Sungu's body shake a little bit. Woojin continued to speak in a composed manner. The entire world would simultaneously fall into anarchy. Do you know what will happen? All the crazy people will crawl out of the woodwork. Rape and pillaging will become the norm. Monsters are scary, but humans are weak. So humans will try to steal from other humans. I'm sure there will be people like the ones you describe, but I'm sure we'll unite our strength to fight. Yes. There had been humans who acted that way. There were heroes, warriors, holy knights, and holy maidens. There were magicians in their towers, kings of the allied kingdoms, knights, soldiers. It'll be futile. They'll keep trying to hold out, but they'll eventually fall. They'll eventually be broken up. Then people will be tempted to turn their backs on the human race. There were a lot of races, who had submitted to Tronet, and they became slaves. Goblins and kobolds were all Tronet's slaves. So what do we do? Someone has to stop this. Sungu was in mid-sentence when he turned to look at Woojin. That someone might be Woojin? If he thought about it, no one had soloed a 6-star dungeon before. This is why we are getting ready. Earth was Woojin's home planet. His mother, sister, and friends lived here. This was why he was trying to protect this place. You want me to be careful and care about what others think? The negative articles from the press? Requests to appear before the police? It's all useless. Instead, I have to let everyone know. What was he trying to inform everyone? I want them to know how brutal, vicious, and tyrannical I am. He didn't care if the world talked about him as he became the focus of their attention. For the most part, Woojin didn't have a sense of justice or a conscience. The past 20 years was too brutal for those ideals to have survived within him. I don't care what the world says about me. I'm not trying to be a hero. A powerful sovereign. No one ran away in my country of Allendal. Those who fought bravely found sanctuary in Allendal. The ones who ran away was turned into the undead, and they marched against the enemies. Woojin grinned as he saw everyone's serious expression. At the very least, humans didn't fight each other in Allendal. If they did, the king would assign them to a lifetime military service. They all knew the score. They all knew how ruthless and tyrannical the king was. Sungu swallowed his saliva. Perhaps. Does the country called Allendal have something to do with our guild? Woojin grinned. Of course. I was the king of Allendal. No wonder he hummed a song even when he killed Bidosua's party. TLN, 2-star dungeon where he saved Sungu. Minchin, Sungu, and Heeman shut their mouth tightly. They couldn't help, but put on a serious expression. Minchin asked carefully. Shouldn't you be informing the world, and ask for help? Poot. Woojin couldn't help but laugh. Who's going to give us aid? The people of this world? Should I tell everyone to gather strength and get ready, since the whole earth will become a field for the monsters? Wouldn't that be prudent? I'm pretty sure they won't do anything. If they feel a threat, then I'm sure we will all come together. Woojin popped a piece of beef entrail into his mouth, and he started chewing. Shit! It was undercooked. He spat out the beef entrail on an empty dish, then he cleansed his palate with cider. We still excavate fossil fuel even when we know it is destroying nature. Wasn't this a problem on a different stratosphere with destroying nature? The human race could become extinct. Hey, Minchin! Do you think you will be able to stop people from extracting fossil fuel just by saying, let's protect nature? Woojin took out his hand phone, then he placed it on top of the table. The moment I saw this I gave up on that idea. What does the hand phone have anything to do with? Crazy Red. It was a modern device using bloodstones as a new energy source. What would happen if I immediately tried to stop people from excavating the bloodstones from the dungeons? They can only clear the dungeons, and they will have to come out empty-handed. If there was no loot from raiding the dungeon, no one would risk their life to clear the dungeons. Even if the excavation of bloodstones were halted, the amount of mana on Earth will still increase by a minute amount. It will delay the dungeon breaks. It will give humans the time to get ready. What do you think? Isn't it quite logical? Do you think the humans will be able to do so? Minchin lost the words he was about to say. They wouldn't stop. There was absolutely no way people would stop. The dungeon business was already too closely intertwined with the way of the world. The rulers, and people with wealth would want the resource called bloodstones. The train filled with bombs had already left the station. What should we do then? The words spoken by Woojin seemed perfectly plausible, so even a logical person like Minchin was in a near panic. It felt as if a threat had suddenly crept up on him. Woojin grinned. What should we do? We drink soju like this, then we grow in power by clearing dungeons. How would they be able to drink alcohol after hearing such serious matters? The effects of the alcohol quickly dissipated from the three people. Kaya. Woojin emptied another shot of soju, then he chewed on a crispy piece of beef entrails. The three of them looked at Woojin with serious expressions on their faces. Well? What? What do you expect from me? Even if he asked everyone to protect Earth, people wouldn't listen to him. Humans didn't unite from being in danger. They united for a profit. If they die, they die. If they live, they'll live. Those who will fight will fight. Even a philosophy professor wouldn't be able to talk in such a casual manner. There is some hope. The bloodstones brings the monsters over, but it also levels up the roused on Earth. This was the first time hopeful words had been spoken by Woojin's mouth. The three people looked on with anticipation in their eyes. The power of the allies and enemies increased simultaneously. The fight would vary depending on how those power would be assembled. This is why I am very aggressive. He had always wanted to come back to Earth, and the situation here was very different from Alphen. This was Earth. This was a place Woojin must defend at all cost. He didn't want to see Tronet's underlings traipsing around freely. I'll probably continue to get into trouble. I'll never break the rules I established. His actions was in line with Allendal's law. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Never show weakness. Those who stab him in the back must pay a price. Woojin's rules took precedent over following Earth's laws. In a world where law and morality was gone, his rules would restore order. When the pandemonium arrives, people would search and gather around a pivotal figure. Woojin was readying himself to become this pivotal figure. He'll even become a ruthless demon to achieve it. This is how it'll be, so do your best to keep up with me. A special command was given to the support division of Allendal. However, unlike before, they felt a heavy sense of duty. If they mess with me, then they are fucked. I have to instill this concept. He had to instill it into the people of this world. Woojin had planned for this, and he was already erecting boundary of Allendal. Asterisk. Warang Guild Headquarters President's Room. Dri Reek. The hand on the mouse roughly scrolled down using the wheel. Eek! Lee Song-ho grinned his teeth. He became angrier as he saw more articles on Kang Woojin. Shit! How is this possible? The hero who saved North Korea from a crisis. The beginning of a North-South roused organization? Largest benefactor Kang Woojin. Rapid progress between North and South Korea. The 20th meeting of separated families is being readied. Dungeon closer rank AA roused Kang Woojin. The world's attention is on him. Focused study. There will be no future dungeon breaks with Kang Woojin around. What kind of a bullshit situation is this? They treat this violent man as a hero? Hey! Good going, South Korea. Kang Woojin was still under suspicion for assaulting him, yet there wasn't a single line in the articles mentioning that fact. Lee Song-ho's insides were boiling, and there were no methods that could calm him down. DDIRIRI. When the interphone rang, he pressed the interphone's button in annoyance. What? President? The chief of the police is on the line. What? Put him through. The police chief was a big fish, and Lee Song-ho had met him only once before. He had steadily worked to become close to this person, and it hadn't been easy. He couldn't believe a person of such stature was calling him first. This is Hwarang Guild's president Lee Song-ho. It's Lee Chol-dong. Yes, Chief Lee. We've met previously on Senator Che's 60th birthday. I won't beat around the bush. Let's close Mr. Kang Woojin's assault case. What? It was an incident that was live broadcasted to the entire country, Chief. More than 50 million citizens witnessed it, yet you want to cover it up. It was an order that came down from the top. I know it is unfair, but let's just cover it up. This doesn't make any sense. I've delivered the message. I'll presume you understood what I'm saying. I'm ending this call. Do. Chief. Chief. A vein popped out on Lee Song-ho's forehead. He threw the phone in his grasp. Kwadang tong. The line coming off the receiver was connected to the interphone, and the whole system was thrown to the floor. Those sons of bitches. They have all gone mad. Good going, citizens of South Korea. Shit. Doesn't this country respect personal rights anymore? They were all rotten to the core. After venting for a while, Lee Song-ho opened a safe hidden within a wall. He took out an old memo note, then he took photos of all the business transactions listed on the paper. Shit. Let's see if he could resist calling me after I do this. Chairman Kim had been avoiding his call for the past several weeks, so Lee Song-ho sent him the picture. Before several minutes could pass, the phone rang. Lee Song-ho put on a dirty smile as he pressed the talk button. Are you really going to be like this? Are you threatening a mutual suicide? If you agree to my single request, then I will destroy the ledger. What is it? I know of your dealings in the Middle East. Please connect me to them. After a long silence, Chairman Kim had no choice, but to assent to his request. He would be put in a very bad position if his ledger was revealed. All right. Let us meet, and you bring the ledger. Yes, Chairman. After ending the call, Lee Song-ho put on a gruesome smile. You dared to hit me. He picked a fight with the wrong opponent. He dared to lay his hands on Hwarang's guild master Lee Song-ho. Chapter 69, to the U.S. Chapter 69 to the U.S. Chapter 69, to the U.S. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Renee. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Ooh-ah. Sunggu opened the back seat door of his beloved steed, and he let out a scream. Ooh, okay. It stinks. What happened? Woojin pinched his nose, then he took a step back. You. He made a mess. After Heeman looked into the back seat of the car, he shook his head. Sunghoon was still asleep, but the smoothie inside his intestines was warming up inside of Sunggu's car. I've called for a chauffeur service, President. Let's go to the main road. TLN, can hire someone to drive your car for $. Jung Minchen was always quick to act. He looked at Woojin after he finished making a call for a car. All right. Everyone won't be able to fit inside the car. I'll just take a taxi. I'll see you tomorrow, Sunggu. I'll see you tomorrow, Director Hong. Please take good care of Mr. Sung-hoon. Woojin, Minchen, and Heeman left side by side. Sunggu looked at the back seat with tears in his eyes. Hoo-hoog. I'm sorry. Hoo-hoog. He didn't know if Sung-hoon was in a drunken stupor or he was talking in his sleep. Sunggu felt sorry for him, and he also felt annoyed. My bong bong. Bong bong. TLN, nickname for a car. It hadn't been too long since he took out this car, yet it was already in this state. Sunggu held back his tears as he waited for the chauffeur to come. Asterisk. Woojin got off on the main road in front of his house. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, President. Please head on in. Woojin waved his hand, then he walked into an alley. When he checked there weren't any people around, he called out Bibi. The black smoke coalesced, and a figure of a cat solidified on top of Woojin's shoulder. Niang. We are already home, Nahong. When Woojin's familiar was inside the summoning room, they shared his sight and senses. From Bibi's perspective, it was better for her to stay inside the summoning room instead of the house. She didn't like being separated from Woojin. Why? Are you worried? Ha! I am worried, Ahong. Woojin laughed as he picked up Bibi from his shoulder, then he held her against his chest. Suo should be close to the dog now. Originally, Suo had wanted a dog. She might leave Bibi alone now. The secret code this time is... Woojin found the memo inside his hand phone, then he pressed the secret password to the front door. DDI DDI DDI, DDIRI Reek. After returning home, the first one to greet Woojin was the dog. He came running towards Woojin. Wall, wall. Kururung. TLN, bark bark growl. He had been only gone for several days, but the dog had grown a lot. Woojin flicked his finger on the dog's forehead. He's showing teeth after not seeing me for only several days. Woojin lifted the fairly large dog, then he looked into the dog's eyes. He glared into the dog's eyes, and his eyes shook. The dog couldn't maintain eye contact, so he turned his gaze away. Guhung, Guhung. Suo was the one to rescue the whining dog. Mom! Appa is here! Suo bounded towards him. Woojin let go of the dog, and he opened both his arms wide. Ago! My Suo missed Appa! Yet! After she gave a brief hug, she immediately went towards Bibi. She quickly grabbed Bibi into her grasp. Hey, Bibi! Didn't you miss Uni? Niang! Instead of forgetting Bibi, her absence must have fostered Suo's yearning for Bibi. Woojin let out a bitter laugh. Bibi sent a gaze asking for salvation towards Woojin. You don't like playing with the dog. I play with Bakui, but I like Bibi better. Bakui is his name. After she spoke in a bright manner, she ran into the living room, while she hugged Bibi. Then she searched for her laser pointer. His mother showed up around that time. You are here, Woojin. Yes, mother. Let's talk for a little bit. Woojin followed his mother into the kitchen. After he sat near the small dining table, his mother took out some water from the fridge. She placed the water in front of Woojin. Did you drink alcohol? Yes. Okay. Did you meet the president? No. I was at a company dinner. It seemed the news said he was heading towards the Cheonggwa-di immediately after he returned from North Korea. Woojin felt a bit awkward, so he changed the topic. I'll meet the president soon. So why isn't Suo asleep yet? The company dinner wrapped up early, but it was already 11 p.m. It's Saturday tomorrow. She said she'll sleep after seeing her oppa. MMMM. If that was true, then why was she playing only with Bibi? Suo still feels very awkward around you. You should be mindful of that. While she played with Bibi, Suo kept sneaking glances towards the kitchen. Now that he thought about it, he had memories of Suo when she was a baby. However, Suo didn't have any memories of him. She had suddenly gained an oppa, but the oppa didn't come home regularly. MMM. Should we go on a family trip? I'm not saying this to steal time away from my busy son. Woojin suddenly felt embarrassed at his mother's words. Suo has been sick a lot in the past. The hospital says she is doing fine, but she occasionally develops the same symptoms as before. Even though Woojin and his father had disappeared, Suha's hospital fees were a big reason why their household's wealth had diminished so quickly. When Woojin started raiding the dungeons, she had the money to purchase almost everything she wanted. This was why Lee Sujiang went back to the hospital to treat her daughter's ailments. In the past, she couldn't afford to treat Suo. However, contrary to her expectation, the hospital test result gave Suo a clean bill of health. She is so young, and when she occasionally has a seizure, mother's heart is. When his mother's eyes started to become moist, Woojin's heart became heavy. The child is sick, but the hospital keeps saying nothing is wrong with her. I was so frustrated that I even visited a shaman not too long ago. The shaman said she was inhabited by ghosts. She doesn't have any ghosts sticking to her. The one with ghosts was Woojin. There weren't any evil spirits within the vicinity of Suo. Moreover, he had been very careful since he worried about his evil spirits sticking to his family. Even when they lived in a single room, Woojin tried to minimize the time he spent with them. How would you know about such things? How should he answer the question when she asked how he knew this? Mother. Your son is an expert about ghosts. Even though I knew the shaman was trying to bewitch me, her words still made me wonder. The shaman sounds like a fraud. I'm saying this, because I'm upset. I can't even support my son who is doing big things. Please look in on your only sibling once in a while. Lee Sujiang saw Kang Woojin appear daily on the television, so she knew he was busy. Didn't he succeed in pulling off some big job in North Korea? She didn't want Woojin to worry about the problems within the household. She wanted him to focus on his outside work, but this was about Suo. Suo's illness was beyond her power. The child was hurting, yet there weren't any solutions. She was barely able to put the issue out in the open as she had continued to internalize the pain she had felt. I'll pay a little more attention to her. I'm sorry, mother. Woojin tightly hugged the sniffling Lee Sugyang. Woojin went towards the living room, and he spent some time with Suo. The cat acted as a bridge as he played with Suo. There weren't any awkwardness as they played, and they had a fun time. It was getting late, so his mother took Suo, who had wanted to play more. Only Woojin, Bibi, and Bakui was left in the living room. Kun. Bakui was having a hard time calming himself after running and playing around. His nose twitched, and he rubbed his head on Bibi. Niang. Go away ahong. Puh. Geeing. Bibi swung her front paw. Bakui ran away after he was hit on the head. Niang. Let's go bring a new cat ahong. I'd rather kill monsters. This is too hard ahong. You just have to play with her for a brief amount of time. What's so bad about it? Niang. It's more about me pretending to be a cat. It's very taxing ahong. So, that's what stressed her out. Woojin also put on a serious expression. Please endure it for a little bit more. Niang. I understand ahong. Then stay at home for a while. You should keep a close watch on Suo to see if any evil spirits approach her. He didn't think Suo was being tormented by an evil spirit, but since his mother had said it, he was leery of dismissing her claim. He thought about attaching Gabi on Suo, but he was still a low-level shadow. He could have a bad influence on the host. As of right now, BB was the best option. The child's soul is strong Ahong. A mere evil spirit won't be able to latch on to her Ahong. You should stay with her just in case. Understood Ahong. BB was his familiar, so she could feel Woojin's emotions. She knew how precious his family was to Woojin. BB followed Woojin into his room. Ging. Ging. Bakui was the only one left in the hallway, and he looked around nervously at the dark corridor. After a moment, the door to Woojin's room opened slightly, and BB walked out into the hallway. Niang. You may come in here Ahong. Bakui wagged his tail as he followed BB into Woojin's room, and he laid down at the foot of the bed. Asterisk. It was Saturday, but Woojin came early to the office. His mother was curious about Dujuan, so they had made an appointment for lunch. In the evening, they had promised to meet the high school friends they were able to contact. Before all of this, he had some work he had to finish at the office. Since it was Saturday, the new employees didn't come to the office. The founding members had come to work at an earlier time, and they were waiting for Woojin. You are here. Where's Heeman? He's inside the storage room. Let's head over there. Minchin received an order from Woojin to buy out the floor. Minchin paid a premium to clear out the other offices on the floor, and he made contracts for the other office spaces. The current office they had was getting too cramped, and this also resolved the problem of security. They decided to use a roughly 1,800 square feet space as the office for housing the sales department, and a storage room for the artifacts. The storage room held a small amount of artifacts that wouldn't even fill up a 1-ton truck. Moreover, the normal items and large ingredients made up most of the pile. In the first place, Allendal had only 2 roused, Woojin and Sungu. It was inevitable for the collection to be small. The drop rate for artifacts were high only for the first clear of a dungeon, so even if they had a low number of roused, the guild possessed a relatively numerous amount of artifacts. Are you a bit sober now? I'm deeply ashamed. Wu Songhun was still hung over. He lowered his head. It seemed Minchin and Heeman had been hardened by company life. Their faces were fine. Sungu's body couldn't be compared to before, so he looked fresh. I guess I'll take it out now. Yes, sir. Everyone looked at Woojin with anticipation in their eyes. Woojin opened his inventory, and he started taking out Kim Junggen's collection. Kim Junggen wasn't aroused, but he had gathered a lot of artifacts and skill books. Woojin had run out of inventory space, so he had to waste a lot of achievement points to add additional slots. It was as if Woojin was snatching items out of empty air. The items started pouring onto the floor like piles of clothes one saw in the market. The amount of items far outstripped what one could earn clearing a dungeon several times. Everyone's mouth fell open in shock. What are you guys doing? Start sorting it out. What? Sort out the item we'll be able to sell on the market. Then sort out the stolen goods we'll have to fence. President actually acknowledged these were stolen goods. He would have been put in an awkward situation if Woojin unreasonably demanded him to sell all these items on the market for money. Minchin was thankful towards Woojin. Woojin poured out a lot of artifacts, and it filled up an entire section of the storage room. They would need 3 1-ton trucks to move it. At Minchin's direction, everyone started sorting the artifacts. The basic ingredients and skill books that existed in high quantity wasn't of much interest. They looked for items with unique shapes and unique abilities. Basically, they made a separate pile for items people would recognize where it came from just by looking at it. There were some unique items with low value, but most of the times were high-performance artifacts. There were 10 artifacts that would conservatively sell for $10 to $20 million. I guess I'll use these. He took a pair of earrings. It wouldn't be very noticeable even if he wore it. Then he put the rest of the artifacts into his inventory. He opened his advanced skill, then he put all the artifacts into the combination box. At the bottom, there were 2 options. The combine button was off, and the extract button started blinking brightly. Woojin didn't hesitate to press the extract button. Chapter 70 to the US, 2. Chapter 70 to the US, 2. Chapter 70, to the US, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you again for the donation, Renee. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. Woojin licked his lips as he saw his empty inventory space fill up quickly with items. These were rare crafting items that was hard to find even on Alphen, yet they were pouring out right now. The most numerous items were the bars of metal, and magical crystals. However, a large amount of other rare materials was also extracted. If I'm lucky, then I could probably make my old equipment. The equipment he had used on Alendal. It aided in his magic, and it also assisted in controlling the undead. If he could regain all of his equipment, he could probably recreate his undead army on Earth. No. He needed it. There was a limit on how much he can increase his stat using bonus stats and reinforcement stones. If he could get all of his equipment, he would be 3 times or more powerful than his normal self. Woojin looked through Point Store Index to find the equipment he had used before. 3 million achievement points. Woojin's mouth fell open when he saw the price of his old equipment. It wasn't something he could acquire using only achievement points. Fortunately, the recipe to make the equipments was available for purchase at a price of 10,000 points. Woojin decided to purchase one. A helmet imbued with the God of Destruction Thrash's power. Ingredient, Dragon Heart, 1, White Gold Ingot, 3, Vampire's Heart, 2. There were over 20 ingredients listed, so he looked for the material inside the achievement points store. The price of the ingredients varied, but when summed, he needed around 4 million points. It would be much better to buy the already made item rather than making it himself through buying the ingredients with achievement points. I'll try to gather the ingredients, and if I have no choice, I'll have to buy it from the store. He'll gather ingredients as best as he could, then he'll buy only couple ingredients he can't find from the point store. This way he'll be able to make the items at a cheaper cost. Woojin purchased the God of Destruction Thrash's other set items. He bought the recipe for the armor, belt, glove, and boots. Then he checked all the ingredients. There was a limit to how much ingredients he could earn using item extraction. Currently, he wasn't able to make even one of his equipment. Well, I'm not in a hurry yet. He'll slowly scope out the market, and he'll gather ingredients during his hunt. If that isn't enough, he could break down artifacts that's being traded. After his employees finished sorting the items, Woojin gathered them around him. It'll be impossible for you to solo a 4-star. Go around the 3-star dungeons, Seunggu. Yes, Hyung Nim. I've already finished making appointments. His goal wasn't excavating bloodstones. He was clearing the dungeons to practice and advance his abilities. In recent days, it felt as if he was finally getting a payoff for his past manual labor job of extracting bloodstones. He-man. You should take good care of Seunggu. Of course. Seunggu was rank C right now, and he would be a rank B roused soon. Seunggu was growing into an expert, who would be treated well even in the large guilds. No one would treat him carelessly anymore. He-man, who was an employee of the support division, had become close friends with Director Hong Seunggu, so he was never negligent in supporting Seunggu. Mention. What about my ticket to the US? It's all been taken care of. You will be leaving in a week from today. Yes. Well, you do everything well on your own initiative. Minchin didn't having any additional words to add to that statement. Minchin was embarrassed yet proud of Woojin's praise. Unlike his stint in the Hammer Guild, Minchin managed everything that went on in Alendal. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment in his work. Woojin looked at the gaunt face of Woo Seung-hun. You should take care of your hangover. Yes. Woojin gave orders to all of his employees. He was about to head out as he turned his back towards them. Oh yeah. I chose a new member for the guild. She is a rank F, and she'll be coming by soon. What? This was a pretty big news for them, so their curiosity was piqued. Woojin grinned. You'll see later. Well, work hard. Have a nice day, President. Have a nice day. Woojin left as he received farewells from his employees. He made a call to Jiwon. Hey, Woojin. Author Du. Where are you? AI. What? I'm at the cafe. I'll be there soon. No. I will head out right now. Let's meet at the front. All right. Let's do that. Woojin ended his call, then he headed towards Angel. While he was crossing the street, he saw Du Jiwon come out of the cafe. When she saw Woojin, she waved her hand with a radiant face. She was exceptionally beautiful today. Let's go. My mother and sister should be at the restaurant. What should I do? I'm really nervous. It's just lunch. Jiwon couldn't hide her nervousness even when she heard Woojin's words. In Korea, it was a bit of a special occasion when one meets the significant other's parents. When Woojin and Jiwon walked side by side, the surrounding pedestrians couldn't help but glance at them at least once. Wow! Awesome! She's really pretty. Doesn't the guy look familiar? That guy? I have no idea. Who cares? Jiwon was so pretty that she was the center of everyone's attention. It even made people not recognize the face of a rank AA roused, who was frequently on TV these days. It's over there. Let's go in. Who? Jiwon took a deep breath to shed her nervousness. Jiwon and Woojin entered the appointed restaurant together. Asterisk. There was a saying that said pretty teachers were popular amongst children in kindergarten. It seemed those talks were true. Seoul asked endless questions toward Jiwon, and her conversation made the dinner quite amicable. After seeing you on TV, I was very curious. I had to meet you at least once. Thank you for coming out here. No, Mother. I'm really grateful you invited me. Please speak freely. You. No. You are still someone else's precious daughter. It seemed his mother was quite taken with Jiwon. After a short lunch, she immediately stood up with Seoul. We'll be going. Please continue your date. As if she didn't want to bother them, she left after a brief lunch. Woojin put on a wry smile as he watched his mother leave. His mother didn't want to interfere with his love life. She was satisfied after meeting with the woman he was dating. His family really just ate a quick lunch, then they left. It almost made Jiwon feel silly for being so nervous. We have a lot of time left. Don't we have a meeting at dinner time? Who's coming? Yet. Do you know who Nam Jihaya and Park So-hee is? Those names seems familiar. Jihaya said he used to be close to you. Ah. Is that so? Then I'll probably get along with him again. What should we do until the evening? Do you want to go watch a movie? Yeah. Let's do that. All right. Let's walk there. The theater was one subway station away. As they walked, Woojin grabbed Jiwon's hand and her cheeks became red. Asterisk. Inside a black van. Woo. I really hate this. Cindy, who was part of a 4-member girl group named Yuri Girls, let out a sigh. Her manager laughed as he spoke. Heh. You have to paddle when the tide comes in. Let's hurry up and go. The director is waiting for us. Woo. Will the number of people who watch this movie increase if we do this? It's all about portraying a certain image. Do you really think everything ends after the filming ends? We all have to work hard to promote the film. What would they say if the main heroine didn't show up on stage? Even if the number of people who'll watch this movie won't increase, you'll gain more fans. I want to rest. It had been 6 years since Yuri Girls debuted, and their popularity was in decline after being pushed by the younger girl groups. However, Cindy was still popular as ever, and she was too busy to eat and sleep. She had successfully transitioned into an actress. This movie will allow her to reach a new zenith in her acting career. She'll be hitting her prime. Let's hurry up and go. All right. Cindy put on her sunglasses, then she exited the car after the road manager opened the door. She had naturally high cheekbones, and she put on a gorgeous smile. However, the expected crowd wasn't in front of her van. Usually, even if they kept her whereabouts a secret, the fans would show up like swarms of clouds. However, she didn't see any of those fans. The security personnel, who had been waiting for Cindy, greeted her. Appa. I think we were too secretive. I guess so. The manager was also a little bit taken aback by this situation. This might better, since we can relax. Let's hurry up and go. Cindy went into the ready room with the security personnel, and she saw that the room was crowded near one side. What's going on over there? Did another team other than ours show up? Hey? Wait a second. I'll go check it out. After the manager quickly ran towards the crowd, he came back not too long afterward, and he made a great fuss. WA. Jackpot. What? It's Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin came to see the movie. Is that so? Cindy knew who Kang Woojin was. He was aroused, who was much more popular than celebrities. Appa. Hey. Go get me his number. Cindy's words made the manager's brow furrow. His face suddenly stiffened, and he exuded his disapproval. Hey! Why are you being like this again? We can't have a scandal again. Appa! Did I say I was going to date him? I just want to build a friendly relationship with him. Hurry up and get his contact information. Hey, I have to keep my promise to the president. Do you want me to go there myself? Wouldn't people recognize me? That would cause more trouble. The reporters probably would love such a situation, and they would flock toward them. The manager tried to find another excuse. Hey! He has a girlfriend by his side. Ha! Cindy let out a sigh, then she lowered her sunglasses slightly. She looked at her manager with eyes filled with confidence. Appa! I'm Cindy. Cindy. Yuri girl's Cindy. Ah. She was a good actress, and she worked diligently. She behaved in a pleasant manner towards the staff. He liked everything about her except the fact that she acted as if being a celebrity was a position that gave her power. Do you want me to go there myself? No. I'll go. Before a bigger incident could happen, the manager quickly burrowed through the dense crowd. After he returned, Cindy could guess what had happened when she saw his expression. What? You couldn't get it? Did you tell him you are Cindy's manager? I did. He still didn't give it to you. He said, who is she? At her manager's words, she saw the security personnel trying to hold back their laughter. Cindy adjusted her sunglasses, then she walked in a calm manner. Hey! He doesn't know about me? He turned me down. Cindy was barely able to hold herself back when her pride was trampled. She moved towards the ready room prepared for her by the theater. After she greeted the director and the other main actors, she went into the theater to greet her fans from the stage. Asterisk. Woojin held up his ticket as they entered, and he whispered towards Jiwon. We are fortunate I still had the cancelled tickets. I guess. Aren't you uncomfortable with this situation, Woojin? Why? People will mob you. Woojin grinned at Jiwon's words. Ah. I'm used to it. Are you uncomfortable? Do you want to wear a mask again? PBBT. No. I'm fine. Jiwon couldn't help but laugh when she thought about the masks. When her face was damaged, people looked at her with pity and disgust in their eyes. She could tolerate the stares and interest people showed her now. No, it actually brought up old feelings she had buried. During her high school days, she had been called a goddess, and she was the center of everyone's attention. Woojin and Jiwon got in their seats, and they ignored the glances everyone was giving them. They waited for the movie to start. I guess it's a stage greeting. Jiwon was lucky, since advanced reservation was needed to view the stage greeting. Her eyes twinkled. The director and celebrities came in, and they started to introduce themselves. Nice to meet you. I'm Murim Heroine's director Lee Ja-hung. Hello. I'm Murim Heroine's main character, Cindy. Hello. My name is Chae Ja-song. My role was a warrior in charge of guarding Miss Cindy. As she watched the celebrities give stock greetings, an old memory surfaced within Jiwon. Do you remember Cindy over there? She was in the same year as us in high school. She was the trainee in class 8. TLN, trainee for the talent agency. He couldn't even remember his friends from his own class, so how could he remember a person from a different class? He vaguely remembered there used to be a girl who had been a trainee. Is that so? I don't remember her. Had. She's probably the most successful alumni. No. I guess you are more successful now. Successful my ass. Woojin was grinning when his eyes met Cindy's gaze. Isn't she looking towards us? Did she recognize you? Maybe. When Jiwon went to the restroom, the manager had approached him to ask for his phone number. He didn't feel too good about it. Cindy continued to stare directly at Woojin, and she brought up the microphone to her mouth. Chapter 71 to the US, 3. Chapter 71 to the US, 3. Chapter 70, to the US, 3. TLN, hey guys. I worked hard to get this out tonight. This is the regular chapter for next week. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thank you. Mr. Kang Woojin, who is the most popular man right now, came to see our movie. It is really an honor. At Cindy's words, everyone inside the theater turned to look at him. Kang Woojin let out a bitter smile as he looked at Cindy. If you don't mind me asking, could I bring you up to the front of the stage? At Cindy's words, a staff rapidly approached Woojin. The staff spoke as he bowed towards the audiences sitting close to Woojin. Excuse me. Please move for a brief moment. Yes. Excuse me. The people sitting next to Woojin all stood up, and they moved into the aisle. They made way, so Woojin could come out. The staff approached Woojin, and he spoke. Please come this way. I do mind, so fuck off. What? If she already knew she was being a bother, then she should have left him alone. Why did she have to annoy him by asking him a favor? Tell her I said hello and to fuck off. I'm starting to get annoyed. That is. Are my words insufficient? When Woojin started gathering his magic, the staff member started feeling a threatening energy, so he started backing off. I'll deliver the message. The staff member quickly approached Cindy to deliver Woojin's words. The theater was quiet, so everyone heard what was being said. The director laughed as he grabbed the microphone. Haha. I'm sorry for making you wait. I'm sure his rebuttal means he really wants to watch our movie as soon as possible. Please have fun. Enjoy the movie. After a brief farewell, the director and actors exited the stage. Everyone kept sneaking glances towards Woojin. Jiwon whispered into Woojin's ear. It seems Cindy doesn't know she graduated from the same high school as you. Well, it was likely she had no idea. Woojin didn't know Cindy, and Cindy didn't know Woojin. The movie was quite entertaining. The roused used magic. They showed abilities that was impossible in real life. They were very expensive to hire, but a movie casting the roused didn't need special effects or CG. They could film everything on the spot. They were rank F and rank E roused hired professionally for these works. They didn't make a lot of money, but not everyone wanted to risk their life for a large income. When the movie ended, it was close to the appointed time. Since the weather was getting chilly, people were wearing a thick layer of clothes. Woojin suddenly realized Jiwon was wearing a very worn coat. Didn't you say before that you have some debts? Ah. I paid it all off. I received my severance pay. If you need some help, just tell me. You don't need to help me. I've already received too much from you. She owed him an incalculable debt from the fact that he had restored her face. What's Jimin doing these days? His college entrance exam is right around the corner, so he is really busy. He is taking his studies really seriously these days. Is that so? I guess he got past the shock. Hey? Shock. The girl he liked entered a trainee program for entertainers. He made a big scene. He cried a lot. Hey. Jimin said that. You didn't know. This was the first time Jiwon heard about this. She had thought there were no secrets between her sibling. She was a little bit disappointed that he didn't tell her what had happened. So that is why he is studies so hard these days. Haha. There aren't any downside if he studies hard. Woojin decided he should meet with Jimin after he took his college entrance exam. He always talked about entering a guild, so he'll let Jimin enter his guild. Woojin followed Jiwon to the appointed grilled meat restaurant. They were led to a room reserved to Namjahya, but no one had arrived yet. After a brief amount of time, Namjahya and Park Sujin opened the door, and they carefully entered the room. Sujin. Jiwon. Park Sujin was her friend who had kept in contact with Jiwon until the end. Since Jiwon had been busy with her factory work, she was rarely able to keep in touch with Sujin, so they had become estranged. When Woojin cleared the dungeon in Daegu, Sujin saw the article with the picture of Jiwon kissing Woojin. Sujin had recognized her, and she had tried to get a hold of Jiwon again. When Sujin saw Jiwon's face, she started crying. Good for you. Girl. You are all better now. You are whole. Ooong. I'm all good now. Hoo-hug. Good. That's really good. Sujin started crying from genuine happiness, and it made Jiwon's eyes well up with tears. It was as if separated family members had reunited after a long time. They hugged each other as they cried with runny noses. Namjahyak felt awkward by the scene, so he approached Woojin. It's been a while. The friend he had thought was dead when Woojin went missing had suddenly shown up after 5 years. Moreover, he was one of the top roused in the world, and the media covered him daily. He used to worry about the college entrance exam with Woojin. They used to study and play chaos together. Only 5 years had passed, but his friend had become someone amazing. Jihaya couldn't help being awkward and he was mindful of how he acted around Woojin. Woojin was meeting his friend after 20 years. You're here. He wordlessly raised his glass. Gol gol. Woojin smiled as he filled the glass. He thought he wouldn't recognize anyone since it had been 20 years. He dimly remembered some names, but everything was fuzzy. Namjahya. I remember him. Woojin recognized his face. He had seen his friend's face in 20 years, and couple memories from his 3rd year in high school started surfacing. He was happy. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. How have you been? Dude. What have you been up to before you suddenly fell out of the sky? I was so surprised when I saw you on TV. Woojin treated Jihaya in a relaxed manner. Jihaya started to grin when his nervousness dissipated. Hey, let's have a drink. All of his classmates from Mido High School was gathered here. There were friends he was close to during his high school days, and there were those he only remembered by their faces. However, this moment was very precious to him. It felt as if the immortal of Alphen was turning back into Kang Woojin of Earth. He wouldn't be lying if he said he would be satisfied if he was struck dead right now. His family was here, and now he had friends here. He wouldn't mind dying in battle now. There were people who will remember him. He wouldn't have any regret even if he died. However, he wanted to live much more now. He wanted to protect his family and friends, who remembered him. He hadn't fought tooth and nail to survive, so he could just return to Earth. The war to protect everyone was just starting. When the meat and alcohol started coming out, the atmosphere turned mellow. Woojin listened to old stories about his life from his friends, and it was great. He felt warm and cozy when he started dwelling on his old memories. He was happy as if he was a babe in his mother's bosom. For a moment, he escaped from his worries about Tronet and the dungeon break. He felt as if he was in a dream for a brief time. Asterisk. After they parted from their friends, Jiwon and Woojin walked the night streets together. Ha! It was great. Woojin let out a breath, and the happiness could be heard in his voice. I'm glad you liked it. Jiwon also smiled. It felt as if she repaid a small portion of the kindness she had received from him. I guess we'll meet more of our friends at the end of the year, right? I guess so. Jiwon didn't meet as many friends as Woojin. There was an alumni reunion at the end of the year, and she was already looking forward to it. A person, who kept glancing at Woojin and Jiwon in the street, approached them with a pen and a paper. Mr. Kang Woojin. I'm a fan. Please sign this for me. Woojin looked back dumbly, and the people in the surrounding rushed towards him. One person after another continuously stepped up towards him. Even if they took home the paper with signature, it was of no use. However, everyone still tried to get a signature from him. I'm not a celebrity, so why should I sign this? Aren't you a public figure? Why don't you get out of the way? You are being annoying. At Woojin's cold response, the people crowding around him hesitated. Woojin started walking, and the people made way for him. He escaped from the crowd while he led Jiwon by her hand. Chet! What the hell? Can a public figure act like that? Woojin stopped walking when he heard the people whisper behind his back. He was about to turn around and say something, but Jiwon grabbed Woojin's arm. Let's just go. Who? He shook his head. Woojin started walking again as he looked at Jiwon. Was he too emotional right now since he met his high school friends? He became angry at the whispers he would usually ignore. I'll have to buy a car. Hey. Yes. That will be for the best. Since he can't wipe out the people in the street, he'll just have to avoid them. You don't have a driver's license? Nope. I don't have one. Woojin was summoned during his third year in high school. There was no way he would have a driver's license. I guess I'll have to get a driver's license first. Woojin took hold of Jiwon's hand and they walked the streets. Asterisk. 1 week passed by quickly. Woojin went around to gather information about setting up a cafe for his bored mother. In the evenings, he set aside time to play with Suo. Suo, who had felt a bit awkward at his presence, started to slowly open her heart. It warmed his heart. Sunggu soloed 3-star dungeons during the day, and at night, he went to the 5-star dungeon owned by Alendal with Woojin. He also made appointments for 5-star and 6-star dungeons owned by other guilds. It was advantageous to spend the night inside the dungeon since time ran 4 times longer instead. It was better to sleep briefly inside the dungeon to relieve the mental fatigue. Sunggu diligently ate reinforcement stones, and he continued to learn various skills. He also learned how to deal with variety of monsters. He came up with various battle tactics using his magic and skills. It had been only a week, but he had spent a much longer time inside the dungeon. It was enough time to allow the roused Hong Sunggu to turn from rank C to rank B. Hyung Nim. I changed it. He proudly displayed his roused registration card, which had changed to rank B. Woojin grinned when he saw Sunggu. Too bad. I planned on going to the US after I raised you up to rank A. No, Hyung Nim. Sunggu's voice trembled from being overwhelmed by his emotions. I'm a rank B now. This all thanks to Hyung Nim's teaching. Don't enter anything above 4-star. Of course, Hyung Nim. Sunggu had soloed 4-star dungeons several times under the administration of Woojin. Sunggu thought he could solo 4-star dungeons with no problem, but the future wasn't set in stone. Woojin held up a fist-sized red gem. Sunggu's eyes turned round when he received it. Hyung Nim. Isn't this a return portal? Don't die because you got cute. If you are in danger, just come out. Hyung Nim. He had easily gave up a rare $10 million item to him. Sunggu looked like he was about to cry. You've developed into something useful, so it would be a loss if you die now. Ah! He was always like this in touching situations. Sunggu knew his indifferent words was different from what Woojin felt. Don't die a pointless death. I've invested a lot of money in you. If you die, wouldn't it have all been a waste? How wasteful would that be? He was almost sure Woojin's real feeling was warm. Still, Woojin had invested couple million into Sunggu. The reinforcement stones, artifacts, and skill books he had used. Moreover, the ring on Sunggu's finger was a sub-dimension artifact able to store 3 items. It was worth around $3 million. The return portal was like a lifeline. Sunggu put the item into his sub-dimension. Then keep up the good work. Hehehe. I'll accompany you to the airport. It's all right. Just go clear a dungeon. Hehehe. Sunggu was still giddy from becoming a rank B roused, so he kept laughing for no reason. Woojin and Minchin got on the taxi. If Woojin went alone, he would get into all kinds of trouble. Woojin didn't know anything about the consortium, so Minchin would accompany him to take care of the Allendale's business. Woojin was just here to meet the Holy Maiden. Have you been to the US, Minchin? I've been there 3 times. Have you been there, President? Nope. This was the first time Woojin was riding a plane, let alone visiting the US. After a momentary silence, a cheerful song rang out inside the taxi. The only thing I want is your PH1 number brr. Yes. This is Allendale's young Minchin. After picking up the call, Minchin started speaking in a serious manner. Yes. Yes. I will do so. Thank you for giving us a heads up. What? Who is it? After ending the call, Minchin spoke with a serious expression on his face. It's a call from the Ministry of National Defense. They were tipped off on a terrorist attack. Is that so? What about it? President. It seems you are their target. Me? Why are they targeting me? Minchin didn't know what to say when Woojin asked the question in such an oblivious manner. Woojin had made a lot of enemies recently. Woojin just shrugged his shoulders at Minchin's serious expression. I guess they want to entertain me since the road to the US is boring. It would be a problem if he was joking. It would also be a problem if he meant those words. Minchin secretly let out a sigh. Chapter 72, Terror. Chapter 72 Terror. Chapter 72, Terror. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation, Gabriel. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. In front of the airport's entrance, a soldier in uniform was waiting for him. Hey, Seoul. Woojin was glad to see a familiar face, so he waved his hand. You are here. Please greet him for me. This man is our guild's general director. My name is Jung Minchin. I'm Lieutenant Che Seoul. In the near future, we will be eating from the same pot of rice. Minchin tilted his head in confusion as he shook her hand. Woojin grinned. She the new recruit I chose. Ah. Lieutenant Che Seoul was the new recruit he was talking about last time. Woojin looked towards Seoul. I thought I told you to apply for discharge from service. Why are you here? I'll be a civilian around the time President returns. Until then, I'm still a solider, and I have to faithfully do my job. What? Don't you have any vacation time? At Woojin's word, Seoul let out an awkward laugh. She didn't know how he could make such a silly joke in situations like this. I'm sure you heard about the intel. We were tipped off on a potential terrorist attack. I know. So will I be able to go to the US? Since there are a lot of potential risk factors, it'll take a long time make preparations. They would have to delay the takeoff. Every single passenger and flight crew would have to go through a background check, so the long delay was inevitable. Moreover, they were sweeping the baggages multiple times. So when will we be able to lift off? At the very least, it will be tomorrow. Woojin's brows furrowed. Shouldn't we be inquiring about taking another plane instead? That is why my commander requested cooperation from the KH Guild. KH Guild. KH Group was a guild that ran a large company. Why them? KH Guild is also participating in the consortium. Their group is traveling using a private jet, so you can use it with them. I've already received their permission. Oh ho! That's good. With He Seol's guidance, Woojin went through a simple screening process before the departure. Minchin and He Seol took care of all the small matters. Woojin just had to show his face. Is that my passport? Yes. I'll keep it in my possession. A photographer had come to the office not too long ago to take Woojin's portrait shots, and it must have been used to make his passport. Woojin handed the passport over to Minchin, then he shook hands with He Seol. Then I'll see you when I return. Yes, sir. Have a nice trip. After He Seol finished her duty as a guide, she departed. They walked through a long passageway. After reaching the runway, the two of them got on a shuttle bus. Woojin looked out the bus window to view the runway. It was the quintessential image of a person about to ride a plane for the first time, so Minchin couldn't help but smile. He had a hard time thinking of him this way, but Woojin was a 24-year-old with no experience in taking overseas trips. What are you looking at? I'm looking at the airplanes. The one we will ride won't be as large as those. Minchin spoke as he looked at the line of A380s. Woojin grinned. It'll be fine. I've ridden something much larger. What? Didn't you say this was your first time riding an airplane? It will be the first time I'll be flying on an airplane, but I've ridden many things that could fly. There was something that flew that was much larger than an airplane? I'll let you ride him next time. I'll look forward to it. Woojin put on a bitter smile at Minchin's answer. It wouldn't be a comfortable ride. He could imagine the expression Minchin would make at the rough ride. The bus stopped in front of an airplane with a KH Group logo on the side. In front of the steps, a man in a neat suit was waiting for them. My name is Youngshan Sung. I am the senior vice president of KH Guild. I was notified of your arrival. We'll be imposing on your hospitality for a little bit. Youngshan Sung smiled at Minchin's words. You won't be imposing anything on us. It is an honor to serve President Kang Woojin. Please come up. Our guild's president is waiting for you inside. Woojin walked up the stairs. When they entered the passageway, they didn't see any airplane seats. Instead, a room arranged like a living room was revealed. There was a 40-year-old middle-aged man sitting on top of a sofa. Woojin was recently on the news on a frequent basis, so his fame was quite recent. However, the masses already knew the face and profile of all top 10 rank A-roused of Korea. Young Minchin recognized the man's face, so he whispered into Woojin's ear. He is KH Guild's president Baek Jongdo. When Woojin walked closer, Baek Jongdo suddenly stood up, and he quickly walked towards Woojin. Then he raised one hand high in the air. Agu, President Kang. Woojin blankly stared back at him. Youngshan Sung, who was also his personal assistant, quickly approached Baek Jongdo to hold him back. His face and ears was red. President. They are guests we are seeing for the first time, so please restrain yourself. Uhahui. Understood. Baek Jongdo pushed his hand out towards Kang Woojin. I thought you watched this drama since it is very popular right now. I'm KH Guild's Baek Jongdo. I'm Kang Woojin. Woojin asked a question as he shook the other man's hand. What were you doing before? Hey? It's something they do on a popular drama on TV right now. Hey. Ah. I thought you wanted to fight me. Baek Jongdo let out a cheerful laugh at Woojin's words. Do you like dramas? I like it. Hey. Since we have a lot of time before we get to the US, let's watch some dramas together. Ah, that's great. I was bored, so I was wondering what I should do to entertain myself. Woojin enjoyed watching TV. The problem was he didn't have time to watch it. This was why he put a TV inside the president's room. Whenever he had a spare moment, Woojin watched dramas. I installed a fantastic multimedia room inside my private plane. Come this way. When Baek Jongdo and Kang Woojin moved past Yung Changsung, he was left standing inside the parlor with Yung Minchin. Yung Changsung lowered his head to his chest. I'm sorry. Our president is a really eccentric person. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Our president is also. Minchin answered awkwardly, but somehow he felt some unknown kinship with Yung Changsung. Asterisk. Warang Guild's president room. A TV was mounted on one side of the wall. The news about the terror intelligence, the closure and inspection of the Incheon airport was being reported. Moreover, there was a breaking news that said Kang Woojin was accompanying the KH Guild's president to the US. He's really become a celebrated figure in Korea. His every move was now being reported on the internet, and the news. The cameras were constantly on Kang Woojin, since his clearing of the 6-star dungeons, and his visits to the US were big news. Lee Song-ho frowned as he glared at his silent hand phone. DDIRIDRI ding dong, DDIRIDRI. It was call from Korean broker Lee Song-ho had been waiting for. He pressed the answer button, and he put the phone up to his ear. It's me. How can you work so sloppily? Sloppy? I'm disappointed in your words. The whole country knows about the planned terrorist attack, and the target just left the country. Can you afford to be so relaxed? Kukuk. Our plans are well underway, so you don't have to worry about it. Who? Are you sure? Who would be so uncouth these days to carry out a terrorist attack on an airplane? This is only the initial smokescreen. Be at ease. Just wait and see. Who? All right. Lee Song-ho ended the call. Were they pretending to cover up the fact that their plan had gone sideways? Or is this really their initial smokescreen? He had no way of finding out which was true. The broker called him every day with a different number. He had no way of contacting the man unless the broker contacted him first. He had already paid a substantial price, so they would fulfill his request. They were a group of professional killers, who have yet to fail yet. Asterisk. KH Group's private airplane multimedia room. 3 people were sitting in a place set up like a mini theater. The screen was showing a currently popular drama called Reply 1988. TLN, if you want to see the scene, https://www.youtube.com/watch, v=7bf3 fshufn4. Hoo. After exiting the restroom, Baek Jongdo looked at the others busily watching the drama, and he felt a rewarding feeling. He was able to share something he enjoyed with others. He felt great joy at experiencing something with others he liked. When Woojin saw Baek Jongdo returning from the restroom, he suddenly stood and approached Baek Jongdo with one hand in the air. Agu, President Baek. Baek Jongdo raised one hand. Agu, President Kang. The 2 hands met. When they grabbed each other's hands, they started squatting up and down repeatedly. It's really great to see you. Really great to see you. Minchin felt his hands and feet shrivel up when he saw both of their antics. He was well aware Kang Woojin lived without caring about what others thought of him. However, it seems KH Guild's Baek Jongdo was also formidable opponent in that respect. Minchin glanced to his side, and Yung Shansung was red up to his ears. When their eyes met, Yung Minchin and Yung Shansung exchanged sorrowful gazes. I guess it is our role to be embarrassed for them. Minchin prayed they wouldn't act that way in a crowded location. Asterisk. After the 20 hours flight, they finally arrived at New York. The Titan Guild was hosting the consortium, so an employee was dispatched for each guild. Welcome. I'm Titan Guild's Richard Che. I'll be guiding you to the hotel. For the convenience of guests of each country, the Titan Guild sent employees capable of speaking the native language of each guests. The guide led them to vehicles on standby. Before Baek Jongdo got in the car, he smacked his lips in regret. Why don't we have a drink after a brief rest? Ah! That would be great. Hoo. I'll see you later. I'll see you later, Baek Hyung. Woojin and Minchin got into the car with Richard Che. President. I guess you are quite taken with President Baek. Haha. He's quite fun. Moreover, he's of a similar age as me. Baek Jongdo was 42 years, and Woojin was 24 years old. Ah! You said you lived on Alphen for 20 years. He estimated Woojin should be around 39 years old. When Minchin thought of it this way, it was obvious why he felt Woojin wasn't like a young person. No. Isn't Woojin older than him? Well, the concept of age is a funny thing now, because of the dungeon. I guess so. This wasn't only true in regards to Woojin, who had returned from to Alphen. The time within all the high-rank dungeons ran 4 times longer inside. It would be laughable to apply the standard age on the roused. Instead of age, shouldn't they measure the time experienced by each roused? Still, isn't he a little immature for a 39-year-old? Well, one's life is weighted differently depending on the life one lived. When he heard Woojin's quiet mumble, Minchin felt guilty. It felt as if his inner thoughts had been revealed. Woojin spent a hellish 20 years over there. If he wasn't able to find merriment, he would have probably killed himself long before. Even though Baek Jongdo was a scion of a rich family, he might have led a similar life to Woojin. They probably lead a life heavy with burden. The car left the airport, and they stopped at a hotel nearby. It was a dark night, and one could only see hotels lining the street. One couldn't see any place that would provide entertainment. The consortium would start tomorrow at lunch. Please rest comfortably. We'll have a vehicle ready at 11 a.m. After finishing the check-in, Richard Che returned to where he came from. Woojin and Minchin greeted each other inside the elevator. Come out immediately after you wash yourself. I'm going out to drink. Yes, President. Everyone invited to the consortium were special guests, so there were no special treatments among the guests. Minchin was placed in a business room on the 3rd floor, and Woojin was guided to a VIP suite on the top floor. Shwa! Woojin took a shower, then he dried his hair. After he drank the water bottle he took out of the fridge, he opened the carrier packed by Minchin. There were several formal wear he would wear tomorrow packed inside, and there was also a sweatsuit in there. He took out and wore the sweatsuit. Even though it was only a sweatsuit, it was made from materials brought out from the dungeons. It was something a roused would wear. He wasn't too familiar with the subject, but clothes like this could easily go for several $1,000s. Before he was about to head out, Woojin turned off the light to his room. Hey! He felt a strange sense of danger. When he swept his gaze across the room, he saw a shaking red dot on one side of the room. A laser. Suo and Bibi played frequently with the laser pointer, so he was used to seeing the red light. The only difference was the size. The laser point was about 5 times larger. Woojin walked several steps forward to see where the laser point was originating from. When he looked out the window, he could the light of a laser being shot from a far-off building. At the same moment, Woojin saw a missile falling from the sky. The missile was heading straight towards Woojin. Chapter 73 Terror, 2. Chapter 73 Terror, 2. Chapter 73, Terror, 2. TLN, this is a sponsored chapter. Thank you for the donation Eric and Gabriel. Please turn off the ad blockers if you are able to. Thanks and enjoy. As soon as he saw the approaching missile, he started running. Hey! Woojin ran towards the window instead of running towards the door. Paang! Woojin's body broke through the thick window, then he jumped as he pushed off the window frame. He jumped as he soared through the air. Woojin headed towards the missile. His shadow rode along the darkness to head towards the laser. The missile was flying towards him at a high speed, but Woojin only had to travel a short distance. How large would the explosion be? He couldn't test it inside the hotel since Young Minchin was there. Moreover, a lot of people were in the vicinity. When Woojin was in mid-air, he punched the head of the missile. It would be great if he could change the direction of the missile, but he didn't care if it didn't. Guoong! The contained energy burst outwards as it caused an explosion. The soul armor that was always around Woojin activated much quicker than the explosion. The barrier of soul was thickest at Woojin's fist. It created multiple layers to protect his hand. Quang! The incredible explosion was obstructed by the soul armor, so the flames exploded up into the sky. Moreover, Woojin endured the entirety of the repelling force caused by the explosion. Shoog! Quang! Woojin's figure fell to the floor several times faster than the speed he had ascended with. Woojin flew between buildings as he barely avoided them. He crashed into the road, then a large crater was formed. Beak! Beak! The shock wave caused the surrounding parked cars to blare out noisily. Poo-oo-soo-oo-oo. The fragments and dusts from the cave-in of the road rose thick into the air. In the midst of it all, Woojin stood up. The spirit armor had somewhat contained the exploding missile, but all of his stored souls evaporated midway. Afterwards, he crashed to the ground, and Woojin had to absorb the damage with his body. Koo! How can they act like this on US soil? Woojin wiped the blood that trickled out of his mouth. His chest hurt, and he was having a hard time breathing. It seemed he had broken couple ribs. Who? He had used up all of the souls he had imprisoned, so he couldn't use soul extraction to heal his body. He didn't want to kill and absorb the souls of the surprised people looking out their windows. If he was Alphen's immortal, then he would have already killed them. However, Earth's Woojin had other options. He bought a potion from the point store, then he poured it into his mouth. Koo! As he roughly started to heal, the pain receded, and he started to get annoyed. A missile attack on US soil. Which bastards did this? Did the Titan do this with the approval of the Department of Defense? Or was it some other powerhouse? Whoever it was, they had basically sent a declaration of war to him. When he was in North Korea, the explosion was set off in the closed confines of a subway station, and he had barely been able to stay alive. Still, if he hadn't had his spirit armor, he would have died a fruitless death by the attack. Why are they keep targeting me? He knew different people was gunning for him, but the important part was they were all aiming for him. It just reaffirmed the fact that the people of Earth won't be able to come together to resist against Tronet. No, it was impossible from the start. He hadn't run amok like a jackass. He just lived according to his personality. He decided to show the world who he was as he ignored others' gazes. He hadn't cared if he made enemies during all of this. If he had enemies, then it also mean he was making allies. He'll have to make some adjustments again. Who'll grab the leadership role of protecting Earth? Will it be the existing groups of capitalists? The roused with strength in their hands? The nations with the strongest military? Every bastard with a modicum of power would try to seize the leadership role. Tronet would attack when Earth's powers were split. Tronet would bring over his endless army, and only when some of the world's power starts to fall, Earth will try to build an allied force. This was a pattern he had already experienced on Alphen. When Kang Woojin was summoned, the allied forces of Alphen and Tronet was in midst of a tense war. Many people had died, and a large portion of the land was wasted. Woojin's voice didn't have any influence or power in the alliance, so he decided to build his own forces on the abandoned dead lands. Should he quietly grow his power here on Earth again? It was a good option if he wanted to repeat his past mistakes. It would be great if they revealed themselves to me like this. Woojin didn't care if those aiming for his life came out into the open. He'll make an example out of them, so the entire Earth will imprinted with the image of him inside their memories. He didn't care if such an act would make people fear him. A more brutal enemy was in front of them, and the Earth had to come together. Woojin was going to lead them. At the very least he wanted enough presence where his voice would be heard. He didn't care if he gained fame or notoriety from achieving his goals. The problem was, it's way too early. Events were happening much faster than Woojin had expected. He hadn't purposefully held back his personality, but at the same time, he hadn't done anything that would have made enemies. He was disillusioning himself. So which dimwit was so impatient to get rid of him? Pa 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 pa. Woojin lifted his gaze. The helicopter in midair a long distance away started to fly away. BB. Go follow it. All right. A black smoke formed, and she was carried off by the wind. She flew under the helicopter's fuselage. The black smoke changed back into a cat, and she clung on tightly. Who? Should I go see what these bastards look like? Woojin put Gabi on the bastard, who shot the laser pointer. He walked towards Gabi's energy signature. Asterisk. Holy Maiden. Guild Allendale's president Kang Woojin just arrived at the airport. Melody was surprised by Mrs. Hamilton's words. Why was she so nervous when she heard the Korean name Kang Woojin? Hamilton wondered how Melody, who had come from Alphen, was acquainted with a Korean man. Moreover, she couldn't help but wonder why Melody overreacted every time his name was mentioned. Still, she couldn't ask Melody these questions. Hamilton was a convert of the Arya Church, and Melody was the precious Holy Maiden. Are you sure we didn't do anything that would incur his displeasure? No. I made a special request to the Titan Guild, and they will guide him to the hotel with utmost care. She bit her lips as it trembled. When she thought about their eventual meeting, she couldn't help but tremble. He probably knew about her being here, and he had come here to meet her. She couldn't avoid him. She knew the only answer to this problem was to meet him head-on. Still, she couldn't help but feel afraid when she thought about it. No. Shouldn't she be the one to visit him first? He had a fiery personality. Would he cause her trouble if she didn't come greet him first? It was more than likely if it was him. The Holy Maiden suddenly stood up from her seat. Which hotel is he staying at? What? Hamilton was very surprised. Melody was the most important person after the goddess Arya. Was Kang Woojin worth all of this? I'll have to go see him. I'll go prepare the Holy Knights. Most of the Holy Maiden's business was conducted inside the Arya Church at the Titan Guild's headquarters. However, she sometimes had to attend public events, so she received protection from her Holy Knights. On average, the Holy Knights had the ability of a rank B and roused. Her protectors was the strongest group on earth. I will be honored if I was able to follow you, Holy Maiden. I will volunteer my services to the Holy Maiden. The Holy Knights scrambled forward to be in the group that would accompany her. 10 knights were chosen amongst them. They accompanied Melody as she headed towards the hotel where Kang Woojin was staying at. There were 3 vehicles, and the Holy Maiden got in the second car. James sat next to her. The Holy Maiden had healed his daughter's incurable disease. After he witnessed the miracle, he became the most fervent vassal of the Arya Church. He used to be a rank A roused representing the Titan Guild, but now he was the head Holy Knight of Arya's Church. Is something bothering you, Holy Maiden? It's nothing. Some unknown uneasiness shone through the Holy Maiden's eyes, and James wasn't used to seeing her like this. She was always serene and happy. The Holy Maiden was like a real-life angel, who had descended from the sky. She was beautiful, and she had a majestic bearing befitting an agent of the goddess. Still, this was the first time James had seen her act this way. He was unaccustomed to it. "Hoo! I'm fine. Please don't worry about me." "Yes, Holy Maiden." James decided he would have to pay more attention in protecting her, when he saw Melody's anxiety. As they were about to head towards the hotel, the vehicle came to a stop. "What's going on? Please wait a moment." James pushed the mic button on the device in his ear, and he spoke. "What is it?" "Chi-jeek. There was an explosion nearby." "What?" James looked over the driver's seat, then he caught sight of the city that was beyond the window. There was a large bank of clouds on top of the city. It wasn't a natural phenomena. Did the windows shake a little bit before because of the after effect of an explosion? It seems there was a terrorist attack. We'll have to return for your safety. The Holy Maiden's chin shook. Is he on a rampage? Shouldn't she go see what's going on? I have to know what had happened. We have to turn back. I'll report to you after I find out what happened. At the Holy Maiden's silence, James radioed a message to his teammates. We are heading back to church, Nick. Take some of our boys to see what happened. Roger. 2 cars did a U-turn, and the last car in the convoy headed towards the street where the explosion happened. Asterisk. Nick stood in front of a very large crater. Did a meteor fall here? When they looked around the surrounding, the impact hadn't brought down any buildings. However, the fragments from the walls, and the damaged cars were quite noticeable. There was also a crater that looked like a sinkhole. One of the team members sent out to scout the surrounding returned. You might not believe this, but a person fell at that spot. There were a lot of witnesses. Where's the corpse? At Nick's question, Jimmy shrugged his shoulder. He's alive. Witnesses said he just walked out of there. Are you kidding me, Jimmy? Why don't you just say the Terminator came here? Would you survive a collision that would cause a shock wave of this magnitude? You never know. If it's aroused with physical abilities, it might be possible. There was some logic to his words. If it was aroused with magic-based abilities, a gunshot would kill the person. However, a bullet wouldn't even be able to pierce through the skin of aroused with physical ability. Many of them had steel-like skins. At the very least, one had to be a rank B roused with physical ability to survive this. Did aroused specializing in defense fall from the sky? Why? 2222222. The sounds of rotors made him look up, and he could see the news helicopters up in the sky. When he looked around his surrounding, several reporters were already taking pictures. Let's head back. As it is? What about our investigation? The news will inform us. Jimmy let out a guffaw at Nick's easygoing words. All right. Let's head back. The Holy Knights of the Arya Church headed back towards the church. Asterisk. In front of Kang Woojin's hotel room. Ah. Please. Jung Minchen stood behind the employee, who was using the master key to open the door. He restlessly bounced on his feet with a nervous expression on his face. The building shook, while he was taking a shower. Moreover, he also heard the sound of an explosion. The vibration felt like an earthquake. The first serious thought that came into his mind was about Kang Woojin. He immediately went to Woojin's room, but it was locked. Moreover, there was no response from inside the room. This was why Minchen had quickly chased down an employee. Ah, President! Please! When the employee with the master key opened the door, Minchen's eyes took in the dark room with his eyes. Ta! When the room was illuminated, the wind blowing through the empty room made young Minchen's blood run cold. Ah! Minchen looked at the broken window with a devastated expression. President! He felt resentment. He guessed what had happened when he heard the sound of an explosion. It's President's doing. Young Minchen looked out the broken window, then he searched the entire room. However, Kang Woojin was nowhere to be found. Hey! Did the president carry out an act of terror on US soil? Even he couldn't settle this affair. Woojin said he wouldn't make any accident. Minchin plopped down in front of Woojin's messy carrier bag. TLN, I'm not sure why Minchin is putting the blame on Woojin. Maybe he thought the terrorist group wouldn't attack in the US, so by process of elimination, Woojin did it. Chapter 74, Meeting. Chapter 74 Meeting. Chapter 74, Meeting. Woojin tailed him for a long time. He was already very far from the hotel. Woojin was slowly walking down a back street of the inner city. The bastard started to take a circuitous route. He must have realized that Woojin was following him. I've been found. Woojin had nothing more to gain by following him. The man didn't seem dumb enough to go straight to his home base when he knew that Woojin was on his tail. Woojin agonized over the decision. He had already stuck Gabi on him. Should he let the bastard go, so Gabi could gather information? It wasn't like Gabi was undetectable when he hid inside the shadows. Aroused with great senses would realize that something was amiss. In fact, acts such as surveillance, tailing and eavesdropping wasn't his forte. Moreover, he was reluctant to kidnap, incarcerate, and threaten someone. I'll just worry about it after I catch him. Woojin walked quickly to close the distance with the bastard. When he turned the corner to the alley, Woojin saw a guy holding a large guitar case. It's that bastard. When Woojin started to gradually close the distance, the bastard turned to look at him. Both of them stopped walking, and their eyes met. The bastard started running, and Woojin followed him. 7th Circle. This was the first time he had seen a roused who had passed LVL 70. This meant that his opponent was a rank AA roused. There were a lot of roused in the latter stage of level 60. It would have been strange if there were no level 70 roused to be found if one scoured the entire world. In the future, more roused would break through the 6th circle wall and enter the 7th circle. That was in the future. He was currently chasing a roused, who was arguably one of the top-ranked roused of Earth. A bastard like that is aiming for me. Woojin's curiosity grew since he wanted to know who was pulling this man's strings. Maybe he might have to become enemies with one of the great powers of Earth. Woojin increased his speed, but the bastard was quite fast. It wasn't easy to close the distance. It feels like he is purposefully leading me on. His speed was just fast enough that Woojin couldn't catch up to him. There was always a fixed distance between them. Truthfully, the bastard wasn't in a hurry at all. Woojin guessed that he was a 7th circle physical ability roused. Moreover, he seemed to be well trained. Li Hyunhui couldn't hold a candle to this guy. This is fun. Woojin was a necromancer, but he was also a warrior. He used his dash skill and his speed increased by several magnitude. I got him. Woojin was about to grab the guitar case, but it seemed that the bastard also had a similar ability to the one he used. He suddenly sped up, and he created some distance between himself and Woojin once again. Look at this cheeky bastard. Was there anyone on Earth who had caught Woojin's eyes like this? Woojin was probably the first strong person that the guy had met on Earth. After running away for a while, the bastard stopped in front of a subway station. The bastard wagged his finger as he looked at Woojin. Hey! There was only a 2-lane road between them, yet this bastard was taunting him. When Woojin saw this, a thought flitted through his mind. In recent days? No. In the past 10 years, he'd never seen someone be so daring and provoking towards him. The bastard grinned. Does the bastard think he is Bruce Lee? After smiling, he immediately entered the dungeon. Woojin clicked his tongue in dismay as he watched the man. This is quite novel. It's cute. He didn't care about who was pulling the bastard's string. He was going to kill that son of a bitch. The barrier formed itself 30 seconds after the man entered the dungeon. Woojin passed through the dungeon's entrance. Al-Assad. He was born in Afghanistan, and his father had sold him to the militants at the age of 10. The moment his eyes witnessed his father being happy as he grabbed a paltry amount of money for selling him, Assad decided become a monster. He was quite good at using a knife and gun. The children his age were used as bait to absorb bullets, but Assad grew up to be a fantastic militant. The world he lived in was constantly at war. The dungeon break happened when he was 20 years old, and the world turned chaotic. The war was present before the dungeon break, and it still continued on afterwards. The only thing that had changed was his status as aroused. He was no longer used as a grunt in the war. He caught the eyes of militant group's leader. Instead of being sent into a regional warfare against the government forces, he was given more sophisticated assignments. He was given targets to assassinate, and he carried out terrorist acts. He was successful in all of his assignments, so he gradually made a name for himself. He was able to become a key member of the core personnel. At that point, he realized that he wasn't doing his work for his faith. He realized that he was doing it for the money, but it didn't matter. He didn't start what he was doing, because of his belief in his God. His actions allowed him to punish others, and on top of that, he was able to make money. Money is what changed the world. He had never killed any monsters before. He only hunted humans. Today, he caught a necromancer, who was reported as being rank AA. His rank wasn't important. He had assassinated countless roused, and he was well acquainted with their ranks. He knew better than anyone that a high rank didn't correspond with the person's combat power. He just had to quietly approach magicians, and cut their throats. Even if one were rank A, one would die immediately. It was very easy. When he entered the dungeon, he gave up his body to the darkness to hide. His ability allowed him to assimilate into the darkness. His specialty was sneaking up on his enemies, and killing them before they realized he was there. Hey! Hey! Come out! Are you trying to break bread with me inside the dungeon? Is he speaking Korean? According to the intel regarding his target, the bastard was Korean. I guess you aren't going to come out. The sound of his steps grew distant. It seemed this guy's luck was good. His steps steadily grew distant from Assad, who was hidden next to the wall. He moved deeper into the subway station using the staircase. Stupid bastard! It seemed that he didn't have any magic associated with the senses. Now he was sure that this person was a necromancer. The bastard had carelessly come into the dungeon after him. The baiting of his target had been successful. Now he just had to follow him, and his hunt would start. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Al-Assad assimilated into the darkness as he headed down into the dungeon. How far did he go? This was weird. His target had chased after him into the dungeon. Assad had baited the other man into doing so. However, this bastard acted as if he had forgotten about Assad's existence. Or maybe the man had too much confidence in his own ability. He slowly descended into the dungeon. As Al-Assad was carefully walking forward, he came to a stop. There are no corpses here. There were a lot of blood stains in the surrounding, but there were no corpses. A weird sense of danger stimulated his senses. Wahak! A light lit up the interior of the dungeon. Ah! You gave me time to recharge my souls. Thank you. Assad's target appeared in front of him, but the target wasn't flustered at all. Now, show me your abilities. Let's see if it is useful. After his target said some words that Assad didn't understand, the skeleton soldiers lining up behind him rushed forward. 1, 2. It was useless to count them. There were enough to clog the dungeon. Assad unsheathed his specialized weapon, the two-handed sword, as he charged forward. Ho-oh! You are quite good. Assad was at a numerical disadvantage, but the quality of the skeletons were low. He methodically cut them down, but it wasn't an easy task. Each of his specialized skills for the two-handed longsword were put on display in front of his enemy. The information about him was being exposed to his enemy. You are an assassin type. and you are quite proficient in using a two-handed sword. One-on-one fights would suit you more than fighting a group. His target's Korean words kept grating against his nerves for some time. It sounded like he was being evaluated. The bastard didn't even lift a single finger as he watched from a distance. Hook, okay, hook. Al-Assad let his hidden ability explode forth. He started breathing heavily, and his movement couldn't be compared to what it was before. Every time he swung his two-handed long sword, a large group of skeletons fell. Ho-oh! You are also a berserker? You are both a warrior type and an assassin. Are you a dual class? He leapt toward his taunting enemy. His final move was called God's Wrath. His anger towards the world poured out without reserve, and it helped power the move. When his two-handed long sword was about to strike the necromancer's neck, a steel staff was suddenly in the sword's way. You'll be useful. Quite useful. The necromancer swung his steel staff towards him. Who, huh? He was momentarily confused at the unexpected strength of the impact. Didn't the intel say that he was a necromancer? His target's foot kicked out at Assad's chest. He couldn't do anything against his target's strength, so Assad grabbed the other man's foot. He tried to lift it up. Let's see what'll happen when I turn level 70. Suddenly, the weapon changed into an axe, and it fell towards Assad's neck. Kwajik. As if he was cutting wood, Woojin separated the guy's head from his body. Before the bastard's soul could escape, he purchased a soul seal stone, and he put the soul inside. The bastard was only barely over 7th circle. However, this was the first 7th circle warrior's soul that he had obtained on Earth. It was meaningless to torture the bastard to find out who was pulling his strings. When Woojin reached level 70, he'll make this bastard a familiar and he'll naturally find out everything that this bastard knew. Woojin put the bastard's corpse and his decapitated head inside his inventory. Then, he gathered the surviving skeletons around him. Why did he have to come into a high-rank dungeon for no reason? He couldn't locate the return stone. As he had predicted, a red portal formed when he returned to the entrance. Will I be late? Didn't they say the consortium was at lunchtime? Woojin quickly started to hunt. Asterisk. When Woojin came out of the dungeon, he felt someone's gaze on him. Someone was monitoring Woojin from afar. Follow me, Gabi. I obey Master's will. After confirming that Gabi had been absorbed back into his shadow, he started to walk. It seemed the people, who had attacked him, were in charge of this dungeon. There wasn't anyone guarding the dungeon. Woojin memorized the dungeon's name, then he started walking. Ha! Where the hell am I? He had mindlessly chased after the man last night, so he had no idea where he was. It would be great if he had his hand phone, but he left it at the hotel. Maybe the store sells English. Woojin checked his point store just in case, and he looked over the language drugs. There were drugs that allowed him to learn languages of Alphen. The store had English. It wasn't only English. The store had all the languages spoken on Earth. It was worth 200 points. Woojin bought it immediately, then he drank it. It was akin to learning a new ability through a skill book. Woojin learned the English language in an instant. Whether it was an ability or a new knowledge, it took root inside his head, and it felt quite miraculous to Woojin. Ha! His ears started picking up the conversations in his surrounding. He asked for direction from the people in the street, then he headed towards Manhattan's Titan Guild headquarters for the appointed consortium. It won't take long if I ride a taxi, but I don't have any money to pay for the ride. If this was Alphen, he would have just stolen it. Well, I did say that I wouldn't cause any accidents. He just started walking. The consortium started at 12, so he would be late. So what if he was late? Jung Minchen had come to the consortium with him, so he would take care of it. Woojin just had to meet the Holy Maiden. While Woojin was walking on the streets, he caught sight of the news being shown on a large screen mounted on top of a building. It's about what happened yesterday. It seemed that someone had filmed yesterday's missile explosion with a phone. The sight of the missile exploding, and the large crater on the road was being shown. Terrorist attack. Is it a repeat of the 9/11's nightmare? Humanity's enemy isn't monsters, but terrorists. Woojin read the subtitles on the muted news. The screen changed, then an announcer and an Asian man was shown. Minchen. The familiar Asian man was young Minchen. He was scrunching up his face like he was a constipated dog. When Woojin turned his head slightly, he could see that the same news being shown inside the convenience store located across the street from him. Dolong. When Woojin entered the convenience store, the employee behind the counter glanced at Woojin. After confirming an Asian male in a sweatsuit had entered the store, the employee's gaze went back to the TV. It would have exploded within the hotel. During such harrowing situation, the Korean male, Mr. Kang Woojin, threw his body to block the attack. Currently, the whereabouts of Mr. Kang Woojin are still unknown. At the announcer's words, Young Minchen butted in. President. I trusted President from the start. Where are you, President? Please come back to me. Hey! That rascal! If someone saw him like that, one would think that he was trying to find a lost child. Still, Woojin's heart warmed a little bit when he saw someone being worried about him to that extent. Don't worry, Minchen. I can speak English now. The US government will catch the terrorists. Please just return to us, President. I beg of you. Please, before the incident become much larger. I already caught him, you dork. Woojin grinned as a missing persons report was shown on top of the screen. Then the news showed the footage where he charged the missile. The missile was deflecting upwards as it exploded, and he saw himself fall to the ground. The news was showing the footage in a loop. The eyes of the store's employee turned round, and he alternated from looking at Woojin and the TV. Chapter 75 Meeting, 2. Chapter 75 Meeting, 2. Chapter 75, Meeting, 2. After hearing the news, Melody was so surprised that she went searching for her goddess. She knelt in front of Arya's statue. Oh goddess! That man saved other people! The unbelievable part was the method that he had used to save the people. His body. He put his body in front of other people. Even as she said it, she couldn't believe her words. It might be someone else. Yes. It can't be him. Melody's head was dizzy from the confusion. He looked exactly like the immortal in her memories, yet he did something that she would have never imagined him doing. She was confused as to whether he was the same person or not. Her anxiety overlapped over more anxiety, and she felt an enormous amount of stress. He's someone else. Someone else. She'd rather wished that was the case. Melody prayed to her goddess, but there was no answer forthcoming. Asterisk. Minchen wore a clean suit, but his expression looked gloomy. He was waiting for the Titan Guild's car. He had come out ahead of the appointed time. Director Jung. Senior Vice President Jung. Jung Shansung exited the hotel that was across the street. Afterwards, Baek Jungdo appeared, and he greeted Minchen. There's no news about Woojin yet. Haha. He'll probably contact us soon. What could go wrong? Isn't he the greatest roused of Korea? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Minchen let out a weak laugh. These people didn't know Woojin's true nature. His president returned alive after being sent to a planet called Alphen. He was a person, who would charge at a missile, so why would he worry about Woojin? Minchen was worried about the unnecessary misunderstandings that might happen. He might even think that the US carried out an attack against him. The missile attack happened here. This city was none other than New York. Woojin was shot at with a small missile capable of taking out a building. Minchen was sure that this would cause some misunderstandings. US Department of Defense wasn't some scarecrow where they would do nothing when a missile was launched in a city like New York. Please don't let there be any misunderstandings. Minchen prayed that the US wasn't the aiming for Woojin. If that was true, they had basically crawled into the middle of the enemy territory. I'm probably wrong. When the world turned chaotic, terrorist attacks continued to occur at a frequent basis. Moreover, the roust's abilities were too fantastic, and there were a lot of terrorist attacks carried out by them. The roust possessed the ability to access the sub-dimension, so they could even carry a missile in there. I hope President also thinks along that line. If he considered Woojin's past behavior, it wouldn't be strange to see Woojin attack the Pentagon without a moment's notice. So where is he at? He was very worried. It felt like he was about to have a nervous breakdown. If he left a child unattended near a river, he wouldn't feel as nervous as this. It felt like he gave away a button capable of launching a nuke after disguising it as a children's toy. It'll probably be boring. Let's go together. Baekjungdo, Minchen, and Chansung rode in the same car. They headed towards the Titan Guild's headquarters for the appointed consortium. The invitation letters were sent out to every guild in the world, and only those with the invitation letters could attend the consortium. The reporters were already gathered around the entrance, and it was like they were attending some award ceremony. They felt like celebrities. The reporter and his cameraman chased their group down when the reporter realized that they were Korean. The reporter got in their party's way. "May I interview you?" "What?" Mr. Kang Woojin stopped a sickening terrorist attack, which might have killed a lot of innocent people, and I know that you are in the same guild as him. Yes. Yes. The reporter was speaking too rapidly in English, but Minchen followed the gist of the conversation as he picked up words he knew intermittently. Surprisingly, it seems that he is still alive. Do you know where he is? I'm speculating, but I think he might have been kidnapped by the terrorists. As a fellow guild member, what are your thoughts? That's kidnapping? He didn't think that that was possible. Minchen decided to give a vague answer. Maybe, he might be watching this news. Do you have any words that you would like to convey to Mr. Kang Woojin? Minchen looked into the camera as he spoke earnestly. President. I trusted President from the start. Where are you, President? Please come back to me. I was wrong. I thought President made a big mess again. It was my misunderstanding. Please just return safely. The US government will catch the terrorists. Please just return to us, President. I beg of you. Please, before the incident become much large. You might cause a war by trying to catch him by yourself. Please come back. Minchen sincerely wished for it. The reporter didn't understand Minchen's words, since he was giving the message to Woojin in Korean. One of the reporter's staff approached him to hand a paper with the translated words. Yes. This is quite surprising. It seems this guild member believes Mr. Kang Woojin is currently chasing the terrorist. It was just speculation. Minchen let go of the uncomfortable feeling, then he entered the entrance being guarded by a line of guards. The large conference room was like the chamber for parliament. It was like an opera theatre. Minchen was surprised, since the Titan Guild possessed a large space like this inside their office. It just reaffirmed the fact that they were the #1 guild in the US, so something like this was probably par for the course. Since the seats were designated beforehand, Minchen's seat was far away from KH Guild's Baekjungdo, and Youngshan Sung. The empty seat next to him had a name card for Kang Woojin. When he saw it, a heavier weight pressed down on Minchen's heart. Soon, the Titans Guild Master Deacon appeared on top of the stage. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for attending this consortium. Deacon gave a short greeting, then he looked around at the faces in attendance. There were people from the Chinese, European, and Japanese guilds. These guilds were always in competition for the right to be called the best in the world. Even Russia sent 2 guilds to the meeting this time. The Titan Guild had sent 4 invitations to Korea. They sent it to the 3 large guilds, and Allendal. Hammer, KH and Allendal were in attendance, but the Warang Guild was absent. Moreover, Allendale's guild master was currently missing. Deacon paid special attention to the Allendale Guild, since Melody spoke about them until his ears was about to fall off. This consortium will deal with a matter too big for the guilds to deal with alone. We will broadcast this event to ask for help from all the roused on Earth. The consortium would be shown to the public in a couple of hours. It wasn't a live broadcast, but numerous cameras were placed inside the conference hall to film the consortium. Deacon gave a short greeting and thank you to each country's guilds. Then, he shifted gear to deliver the message about the threat posed by the dungeons and monsters. His speech heightened the tension in the room. The news I have is about the origin of the dungeon, which is a mystery to mankind. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on him. We were able to find out that the dungeons are acting as a dimensional gate. They are currently acting as a bridge between Earth and a planet called Alphen. The time difference between here and there is 4 times. Deacon took a short breath as he looked at the surrounding people. More than 100 people were focused on him. Moreover, the cameras, which will allow numerous more people to view him, were also on him. The monsters of the planet Alphen are using the bridge called the dungeon to invade Earth. Humanity has to prevent this from happening. Someone yelled out with displeasure in his voice. Does this mean that you want to shut down the dungeons? It was a man from the Dakin Guild, who had flourished from the dungeon business. Even if we destroy the bridge, they will put down a new bridge. It is an impossible task. I invited all of you here to propose a single request. He paused before he continued speaking. Humanity has to cross the bridge first, and we have to wipe out the monsters. Preemptive strike. Instead of fighting on Earth, let us take the fight to them. It was an idea quite typical of an American. If the war happened on Alphen, then they would surely prevent the damage caused by the dungeon breaks on Earth. You keep saying that the monsters are coming from a planet called Alphen. Is that credible? Of course. We have a living witness, who could corroborate the fact. When the door to the conference hall were opened, the holy knights entered. Everyone turned their backs to the stage to look at the door. I would like to introduce the Holy Maiden of the Arya Church. She came from the planet Alphen to ask for Earth's help. Every roused knew who she was. However, there was different significance in viewing her in the flesh instead of a video. More holy knights walked behind Melody. She wore a plain nun's habit that was of a slightly different style than the ones on Earth. Still, the plain clothes couldn't hide her elegance and beauty. She slowly walked down the center aisle of the conference room towards the stage. Hamilton followed behind her. I am the Holy Maiden of the Arya Church. My name is Melody. The people inside the conference room became restless once again when they heard her beautiful voice. Melody hadn't slept at all yesterday night, but she was still beautiful and overflowing with life. If they accepted her speech, she would be able to save her allies suffering on Alphen. She had put her life on the line to come here for that sole purpose. I am earnestly asking for your help to ensure Earth's safety and peace. Please, help me free Alphen. Unlike her words, her attitude was dignified, and her expression was haughty. She had the goddess protection, so an unknown air of dignity flowed off her entire body. Please give us some proof. You said you are a holy maiden from the Alphen planet, but you are only a mere roused on this planet. It was still the man from Japan's Dakin Guild. It seemed that he didn't welcome the current status quo changing. It was understandable, since Japan boasted the most numerous number of subway stations. There were a lot of casualties, but it was also a new business opportunity. The dungeon business was most active in Japan. The mecca of dungeon business leading the world was Japan. Melody stepped forward on the stage. A mere roused? She was of the 9th circle. If she converted the term into Earth's rank, she was a rank SS cleric. Melody opened both of her arms wide. Light shone from her body, and it filled the conference room. The holy and warm light swept through the entire conference room, and it gave a buff to every single person in attendance. The roused clearly felt the change, and even the normal people's bodies were filled with vitality. Isn't that proof enough? She was haughty and dignified. Those words personified her. The person from the Dakin Guild let out a moan, but he wasn't to be deterred. He continued to find fault with her words. You will have to clear my misgivings. Monsters crawl out of the dungeons. However, humans can only come back out when they enter a dungeon. The dimensional fragment named the Return Stone was a key used to reach Earth. However, the Return Stones weren't the only dimensional fragments in existence. There were keys that allowed one to head to Alphen. She had formed the Holy Knights to search for it. The way will be opened by me and the Holy Knights. For the safety of Earth, you all will have to head towards Alphen. If you hesitate, Earth will be turned in a desolate land like Alphen. It will happen in short order. This is a war to stop Earth's destruction. The heart of some people heated up at the Holy Maiden's words. Some started pounding on their calculators. Not everyone would join the war from a sense of duty. Those people moved only for money. She didn't care what their reasons was. Melody felt relieved as she looked over the people. Her goddess words were right. There were saviors here on Earth. These people would once again regain the freedom of the planet Alphen. As the door to the conference room opened, a raucous sound leaked in from outside. Between the open door, an Asian man wearing a black sweatsuit was standing there. One corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk, and he had a mischievous expression on his face. Stop spouting bullshit! He walked slowly into the conference room. He followed the center path to walk a straight line towards the stage. He was slow, and very languid. Everyone inside the conference room focused their gazes on the man. Some were glad to see him. Some showed curiosity, and there were even some uncomfortable gazes pouring toward the sweatsuit-wearing Kang Woojin. Melody stood atop the stage. She was shaking like a leaf. It worsened as Woojin approached her one step at a time. It felt like Melody's heart was dropping step by step towards the floor. It is him. It felt as if she going crazy. He was really on Earth. Woojin stopped in front of the stage. He looked up at Melody's face. She seemed to be in a state of panic. Isn't this quite awkward? She couldn't reply since she was too afraid. How many people were killed in front of that smiling face? If he was one's ally, one felt anxiety. If one became his enemy, this man was a calamity. I would have never thought that I would have the occasion to look up at you. The very surprised Holy Maiden Melody got off the stage. The haughty woman moved without any grace. She scrambled down the stage to stand in front of Woojin. Then, Melody started to slowly lower herself to the floor. The king, who rules over the undead army. Alphen's language flowed out from Melody's lips. One of her knees touched the floor. God of Destruction Thrash's champion. Then her other knee touched the floor, and she knelt on the floor. Alendal's monarch. She started to slowly bend her waist forward. Her two trembling hands grabbed Woojin's sneakers. The Undying. Immortal. Her lips touched Woojin's shoes for a brief moment before her lips fell away. Arya's lowly servant. Melody retreated backwards as she walked on her knees. Then, she lowered herself forward as if she was giving a kowtow. Gives greetings to you. Woojin let out a bright smile as he looked down at her. It's been a while. Right. This was the first meeting between him and his friend, who had come all the way from Alphen to Earth. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.